Yeah, he had a ton of points this year. But if you look deeper into his stats, I'm pretty sure majority of his points is second helper, where he gives it to McDavid behind his own net. McDavid skanks the length of the ice and then makes something happen. So they're not the one that are hurting Vancouver. The ones that are hurting it is McDavid, it is Draisaitl. And yeah, on the power play, you need to watch out for Bouchard's shot. But he's not the one that's stick handling, maneuvering, setting up plays left and right. No, it's going to come off a little rough, but he's a pylon up there, and you need to watch him. But again, the ones that are going to hurt you, that's 29 and is 97. So make sure you hone in on those guys, and then make the other guys beat you. Make somebody else beat you. Don't lose to McDavid and Draisaitl. Make the other 10 forwards on Edmonton beat you.
Did you think the Canucks were physical enough on Draisaitl last game, considering he's dealing with something? Do you think they can still stand to get in his grill a bit more and poke and prod him and hit him a bit more than they have?
Not when they have the puck that much, and they're controlling the play. So I was hoping that he was obviously playing at center, because then you get the defensive side of him, and that's where you can kind of get after him. When you're a winger, and as soon as they shift him to wing, if they end up in his own end, he can just post up next to a defenseman and then kind of cover him that way. And then again, he doesn't have to do the breakouts, carry it through the neutral zone. No, you saw Draisaitl in the offensive zone, and that's where he was so dangerous. So again, it's hard to really run at guys when they're having the puck. And what you see Vancouver do is they shrink their five guys in their own end. They shrink them in and then defend the middle. So there's so much room on the outside, and that's where they skate around. They found openings. So it's hard to get at them in that sense. You always want to be physical on other players' top guys, and Draisaitl McDavid is no different from that. It's just so hard when the game is played the way it was last night or 2 nights ago.
Yannick, great stuff as always, man. Appreciate your time. Enjoy Game 3, and hopefully when we chat ahead of Game 4, it's about the Canucks winning the last game.
That would be nice.
Thanks, Yannick. That is Yannick Hansen. Fantastic stuff as always. And as far as the game goes in Edmonton, the lineup, as we mentioned, Linus Karlsson is in. Artur Shilovs is getting the start, and so is Niels Ullman. He's also into the lineup. So it's Mikheyev, Pettersson, and Karlsson, Suter, Miller, and Boeser, Joshua, Lindholm, Garland, Ullman, Bluger, Lafferty, and on the back end, Hughes, Hronek, Susie, Myers, Zadorov, and Cole. Those are your D pair. So Linus Karlsson, Dan, gets into the lineup, and he gets into a big playoff game. This is now a game number 9 for the Canucks in the postseason, and he's getting dropped into a big matchup here on the road. And you mentioned Yannick say, you heard Yannick say, he's going to be overwhelmed by the pace and the environment. So all eyes on how the kid's going to handle this big spot here tonight.
As Rick Tocchet said, sticky wall guy. So for as much as Linus Karlsson knows what his job is going to be tonight, and he even said it when he spoke after the morning skate this morning, just got to play simple, play my game, be simple. Good. It's good to have that mindset. Let's see you put it into practice. It's a lot tougher once, the pressure starts to mount, once you have the crowd in your ear, once you're like, oh my God, I'm playing in a Stanley Cup playoff game. Those are all things that are very realistic to happen for a young player. And, I get it. Nils Höglander, a 24-goal scorer sitting. Fans aren't too thrilled about that. I saw that a lot in my mentions today, but reality is Höglander hasn't given you anything so far in the playoffs.
No, and this is not an endorsement of Mikheyev. It's more of an indictment on Höglander. But Mikheyev has at least been getting scoring chances. He's forechecking, winning pucks. His speed is at least a figure, right? Yes. He's doing some stuff of substance, but he's not scoring. He's squandering a ton of scoring chances. Höglander is not only not getting scoring chances, he's also not scoring. And the guys who's actually doing other things is going to play when both guys aren't contributing and they need something more. And there's so many plays I noticed from Höglander in the third period, especially along the wall, where whether it's Pettersson or Mikheyev and they're engaged with 2 Oiler players and he's just kind of waiting on the outside. It's like, you got to get in there. Yeah. And the coach mentioned he wants to see guys dig in. And I think there are a lot of instances where guys can kind of dig in and get more engaged on the battle, especially in the offensive zone.
Rick Tocchet is looking for some kind of a spark further down his lineup. He knows if he's going to win this series, it's going to be away from McDavid and Draisaitl. So, Karlsson, it's a big spot. Karlsson over Podkolzin. Maybe I'm a little bit curious about that. Maybe he wanted a right shot player in Karlsson to come in and be a factor that way. Whatever the decision was, it's a big decision, and we'll see how it plays out tonight. As for Oman, I mean, if Phil DiGiuseppe is coming out, then it makes sense to have Oman come in. He can play a little bit on the PK as well.
Yeah, he has some speed. He has some length. He can be a good forechecker. His game kind of slid towards the end of the season, and he was no longer a preferred player in the lineup for the most part down the stretch. But when he's at his best, he does bring something. But again, it's a big challenge here heading into the playoffs on a big stage in Edmonton ahead of Game 3. All right, it's time to take a bit of a closer look at one of the Canucks players who is a big-time star, and that is Quinn Hughes. Let's take a look at the Flame Safe Stars, highlighting top performers in hockey, and FireSmart BC is brought to you by BCAA. Get FireSmart with helpful tips and resources from BCAA. Visit bcaa.com/FireSmart. And Quinn Hughes is the guy we're taking a closer look at here tonight, and you mentioned him too, Reach, that against Bouchard and having your best players out there, and Quinn is a guy who can tilt the ice and in the Canucks' favor. So far in the playoffs, he has 6 points in 8 games, all assists. He's a -2, which is a far cry from the plus like 180 he was in the regular season. Not quite that good, but he was a big time plus 39 or something like that. A great season for Quinn Hughes. And it's not that he's been bad defensively, but I think it's fair to say we haven't seen the top end performance ability of Quinn Hughes yet. And here's a big spot on the road where if he ups his game a little bit, can that be enough for you to steal this one here tonight?
There is a need to have better out of Quinn Hughes. 6 points in 8 games for a defenseman doesn't sound all that bad, but Quinn Hughes had 92 points in the regular season. He is a better than point per game guy, and you're expected to be a driver for this team. And when you see McDavid and Draisaitl doing what they did in Game 2, there is a necessity out of Vancouver to see your top guys respond. I don't mean this to say that I think Quinn Hughes has been poor in these playoffs. I just think the Canucks need him to find something closer to that Norris level that we saw for so much of this season. He's got 11 shots on goal in 8 games. And I don't expect Quinn Hughes to be a big-time goal scorer or anything like that, but he was averaging, 2.5 per game over the course of the season?
Yeah, and you know what? There are instances. Now, he did something that I really liked in the third period against Edmonton on the play where he drove into the middle of the ice and got the backhand shot off. Yes. There's so many times where he's able to get that edge on players, just attack forward. You know, take it towards.
He dummied the defending player.
Yeah, and there are instances where he can do things like that, and oftentimes he settles for not settles for, but he ends up driving the play on the outside and then drags somebody over and tries to get the puck to the middle of the ice. But when he attacks the middle, when he can, that creates all sorts of problems for Edmonton. And I think the amount of space that opens up, if he does that more consistently, it can really generate some more offense for them.
Like so far, Hughes and Hronek haven't been on the ice for a goal against just yet at 5-on-5 in this series, and the high danger scoring chances per natural stat trick are pretty even. Actually, they're in favor of Hughes Hronek with 5-4 and just 4 against. So that's good. But again, and this is a lot to do with Game 2, the ice tilted against them for a lot of it when it comes to the shot share. Those guys have to be somebody that help tilt the ice for Vancouver and help, another line come over the boards and not have to go straight into the defensive zone and get back into their shell. Canucks have to do a better job of stacking some shifts together. Yeah. And I think it starts with Hughes and Hronek.
It does. And there were instances in the third period as well. Both Hughes and Hronek, they had the puck on their stick in their own zone. And instead of holding on to it and making a play and perhaps being a bit patient for the breakout, they were really quick to either flip the puck out or throw it off the glass. And it's like you guys don't need to do that. You guys are too good to cede the puck that quickly, and that's something that I want to see them do a bit more of, especially late in games. Hold on to it, like lean on your ability. And there's so many instances they didn't do that as a team in the third period, and I thought they did more of it in overtime. And I do feel good about them being able to implement those things here in Game 3. And one thing we know about the Canucks is, generally speaking, they bounce back and they adjust to things they weren't doing well the previous game. So I'm expecting them to be a bit more brave, so to speak, when they have the puck.
You have to. Like, you can't get into a mode where you're just so, I I don't know, paralyzed by the fear of letting McDavid and Draisaitl have their way. Once that started to happen, they just began to have more success. The Canucks were successful in game one because they were aggressive in the way that they defended. And I didn't see that as much in game two. How do you change that? Well, you got to start building confidence, like little ways you build confidence, but connecting some passes. Yeah. When nobody's connecting passes, of course, you're just going to flip it out like, okay, let's relieve the pressure. We'll figure it out next shift. Okay, let's just, we'll figure it out next shift. And then it's just chaos.
Well, you're just kicking the can down the road. You're not doing anything with the puck, right?
You're not helping your teammates. You're not doing anything like that. But there's multiple times where there is passes to be made where they can connect play. And it's not just, guys that are lower in the lineup committing these fouls. It's your top guys, Elias Pettersson, Quinn Hughes. Everybody was part of the problem the other night.
Something that they can certainly do a lot better. We have a lot of reaction on the text inbox, 650, courtesy of Dunbar Lumber. Brandon in Poco says, like the Canucks in game two, I feel too much pressure from the other texters, so I'll just flip this text out. Well played. That's Brandon in Poco texting in. Mike says, Tocchet wants players that are chippy and constantly moving their feet. Höglander and Podkolzin have a tendency to slide at times instead of moving their feet. That's Mike texting in. And I think Podkolzin, for the most part, was really good at moving his feet. And we don't know what the reasons are why he's not a consideration after playing so many games down the stretch and going to Abbotsford. Maybe a form thing about what they saw in Abbotsford. And perhaps, did they feel like Podkolzin form health is at where it needs to be? Who knows? We don't have these answers. But to Mike's point, I do agree that Höglander, when he moves his feet and gets engaged, he can be a real handful. We just have not seen it consistently in the playoffs. And we kind of talked about it on the pregame show on Friday, and we said, hey, would you be surprised if Höglander doesn't play well here in game two, that he's a candidate to come out in game three? And lo and behold, that's what happened.
Yeah, it's been a tough go. I think it's moving his feet. It's some of the decisions he makes on the ice. I thought in game one, he made a lot of questionable decisions with his passes when the puck was on his stick. So there's a lot there, and we know Höglander can be better, but it's been a tough go for him.
It has been, and we'll see if he gets into the lineup here in Game 4, if this is a bit of a message, and a couple of guys getting their first taste of NHL playoff action. Linus Karlsson lining up with Mikheyev and Pettersson. He's played 4 games in the NHL this season.
I just want to get one quick thing in before we're done. It's crazy, except letting McDavid have 2 goals on his line. It's just crazy to think that is reality. McDavid, over his last 35 playoff games, 70 points.
70 points?
So 2 points a game.
Yeah,
checks out.
That's pretty
It
good.
checks out. That's how good he is.
Not bad. I mean, it's not even about keeping him off the scoreboard. It's like, can you limit the damage?
Yeah.
Game 1, he had 1 point. Game 2, he had 4 points. And you want to keep it to 1 point. That's kind of a win to keep it to 1. All right. Thanks for listening to the pregame show. It's Sat and Dan. I'll be back here on Intermissions with Brett Festerling and Bick Nazar. You've been listening to the Canucks Central pregame show presented by White Spot. Puck drop is next. Batch and Randeep on the call from Edmonton on Home of Your Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
BCers love hockey, and they also love burgers. What's even better is saving 20% off takeout during the playoffs. Order White Spot online and save 20% off with code SAVE20. Not valid on May 12th, June 16th, or on Pirate Packs and alcohol. Only at whitespot.ca.
As you gear up to support your favorite team this spring, know that your favorite Kubota equipment dealer is elevating their game too. Swing by Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment, your trusted full-line Kubota dealers, and up your game with 0% financing and special spring deals on Kubota gear. Big or small, you'll receive the respect and support you deserve. Visit one of Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment's 6 BC locations or explore DLEAMC.com.
Here's NHL hockey superstar JT Miller on why you should buy your next new Ford from Ocean Park Ford in the South Surrey Auto Mall on the King George Boulevard.
Well, I think it's very simple. It's high quality and good people, and I think that's a hard combination to beat. And ever since I got here, it's been very simple for me and an easy choice for us. And like I said, I just feel very lucky that I get to come down to see Ron and the guys here, and they always take great care of me when I come.
The door is always open at Ocean Park Ford.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
BCers love hockey, and they also love burgers. What's even better is saving 20% off takeout during the playoffs. Order White Spot online and save 20% off with code SAVE20. Not valid on May 12th, June 16th, or on pirate packs and alcohol. Only at whitespot.ca.
Hey, this is Quinn Hughes.
Miller, high slot for Hughes with a wrist shot. He scores! Quinn Hughes throws it to the goal. It beats Sergei Bobrovsky.
And you're listening to Canucks Hockey on Sportsnet Radio.
The Canucks couldn't match the top players of the Oilers on Friday, dropping Game 2 in overtime at Rogers Arena. To Draisaitl, bottom of the right circle. Doesn't have a shooting lane. Passes side of the net. McDavid back to Draisaitl. He scores! A quick give and go. From 29 and 97. Susie tried to step up on Hyman, lost the puck. McDavid's got a breakaway. In alone on Shelovs. He scores! Connor McDavid ties the game at 3. As he got away, Hyman onto the ice with Draisaitl and McDavid. And here's McDavid with speed, right lane to the Vancouver line for Draisaitl. On the boards, bottom of the circle, back to Bouchard to the point. Carries down the wall, throws it to the goal, he scores! Evan Bouchard fired it to the net. And I think it bounced off one of the Canucks in front and in. And the Oilers, who never led in this hockey game tonight, have tied the series at 1-1. Tonight, Rick Tocchet's group will look for a response to 97 and 29 with the series shifting east of the Rockies. It's round 2, Game 3. The Vancouver Canucks and the Edmonton Oilers. The Stanley Cup playoffs are on the air, live from Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta.
You're listening to Vancouver Canucks Hockey on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Brendan Batchelor and Randeep Jando with you from Edmonton as we continue to get you set for puck drop in Game 3 between the Canucks and the Oilers, with the series tied at 1. And the keys to the game are brought to you by Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment. Get your keys to the All-Star collection of Kubota products at one of their 6 locations around BC this spring. Visit DLEAMC.com for details now. And Randeep, our first key to the game tonight is for the Canucks to have an attack mentality.
Absolutely. Don't play reckless, but you want to be in a position where you're confident with the puck. You're attacking empty space in the neutral zone and being aggressive on the forecheck. In the third period in Game 2, they didn't do that, but they're going to have to bring it in Edmonton. As you can hear, there's a lot of energy in this building. The home team will be confident. The Canucks got to bring that attack mentality.
Our second key to the game, they have to make McDavid and Draisaitl earn the offense that they're going to get.
Earn the offense and earn the ice. Play physical on these guys, especially as we know Leon Draisaitl, he can pick up points, 2 goals, 2 assists in that last game, but he is playing hurt a little bit. When they have the puck, make sure that they're not able to get into those areas, danger areas, and yes, inflict punishment when you have a clean hit in front of you.
Starting goaltenders tonight, first for Vancouver, it's Artur Shelovs in between the pipes again. He's got a .955 high danger save percentage in the postseason, second in the National Hockey League. At the other end of the ice, it's Stuart Skinner, 1-1 in this series with an .814 save percentage. The Oilers will need him to be a little bit better than he has been through the opening 2 games. The starting lineups are presented by Angry Otter Liquor. Shop a top-line selection of beer, wine, and spirits. The Oilers will start with their top line, including their top defensive pairing of Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard up front. It's Leon Draisaitl on left wing with Connor McDavid down the middle and Zach Hyman on the right side. For the Canucks, Quinn Hughes starts on left defense with Philip Hronek to his right. It's Dakota Joshua, Elias Lindholm, and Connor Garland that will begin this game tonight for Vancouver. And it's going to be interesting to watch how the matchup game works here now that Chris Knobloch has the last change. And we know he plays his top guys a lot, so they're going to get their minutes. They're probably going to play against all 4 Vancouver lines at different points in the game, and it'll be interesting to see how the Canucks can deal with that.
They're going to play 26, 27 minutes most likely in this game, but Batch, the other lines are going to have to be making sure that they attack the Oilers when McDavid and Draisaitl aren't there. So you have to take advantage of that situation. Sure, you deal with them. Some shifts are going to be very difficult with McDavid and Draisaitl on the ice, but when they're not there, you got to make sure that you're getting the puck deep and attacking off the forecheck.
Couple of lineup changes for the Canucks. While the Oilers make one lineup change for Edmonton, Connor Brown draws back in. Adam Henrique's out of the lineup.
For the Canucks, Niels Oman comes in on the fourth line in place of Phil DiGiuseppe, who's not available due to personal reasons. But a coach's decision, Niels Höglander's out of the lineup, and Linus Karlsson makes his Stanley Cup playoff debut.
And the key word there is trust right now. Niels Höglander's game's not quite there. With Linus Karlsson, Rick Tocchet knows what he gets in the neutral zone. A trusted player, a guy that plays a sticky style, which Rick Tocchet likes.
It's Game 3 in Edmonton, and we'll have the opening face-off next on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
As BC's favorite team continues their playoff run, visit any Tiletown location and receive 20% off any regular priced in-stock tile. Locally owned and operated since 1971, Tiletown offers free design and consultation, do-it-yourself supplies, and their Schluter certified staff have the knowledge to help you with your project. Get started today at Tiletown. Visit them at any one of their 3 locations in Victoria, Richmond, and Langley, and online at mytiletown.ca.
In today's modern world, there are still a few time-honored traditions in one's life. Things that are a rite of passage. Your grandfather would have experienced this, and certainly your father was there. And now, it's your turn for a legendary time. Pregame, postgame, even during the game, the number 5 orange.
Hey, it's Satyar Shah from Sportsnet 650. Wildfires have the power to drastically change lives in BC, and as wildfires become more frequent and intense, we can all take proactive measures to protect our province, our homes, and our...
Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us again for more Stanley Cup playoffs action. What a night we had last night in the Vancouver game. And thank you to everybody who reached out via the emails, the text messages, the DMs on Instagram and Twitter. Thank you for reaching out. You guys said you wanted these games, so here we are. Then I put the poll up, and it was 95% to 5%. So here we are. I'm going to do as many games as I can right here on TSI going through these playoffs. And we're going to cheer on the Canadian teams and whoever else that we're going for the night of. So thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button. And as well, if you're new here, please hit that subscribe button. And let's help us get over 18,000 as we come in tonight with the 2 matchups between the Rangers and the Hurricanes and the Avs and Stars. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys in the chat.
For every level of team spirit and snacks to fuel your victory celebrations. Explore game day essentials with Angry Otter Liquor and celebrate every win with the perfect drink. You don't have to be a member, but it pays to be one. Learn more at angryotterliquor.crs.
Hey, this is Brock Boeser.
He scores with 1 second left in the period.
And you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back inside Rogers Place in Edmonton ahead of Game 3 between the Canucks and the Oilers in this second-round Stanley Cup playoff series. Here's public address announcer Al Stafford.
Across Oil Country and here in Rogers Place, we ask you to please remain standing, remove your hats, and join the singing voice of your Edmonton Oilers, Robert Clark, in the performance of the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Tremendous atmosphere tonight inside Rogers Place. Robert Clark with the singing of the national anthem, and with that in the books, it's just about time to drop the puck on Game 3 between the Vancouver Canucks and the Edmonton Oilers. The Canucks are wearing the road white uniforms with the blue and green trim. They'll skate from right to left in the first period. The Oilers in their home blues with orange and white trim will go from left to right. The referees tonight are Chris Rooney and Graham Skilleter. Scott Cherry and Ryan Gibbons are on the lines. Brad Watson is the series supervisor. And the opening face-off is brought to you by Northview Golf and Country Club, the official golf course of the Vancouver Canucks. Legendary golf at its finest. Book now at northviewgolf.com. Rick Tocchet sends out the Lindholm line to begin the game, with Hughes and Hronek, and Chris Knobloch with the last change will counter with McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman. So an early matchup here for the Lindholm line, as number 23 for the Canucks meets number 97 for the Oilers at center ice, and Game 3 is underway with the series tied at 1. Lindholm won the draw. Hughes got it up the left wing, tipped in deep by Joshua. Ekholm far corner, run over by Lindholm on the forecheck. Then another collision down low. McDavid's on top of Garland. They're digging away at each other. Puck set loose into the crease, and Skinner covers up on a drive to the net by Dakota Joshua. Elias Lindholm stands right above Stuart Skinner and is cleared out by Zach Hyman. And these two teams have wasted no time in getting reacquainted with themselves. Just 19 seconds into Game 3, Randeep Janda.
And Batch, that's why you start that line, to set the tone physically, as Elias Lindholm drills Matthias Ekholm in the corner, and then Dakota Joshua follows that up with a big hit as well. So that line really lowering the boom and then crashing the net right after.
Offensive zone draw for the Canucks, and here comes the Miller line against McDavid. Face off to the left of Stuart Skinner on the far wall. And McDavid wins it cleanly, back to Ekholm in the corner. And he'll flip it high in the air and out to center. Hyman tips it to the Vancouver line for Draisaitl, left wing boards. Backhand feed, rink wide. Comes to Bouchard, right point. He'll swing it in behind the Canuck net. Zadorov tied up by Hyman, who gets it loose, right corner, protecting the puck on the backhand. Hyman onto the near boards for Draisaitl. Given a rough ride by Zadorov. Cycled it to the end wall. It's chipped loose by Ian Cole on the near side, and the Canucks get it out to center. Pius Suter cleared to the Oiler line. It's dumped back the other way. Icing against Edmonton. McDavid wanted to change, but he won't be able to go off, and the faceoff comes back in the Oilers zone.
And there hasn't been a line change thus far for the Edmonton Oilers, as McDavid's line has been out there for 48 seconds. With Vancouver now coming out with Linus Karlsson, Ilya Mikheyev, and Elias Pettersson.
And it'll be Pettersson and McDavid on the draw. Near circle to our left in the Oilers zone. Pettersson's thrown out of the circle, so Mikheyev will step in instead. First career playoff game for Linus Karlsson. He's only got 4 career NHL regular season games under his belt. Canucks win the draw. Hronek with a short right point, ripped it high and wide to the Oiler net. Pettersson left boards, dumps it behind the goal. Brought out the right wing side by Mikheyev, who's hammered in the back into the boards by McDavid. Canucks kept the puck. Karlsson shot wide of the net. And now Draisaitl clears to center for McDavid. Left wing at the red line. He'll dump it into the Vancouver zone so the Oilers can change.
Both teams finishing checks early on in this game. The Stars, like McDavid, also just drilling any opposition player they can see.
Now here's Hronek to the Oilers line. Chance for a 2-on-1. Bluger driving through the middle. Hronek shoots right on. Skinner stopped it off the glove. Hronek gets it again right wing. Trying to pass back to the blue line. It was out of the reach of Niels Oman off the Vancouver bench, and it rolls behind the Canuck goal. Shelovs threw it up the far wall, sent right back to the net by Evander Kane off the left wing. Puck ends up behind the Canuck goal. Myers battling for the puck. Kane in there, as is Warren Fogle. Comes free to Nugent Hopkins, left wing. Back to Nurse, top of the point. Long wrist shot through traffic. Stopped by Shelovs. Big rebound to the near circle. Cece's after it down low. Gets it to the end wall. Myers lays a hit on Fogle on the cycle. Bluger gets it free. Myers steps up on Fogle again. Lafferty's got it behind his own goal. Pushed to the end boards by Nurse, starting in on the forecheck. Now Fogle, hammered to the ice by Soucy near corner. That allows Lafferty to control below his own goal line. Pressured by McLeod on the forecheck. It comes loose to Cece at the right point. Cody Cece with a wrist shot. Hit his teammate screening in front. That was Ryan McLeod, who now shoots from the right circle, but it's tipped off the stick of Myers and out of play. 2:20 into Game 3. No score. The Canucks and the Oilers here in Edmonton.
Certainly energy in the building and on the ice, as both teams trying to send a message early. Of course, you want to try to get that offense, but fighting for limited space on the ice. And the Canucks came out with a very aggressive forecheck right off the bat. And that'll be the key here with the Lindholm line, is when there's a momentum swing required. That's a line you got to throw over the boards to bring it back in the favor of the Canucks.
Lindholm wins the draw in his own zone, near corner for Ian Cole, who flips it high in the air to center. Brett Kulak's back to it in his own end. Kulak banks it off the boards to center. Lindholm's after it to the red line. Came to Cole in his own zone. Makes a nice backhand play up the wall. Kulak at center is knocked down by Lindholm. Puck is underneath them as they fell to the ice. Lindholm back on his feet trying to dig it free. Kulak still battling for it, and he's able to get it deep into the Vancouver zone to our right. Shilov's out of the goal. Goes near corner for Nikita Zadorov. Fed it up the boards to Connor Garland. Banks it out to center. But it comes to Kulak at his own end again. Stretch pass to the Canuck line for Janmark, who was skating backwards as he brought it into the zone. And they'll call it offside against Edmonton.
Janmark not happy with that call, saying he had possession of the puck and backed his way into the zone. He was in the zone before the puck got there, but this is an interesting spot for the Vancouver Canucks. They have not lost back-to-back games dating back to March 25th to the 28th, the last time they ended up losing 2 games in a row. This has been a very resilient group, but they learn and they reset very quickly. But it is a very different ball game batch in the playoffs where you're playing that same team over and over again. Those adjustments can be tougher in the playoffs.
Chris Knobloch was having a long conversation with referee Chris Rooney. And now the Miller line and the McDavid line will oppose each other with a face-off just outside the Oiler blue line near boards to our left. Nearly 3 minutes gone in the first period of Game 3. No score between the Canucks and the Oilers. McDavid and Miller to take the draw. McDavid wins it back to Bouchard in his own end. D-to-D to Ekholm, far side. He'll skate it left wing to the red line. Passed ahead to McDavid. He's stripped of the puck by Hughes, who gets it back out to center. Ekholm in his own end for Bouchard. Trying to pass up the near side. Knocked down by Pius Suter. He's got it left wing. Draisaitl on the back check steals the puck. Takes a hit from Miller as he rimmed it around to Ekholm in the far corner. Matthias Ekholm gets it off the glass. Couldn't clear the zone. Suter holds in for Boeser, right circle. Drops to Miller on the boards. Back to Boeser. Tees up a drive. Skinner made the save down low. Miller's after the rebound side of the net. Recovers it below the goal line and goes back to Hronek, right point. Philip Hronek from the line. Spins it around the end boards. It comes left side for Quinn Hughes. Eluded. Draisaitl tried to dump it back in. But number 29 for the Oilers has the puck, and he'll skate it right wing to the Vancouver line. He's tripped up into the zone by Pius Suter. And this is going to be a power play for the Oilers. They've still got the puck. Ekholm far side. What a save by Shilovs on a one-time chance for Evan Bouchard for the left circle. Shilovs across to his right into the splits. Holds it out to keep this game scoreless. 3:44 into the first period. No score. And now Boeser to the box will send the Oilers to the power play.
An unreal save by Artur Shilovs, but the danger hasn't passed. As you mentioned, Brock Boeser going to the penalty box, 2 minutes for tripping. And this was Leon Draisaitl essentially nutmegs Brock Boeser, and then Boeser reaches to try to get him back and causes the tripping penalty, entering the Canucks zone on the right-hand side. And now that very dangerous Edmonton Oilers power play has a chance here to get on the board.
Oilers are running at 50% on the man advantage in the series. They're currently 2 for 4. Face off to the right of Shilovs of the Vancouver zone. It'll be Lindholm and Draisaitl to take the draw. Draisaitl thrown out of the circle, so in comes McDavid instead. Lindholm won it back to the corner. Hyman recovers it, though, and feeds the line for Bouchard. Bouchard, left wing for Nugent Hopkins. Side of the net, McDavid tried to bat it into the slot, but it's broken up and cleared by Teddy Bluger all the way down the ice.
And that's the danger against this Edmonton Oilers team. If you lose that first draw, it's a bit of a panic on the PK, but a good job by the Canucks to stay composed there and clear the puck down the ice.
Bouchard, left wing for Draisaitl. Into the Vancouver zone. Knocked down to the boards by Tyler Myers. Bluger gets it free. Try to drop it back to Myers. Comes to Draisaitl again. Bluger knocks him down. Puck came to the line. Looked like it came out. It was held in by Bouchard, though, according to the linesman, and Hyman's got it behind the Vancouver net. Passes right boards for Connor McDavid. Near circle to Draisaitl. Again to McDavid on the half wall. Stick handling. Passes into the corner for Draisaitl. Waiting. Throws it to the back door. It bounced off Nugent Hopkins in front to the far side, and Teddy Bluger is first to the puck, and the Canucks get another clearance on the penalty kill. Still more than a minute left in the Oiler power play.
And that's the thing about the Oilers. Even their half chances are dangerous, as a great east-west pass there. But luckily for the Canucks, they couldn't connect.
Draisaitl back in on the right wing. Bottom of the near circle. Feeds to the point for McDavid. Darting into the high slot. Passes back near side. Draisaitl fell. Looking for that One-time shot for the bottom of the right circle. Couldn't get it on net. Now McDavid passes down low. Draisaitl near circle towards the goal. Got a shot away, but Zadorov tipped it wide of the net off his stick. 40 seconds left of the Oiler power play. Puck rolls back out to center. Canucks are able to clear, and Bouchard takes it into his own zone as the top power play unit, or at least part of it, goes off the ice.
And that's the real danger is when McDavid starts to hit that stride and he ups that speed in the offensive zone. Just freestyling there. It's very dangerous for the PK.
Oilers dump it into the Vancouver end. Corey Perry, right wing, tied up by Hronek. Puck comes back to the near point for Ekholm. D-to-D to the left side for Darnell Nurse. 15 seconds left in the power play. Down the boards to Kane. Back to Nurse at the line. Again for Evander Kane. Left circle. Shoots. It was bounced off a stick. Ekholm near side. He scores! A tough bounce on the PK for the Canucks as the initial shot was blocked. But it landed right on the tape of Mattias Ekholm, and the Oilers lead 1-0 in Game 3.
And this happens off of a broken play as the power play trying to go east-west, but the shot deflects, and Mattias Ekholm, being aggressive along the right-hand side, picks up his third straight goal, a goal in 3 straight games for the Swedish defenseman, who's got the green light to score, and he scores another one as Artur Shilovs tried to get there, just couldn't.
The goal by Ekholm comes on the power play at 5:37 of the first period to give the Oilers the 1-0 lead in Game 3. The time of the goal is brought to you by Crow, your trusted advisors for 55 years. Learn more at crowmackay.ca. Oilers breaking out of their own end. Janmark left wing to center. Dumps it in. And Connor Brown's first to it of the forecheck. Near corner for Derek Ryan. Behind the Canuck goal. Passes to the left circle for Brown. Back to the line for Nurse. Down to the right point for Cody Ceci. Shoots wide of the net. Brown gets it left wing. Trying to pass into the slot. Gave it away to Boeser, and he'll lift it out to center ice. Hughes shooter to the Oiler line. Pokes it past Nurse. It rolls in on Skinner, who drops it to Ceci behind his own net. Cody Ceci still with the puck on the end boards in his own zone. Passes right wing to the Vancouver line for Corey Perry, and he'll tip it in deep. Ian Cole near corner. Lost it to Dylan Holloway. Now it's sent back to Desharnais. Top of the point. Long shot. Missed past the stick side of Shilovs. Lafferty lays a hit on the far wall, battling with Kulak, and gets it down low to Zadorov at his own end. Nikita Zadorov passes to center for Oman. He'll clear it to the Oiler line. Kulak dumps it the other way. Zadorov with a nice one-touch pass to Sam Lafferty, who lifts it off the glass and deep into the Edmonton end. Oman on the forecheck, battling with Kulak behind the Oiler net. Desharnais gets it free for McLeod, and he'll lift it off the boards and out to center. Myers at the red line, throws it rink wide near side for Carson Soucy. He'll dump it back in. Skinner's out of the goal to handle. Far corner for Desharnais, dumps it back behind the net for Kulak. Canucks doing a better job establishing their forecheck here, but now the Oilers will come to center. Evander Kane, left wing, lifts it past Myers and in deep. Fogel's after it to the forecheck, tied up by Soucy behind the goal, and Myers gets it loose far wall. For Elias Pettersson, goes rink wide left side for Linus Karlsson. He'll lift it off the glass deep into the Oilers zone and chase Ceci into the corner. Karlsson down low, battling for the puck. It's caught up in skates behind the Edmonton net. Nurse gets it free near side, pressured by Mikheyev. Gave it away to Lindholm on the near boards. Now to Mikheyev behind the net, rims it around to Hronek, right point. Philip Hronek tried to go D-to-D to Hughes, but it's poked past him and out to center by Warren Foegele. Hughes in his own end, spins away from Foegele, who blew a tire as he did so. Got it to center for Karlsson, who tipped it into the Oiler end. The Canucks will change nearly 8 minutes into the first period. The Oilers lead the Canucks 1-0 in Game 3.
And that was a good job by Foegele to actually play Quinn Hughes quite tight there, allowing that he couldn't control the puck and then not make a move after.
Now here's McDavid picking up speed from his own line. Cuts through the middle to center, but Lindholm was hauled down by Bouchard away from the play. And the Canucks will get their first power play of the game when we return. 8:13 gone in the first period. It's Edmonton 1 and Vancouver 0 in Game 3 on Alpine Credit's Canucks Playoff Hockey, streaming on the Sportsnet app and along the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Carter Honda is on the bandwagon, and it's game time, saving the best deals for the playoffs. Lease a new Honda Civic or HR-V from just 3.49% with plenty of stock to choose from. Or lease the award-winning CR-V from just 2.99%. And yes, that includes the CR-V hybrid model. Come in and ask about the playoff package at Carter Honda, 8th and Burrard, and CarterHonda.com. Let's go!
As you get ready for hunting season, whether your game is bear or anything else, it's time to head to Siwash Sports. Rifles, shotguns, optics, accessories, ammo, whatever you need, Siwash has it. Get your guns serviced or upgrade your gear with brands you trust. They even have 410 in stock, as well as paintball, pellet, and airsoft gear. At BC's newest Browning and Winchester dealer, the Fraser Valley's Siwash Sports, in Chilliwack and online at siwashsports.ca.
Treat yourself to something tasty anytime at Max's Bakery and Deli. For breakfast, enjoy decadent pastries and, of course, coffee. For lunch, soup, salads, and sandwiches are seriously tasty favorites. And for lunch or dinner, Max's Deli case is stocked with 60 freshly made meals and savories. Eat at a cozy table or take it with you. Grab a treat at Max's Bakery and Deli, Vancouver's ultimate sweet escape. Open daily 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 3105 Oak Street. Online at maxsdeli.ca.
Hey, this is JT Miller, and you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
You're listening to Alpine Credits Canucks playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Own your home. Alpine Credits can get your loan approved. Alpine Credits homeowners get approved. Visit alpinecredits.ca. 8:13 gone in the first period. Oilers lead the Canucks 1-0 in Game 3. And I'll correct myself. Before the break, I said it was Bouchard going off. It's actually Draisaitl who was called for interference on Lindholm in the neutral zone. And the Canucks get their first power play of the hockey game, looking to draw onto level terms. Face-off in the Oilers zone to our left, far circle. Won by the Canucks. Ryan tried to clear it out of the zone. Miller holds in, and he'll bring it down the right wing. Miller back to Boeser of the line. Now to Hughes, left circle. Across the zone to Miller, right side. Back to Boeser. Top of the point again to Miller. One-time drive. Stopped by Skinner. Rebound to the far circle. Settled by Lindholm. He dumped it behind the net. Pettersson missed it. And Hughes is after it near corner. Plays it back behind the goal. Lindholm on the goal line. Feeds top of the right circle for Miller. Now to Boeser. Top of the point. Left circle to Hughes. Down the wall. Chased into the corner by Ryan. Goes back to Boeser. Long wrist shot. He scores! Brock Boeser on the power play. Fires it past Stuart Skinner for the high slot, and the Canucks have tied the game at 1. And it looked like Elias Lindholm got a tip on it in the middle of the ice.
And what a start for Elias Lindholm as he's in the middle of the ice. As the Vancouver Canucks set up the power play, looking dangerous in a couple of spots, but Boeser ends up controlling the puck, lets a wrister go, and Elias Lindholm right in front of Elias Pettersson, who both Canucks players in front of Stuart Skinner, and Lindholm gets the tip on that one to make it 1-1. A big goal for the Vancouver Canucks to equalize here.
It's Lindholm's fourth of the playoffs. That ties the game at 1 for the Canucks at 8:45 of the first period on the power play. And the time of the goal is brought to you by Crow, your trusted advisors for 55 years. Learn more at crowmackay.ca. Canucks dump it into the Oilers zone off the ensuing face-off, icing against Vancouver.
And there was some movement on that power play, what made it more dynamic. But here, Dakota Joshua and Darnell Nurse throwing some jabs and also chatting quite a bit here. Pretty vocal matchup here between the two veteran players. Some real animosity starting to grow in this series.
As there was a big scrum in the Oilers zone after the icing call. I think the most notable thing from that power play is they were having Boeser run the top, and they moved Hughes to the left half wall. Miller was on the right half wall. Pettersson and Lindholm were both down low, and it was Lindholm in the bumper, I guess, eventually that got the tip on it.
And it was very fluid as well. It wasn't static.
Canucks will break out to center off the faceoff win in their own end. Here's Garland, right wing to the Oiler line. High slot. Joshua missed the pass. Would have had a great look. But instead, the Oilers clear to center. Soucy dumped it back. Lindholm touches it in the zone. It's offside against Vancouver. 9:05 gone in the first period of Game 3. Vancouver at Edmonton tied at 1.
And Batchy's got the goal now, Elias Lindholm, but a very lively start for him to this game. And it's really was initiated by that first shift of the game where he lowered the boom on Matthias Ekholm. So not only bringing that skill, getting to the middle of the ice to score that goal, but playing an aggressive style that we've seen in these playoffs.
Lindholm now up to 3 points in 3 games in this series. 2 goals and a helper. Canucks win the draw. Hronek at his own line. Feeds it up the right wing. Boeser tips it in deep, and Skinner is out of the net to handle. Stuart Skinner passes far corner for Cody Ceci. Hit into the boards by Boeser as he got it out to center ice. Zadorov, profuse shooter, right wing, tried to dump it back in. It bounced off Evander Kane and deep into the Canucks zone instead. Ian Cole with a great play on the back check. to fend off one of the Oiler forecheckers right on him. That was Warren Fogle. And now the Canucks come back to center. Suter rolls it in on Skinner, who smothers it at the top of the crease. Stopped at the side of the net, and then Nurse came in and kind of finished his check on Suter into the goal and knocked it off its moorings.
Darnell Nurse not allowing anybody near his goaltender in the blue paint, which is what you want from one of your leaders and your defensemen. But there's certainly an aggressive tone by both teams. And the Canucks forecheck is starting to go here as the Oilers struck on the power play. But right after that, the Canucks brought a pretty aggressive power play to try to turn the tide. And they've done a good job of that thus far.
Right now, they've credited Boeser with the goal. We'll see if that changes. Looked like it was Lindholm to us. And the Oilers win the faceoff in their own zone. Holloway behind his own net, leaves near corner for Brett Kulak. Kulak clears right point, held in by Hronek. Tried a shot that was deflected. Nice tip, middle of the ice by Lafferty, but it bounced wide of the net. Luger left wing, rims it around again. Hronek steps into Holloway as they go after the puck, but the Oiler forward keeps it. And now Dylan Holloway will lift it high in the air to the Canuck blue line. Quinn Hughes back to it behind his own net, just past the midway mark. First period, Canucks and Oilers in a 1-1 tie in Game 3. The series is tied at 1 as well. Luger, left wing, into the Edmonton zone, dumps it wide of the net of Skinner, found by Kulak far corner. And he'll take his time so the Oilers can complete a change as McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman hop back onto the ice again. McDavid dumps it to the Vancouver line on the right wing. Linus Karlsson battered it out of midair, and he'll skate back to center. Banked it past Hyman to the Oilers zone. Ekholm throws it up the middle, gave it away to Tyler Myers. Into the Edmonton end on left wing. Myers driving wide on Bouchard. Stops in the corner, feeds back top of the point. Soucy couldn't hold in, and he'll take it back to center. Dump it up the left wing for Myers, who bats it out of midair and clears it behind the Oiler net. Draisaitl far wall, hit by Linus Karlsson on the forecheck. Got it down low to Ekholm, near corner for Bouchard. And now for McDavid, picking up speed from his own line. Stood up by Miller, he had to spin away from the check. Dropped it to Bouchard, and now left wing for Draisaitl into the Vancouver zone. Try to center it past. Ekholm throws it to the net. Shilov's turned it wide off the pad. Zadorov behind his own goal, battling with McDavid. Miller's in there too, as is Draisaitl. Comes free to McDavid, left corner, carrying up the boards on the backhand. Watched by Zadorov, cycles down low to Draisaitl. He's got Miller draped on him, gave him a couple of hard whacks. Puck comes into the slot. McDavid can't find it, and the Canucks get it out to center. This will be icing. Or a slow roller, maybe not. No, it's not. Ekholm has to go back to it, and the Canucks can get a change. 8:35 left in the opening period. A 1-1 tie between the Canucks and the Oilers in Game 3. Matthias Janmark, right wing into the Vancouver zone. Got it near corner for Connor Brown. Tied up by Hughes on the boards. He dumps it left wing side for Darnell Nurse. Took a tight angle shot, but Shilov stopped it with the glove and held. 8:18 remaining in the first period. 1-1 Vancouver and Edmonton in Game 3 from Rogers Place on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
On a team, the guys scoring are just as important as the guys stopping the other side from doing the same. That's how the West Coast Auto Group has built their elite team. At West Coast Toyota, Mazda, Nissan, Kia, and Ford Lincoln, the cars are the offense, and their great service department is the defense, preventing breakdowns and keeping you in the game. Elite from top to bottom. The West Coast Auto Group, just over the bridge in Maple Ridge. Visit them online at westcoautautogroup.com.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I have super-powered debt consolidation and human-powered rhymes. I met a homeowner. His name was Brett. He had a few bills, but don't you fret. Home equity loans is my skill set. Consolidating bills, that's what you get.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Your business is more than just numbers. It's years of hard work, dreams, and passion. But in the midst of the hustle, have you taken the time to understand its true worth? Crow's trusted advisors can help. With global expertise across a wide variety of industries, let Crow uncover the real value of your business. Redefine your
Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us again for more Stanley Cup playoffs action. What a night we had last night in the Vancouver game, and thank you to everybody who reached out via the emails, the text messages, the DMs on Instagram and Twitter. Thank you for reaching out. You guys said you wanted these games, so here we are. Then I put the poll up, and it was 95% to 5%. So here we are. I'm going to do as many games as I can right here on TSI going through these playoffs, and we're going to cheer on the Canadian teams and whoever else that we're going for the night of. So thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button. And as well, if you're new here, please hit that subscribe button. And let's help us get over 18,000 as we come in tonight with the two matchups between the Rangers and the Hurricanes and the Avs and Stars. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys in the chat.
Oilers keep the puck, though, and Kane flips it into space through the middle. And here's Fogle, right wing, into the Vancouver end. Rink by pass for Kane, left circle, trying to center it back in front. Garland on the back check, broke it up. Ian Cole was in the lane, too. And Garland will leave for Zadorov behind his own net. Pressure by Fogle on the forecheck. Got it to Ian Cole with time and space far side. He'll lift it right wing to center for Pettersson, who dumps it in. Mikheyev after Nurse, right corner on the forecheck. Gets it free to Pettersson. Protected the puck from Ryan McLeod down low. Carlson in to help out, tried to chip it to the net. It tipped off a stick and wide of the goal. Desharnais gets it up the far boards. And Corey Perry backhands it out to center for Dylan Holloway. Drops to Ryan McLeod with speed to the Vancouver line. Forced wide on the right wing by Hughes. McLeod cycles into the corner. Holloway's after it down low, battling with Hronek. Now Linus Karlsson gets it loose for the Canucks. He'll lug it to center on the backhand right wing, or left wing, excuse me. Does a great job protecting the puck from McLeod. Attempted to dump it in, but Desharnais sends it the other way, and Fogle clears it behind the Vancouver net. Quinn Hughes in the near corner. Spins away from some pressure. Both teams will change, and Hughes passes to the Oiler line for Suter. Drops to Miller with speed. Down the near wall, watched by Bouchard. Dumps it behind the net. It comes to the right point for Myers. He'll spin it back to Miller on the inboards. Miller, centering pass. Boeser with room in the slot. He scores! Brock Boeser for the right circle had all sorts of time to wire the wrist shot past Stuart Skinner. And the Canucks have taken the lead in Game 3. It's 2-1.
And Brock Boeser was all by himself. To the left of Stuart Skinner, two Edmonton Oilers players go towards JT Miller, and the middle of the ice wide open for Brock Boeser to walk down Main Street and snipe. Goes blocker side on Stuart Skinner to make this 2-1.
Boeser with the goal at 13-18 to the first period to give the Canucks the lead. The time of the goal is brought to you by Crow, your trusted advisors for 55 years. Learn more at crowmackay.ca. And the Canucks get a goal while the top line was on the ice at 5-on-5, so that's huge. And it looked like a set cycle play for them.
Yep.
As Miller rimmed it around to Myers' right point. And then Myers played it back to Miller behind the net. He curled out of the right corner, and Boeser was just sitting there all alone in the slot.
And that was because two Edmonton Oilers drifted towards JT, going into that corner and leaving the middle of the ice wide open for Boeser. And if you give him that type of time and space, he can pick the corners with the best of them.
Right now, they're calling this Boeser's second of the game and seventh of the postseason. Although we'll see if the first goal is changed from Boeser to Lindholm. We thought that Elias Lindholm had tipped it. As of right now, it's a two-goal game for Brock Boeser, a two-goal period for Brock Boeser. And the Canucks have the lead on the road in Game 3. Soucy in his own end. Banks it left wing to center. Dakota Joshua tips it into the Oiler end. Garland's after it on the forecheck, battling with Ekholm near boards. Ekholm dumps it behind his own net to Nugent-Hopkins on the far side. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins controlling. Passes right wing for Fogle into the Vancouver zone. Pinned to the boards on the near side wall by Zadorov. Joshua and Garland in to help out, and it's lifted to the Edmonton line. Ekholm back to center. Skates right wing, dumps it into the Vancouver end. Zadorov's back to it behind his own goal and has some room to settle the puck on the far side. Protects it from Evander Kane and drops it back to Ian Cole while both teams change. Cole to center for Oman to the Oiler line, bounces it in wide of the net of Skinner. Nurse near corner, pushed to the boards by Oman. Bluger's in on the forecheck too, trying to dig it free. Teddy Bluger gets it loose, left corner, centering pass just out of the reach of Sam Lafferty, driving to the goal, and Janmark takes it to the end wall. Pushed to the boards by Bluger. Rimmed it around to Ceci on the near side. He'll pass left wing to center for Nurse, who skates to the Vancouver line and dumps it in. Just over 5 minutes left, first period. Canucks up 2-1 on the Oilers in Game 3. Both Vancouver goals scored by Brock Boeser. At least that's how they have them credited at the moment. Now Nurse, right wing for Connor Brown to the Vancouver line. Tied up by Hughes on the boards. Derek Ryan's in to help out. Puck sent around far side. Linus Karlsson battling at the blue line. Able to direct it out to center. Here's an odd man rush for the Canucks if they hurry. McCabe wide on the left wing. Drops to Carlson. High slot. Got a shot away. He just missed past the glove side of Skinner as he had to deal with Connor Brown on his back on the back check. And Linus Karlsson very nearly had his first NHL goal. And he's after it on the forecheck left corner. Dumps it behind the Edmonton net. Ekholm back to it. Clears it up the far side for Draisaitl. And he'll tip it to the Vancouver line.
And Batch, I've liked Linus Karlsson's game thus far. Great chance there, but he's not afraid to attack space. He's played a very, I think, strong game of shielding the puck and getting it deep.
Ekholm at center. Bats the puck up the left wing. McDavid lost it to Boeser, who cleared it the other way. And now they'll fight for it in front of the Vancouver bench. Suter in to help out. Drops it to Myers. He'll go D to D near side for Soucy. Left wing to center. Miller tried to tip it in deep. And now there's a delayed offside against the Canucks. So they'll have to tag up, and the Oilers have time on the breakout. Here's Hyman with speed right wing to the Vancouver line. Took a pass from Draisaitl. Delays. And then drops to Draisaitl, cutting in. Tried to go backhand to forehand to the bottom of the right circle, but was tied up. Lost the puck. And Mikheyev gets it off the glass back into the Oiler end. Desharnais behind his own goal for Edmonton. 3:45 left first period. Canucks up 2-1 in game 3. And now an errant pass from Desharnais goes all the way down the ice, and the Canucks will have an offensive zone face-off coming up. Make sure to get your tickets for the Canucks online 50-50 draw. Go to Canucks.com/50-50 to enter. Ticket sales close at the end of the second intermission. Must be 19 plus and located in BC at the time of purchase to play. Know your limit. Play within it.
Shots are 7-6 for Vancouver right now, and they've got a pretty important face-off here in the offensive zone with Pettersson on the ice.
Against the McLeod line for Edmonton, so their third line. But McLeod wins the draw behind his own net for Desharnais. Gets it up the far boards. Hronek held in right point, but McLeod breaks it up, plays middle of the ice for Corey Perry, and he'll chip it to the Canuck blue line. Quinn Hughes back to it, pushed to the boards by Holloway, plays across the zone to Hronek, now right wing to center for Sam Lafferty off the bench, and he dumps it in. Vincent Desharnais behind his own goal for Edmonton. Try to left wing center ice pass for Brett Kulak, who tipped it to the Canuck line, but Ian Cole clears it the other way. And now Cody Ceci off the bench. Passes near boards for Perry. He's hit hard by Lafferty as he dumped it in. Perry gives him a glove punch in return. Plays allowed to continue. Bluger on the far side. Centers for Niels Oman, driving to the red line. Oman back to Bluger. Right wing. Dumps it behind the Oiler net. Lafferty and Oman are after it, forechecking left wing. Zadorov got a shot away, came loose to him, threw it to the goal, stop by Skinner. Rebound for Bluger, tried to center it. It's broken up, and now the Oilers have a 3-on-1 the other way. Evander Kane, left wing to the net, shoots, he rubbing it off the goalpost, but it stays out and flies right back into the neutral zone off the pipe. Now here's McDavid through the middle with speed. Wrist shot right on, stopped by Shilovs, and he holds on for the whistle. And actually, I'll correct myself, that was Warren Fogle showing McDavid-esque speed in splitting through the Vancouver defense and creating a scoring chance. But Shilovs makes the save, and it's 2-1 Canucks with 2:33 left in the first on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey, streaming on the Sportsnet app and along the Sportsnet radio network.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Your feet, the silent workhorses of your body. They've danced you through life's highs, sprinted you through challenges, even stood firm on the green for that last putt. But even the strongest of supporters need support. That's where Kintec comes in. Not just with shoes, but with custom orthotics that ensure every step is aligned and comfortable. Visit kintec.net and discover how orthotics can transform your every step.
What are you reading?
The email with detailed pricing on Parksville 96 in Surrey. This is awesome, and they're on sale now.
Are you going for the luxury package or the investor pricing?
One of each. A place to live and a mortgage helper down the road.
I can't believe the location and amenities. The park, SkyTrain, and so much to do right in the building.
And I can walk to work at the hospital and save a ton on gas and commuting time.
Let's do it.
This is Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey.
Down the right way, he shoots and scores!
On the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
2:33 left in the first period of Game 3. The Canucks lead the Oilers 2-1. Brendan Batchelor and Randeep Janda with you. Thanks for joining us along the Sportsnet Radio Network tonight. Whether you're Christian who tunes in from Sweden or Flynn listening in Greece, or wherever you're listening, we thank you for spending your evening, afternoon, or morning with us. Let us know where you're listening from. You can reach me at Batch Hockey. He is at Randeep Janda. Our flagship station is at Sportsnet 650. You can find those handles on Instagram, TikTok, or the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. As Evan Bouchard gets a shot from the right point. Kicked out by Artur Shilovs. Canucks can't clear the zone. Soucy's got it behind his own net. Lifts it off the glass and out to center. Ekholm chips it free near side for Bouchard. Rink-wide pass to Draisaitl. Across the Vancouver line, tried to make a move around Lindholm, who knocked it away. And Soucy, deep in his own zone, flips it high in the air, back into the Edmonton end. Bouchard takes it behind his own goal with 2 minutes left in the first period. And the Canucks up 2-1. Bouchard taking time behind the net. Goes right wing for Warren Foegele. Foegele to the Vancouver line. Poke check by Hughes. Puck rolls in deep, and Pettersson's got it behind his own net. Elias Pettersson fires it right wing to center. Linus Karlsson takes it down off his skate. Or rather, that's Pius Suter. Suter to the Oiler line. High slot for Hughes. Tried a shot. It bounced wide of the net. Boeser gets inside of the goal. Attempted a centering feed for Pettersson in front. It's broken up by Suter in the slot. Down low to Boeser. Driving the goal. He scores! Brock Boeser with 1:26 left in the first period. Finds the back of the net again. And it's 3-1 Canucks in Game 3.
This guy does not miss, especially against the Edmonton Oilers. And Brock Boeser snipes down the left-hand side after Warren Foegele with a terrible giveaway for the Edmonton Oilers. And now the Hats are falling on the ice here in Edmonton for a Vancouver Canucks player. So we're going to give him the third goal, but what a play coming down the left-hand side where you got to be lucky. You got to be good to be lucky. And this is a situation where the Canucks have pressure. Quinn Hughes shoots towards the net, and it looks like the threat is averted, but Warren Foegele just makes a pass to the middle of the ice, but there's nobody there except the Vancouver player, Pius Suter. And after that, Brock Boeser goes on the glove hand of Stuart Skinner, just underneath the glove, and beats him for his third goal as of right now. We're giving it to him.
It may change, but for the moment, it's a hat trick, and there are still hats littering the ice here at Rogers Place. A really good contingent of Canuck fans showing up and giving some credit to Brock Boeser, who for the moment has his third of the game at 18:34 of the first period, and the Canucks are up 3-1 on the road in Edmonton. The time of the goal is brought to you by Crow, your trusted advisors for 55 years. Learn more at crowmackay.ca. Canucks dump it back into the Oiler end. Skinner out of the goal, threw it up the far boards, and Connor McDavid's got it. Here's McDavid. Try to pass right wing for Hyman, skating to the Canuck line. It was out of his reach, and Edmonton ices it with 1:09 remaining in the opening period. It's the Canucks 3 and the Oilers 1 in Game 3 at Rogers Place.
And as of right now, a hat trick for Brock Boeser. Let's go back to the first game of the season where he scored 4 goals against the Edmonton Oilers. So he does have a track record to score against this team. And Boeser, with his second hat trick of the playoffs, he had one against Nashville as well in that amazing comeback victory in Game 4.
If it stands as a hat trick, and we're not convinced that it's going to, let's be honest, we think Lindholm tipped the first one. But it's Boeser's third of the game and 8th of the postseason as we stand right now. And either way, he's been a big factor in this first period as Hughes gets a shot left wing off the faceoff in the Oilers zone. It was tipped on by Miller, and Skinner made the save. Now Hughes again, left point, shot through traffic. Skinner had a little bit of trouble with it with the glove hand, but holds on. And that's a good recipe for the Canucks right now. Stuart Skinner has not looked sharp in this first period, so get pucks to the blue paint and make him work.
And this JT Miller, Brock Boeser, Hughes Suter line, whether it's 5-on-5 or on the power play, that trio is really starting to get going now. They had the power play goal, of course, but the goal that followed after was a goal against the Hyman, McDavid, Draisaitl line, so they're really starting to grow in confidence in this game.
Make sure to stay tuned for Canucks Central at the intermission coming up in a matter of seconds with Satyar Shah, Bick Nazar, and Brett Vesterling. Oilers win the faceoff. Desharnais on the end wall, clears it around to the far side for Matthias Janmark. Janmark lifts it out to center for Derek Ryan. Left wing to the Vancouver line, clears it in deep. Connor Brown on the forecheck, knocks down Quinn Hughes left corner, centers high slot. Desharnais had a chance. It's loose to the crease. What a save by Shilovs. He dove behind as the puck was sitting there in the crease and grabbed a hold of it. And somehow this stayed out. Desharnais from point blank range beat Shilovs. It was in the crease. but it never ended up in the net. And it's still 3-1 Vancouver with 37 seconds left in the first.
And now there's a scrum right in the blue paint as a couple of the Canucks just collapsed, trying to help their goalie out. And Artur Shilov's battling through, keeps the puck out, and also grabs a hold of the stick of, looked like it was Desharnais. It might have been actually Derek Ryan there.
And as Shilovs was diving back to try and grab it, Quinn Hughes came in from behind and played it back in underneath him. That is a huge play for the Canuck captain. That puck was rolling towards the goal line.
Two things there. Great play by Quinn Hughes, but I love the battle level of Artur Shilovs. He's diving back to cover up. If you essentially feel like you've lost on the play and you give up there, that might be a goal still, but the combination of Hughes and Shilovs protect that and ensure that there's no goal there.
And then it was a rugby scrum after that. But the Canucks held it out. And they win a face-off in their own zone. Soucy gets it off the glass to the near point, not out. Dumped back in by Bouchard, and now the Canucks do clear it. And Kulak's got it in his own end. Defensive pairings being blended here a bit for Chris Knobloch as Derek Ryan turns it over to Teddy Bluger of the Vancouver line. Canucks clear it out again with 15 seconds left in the first. Dylan Holloway, left wing, into the Vancouver zone, bottom of the circle, forced wide by Myers, carries back up the boards, watched by Bluger, dumped it behind the net. Myers stepped into Derek Ryan, knocked the stick out of his hands. Bluger up the boards, can't clear, comes back to Ryan, he run it off the crossbar from in tight. Now away from the play, Ryan throws Soucy to the ice. Someone's stick went flying out of their hands and ended up back in the Edmonton zone. And was that Derek Ryan that lost his stick? I can't tell here.
That was Corey Perry, and Tyler Myers assisted with that, launching the stick back to the other way.
And the first period comes to an end with more disagreements from these two Western Canadian foes. But after one, Randy, it's Brock Boeser 3 and the Oilers 1.
A lot of action in that first period. You mentioned Brock Boeser credited with 3 goals as of right now, but that trio of Suter, Miller, and Boeser, 8 of the 11 shots for the Vancouver Canucks. And that trio is also combined for 6 points in the first period. So a great start for that line, a confident start for the Canucks.
3-1 Vancouver after 1 in Game 3. The series is tied at 1, and it's time for Canucks Central at the intermission with Satyar Shah, Bick Nazar, and Brett Festerling.
This is Canucks Central at the intermission on the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Suter to the Oiler line, high slot for Hughes, tried a shot, it bounced wide to the net. Boeser gets inside of the goal, attempted a centering feed for Pettersson in front. It's broken up by Suter in the slot. Down low to Boeser, driving the goal. He scores! Brock Boeser with 1:26 left in the first period finds the back of the net again, and it's 3-1 Canucks in Game 3.
This guy does not miss, especially against the Edmonton Oilers.
Brock Boeser, 3. Edmonton, 1. Canucks have the lead through the first 20 minutes, and this is Canucks Central at the intermission on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Satyar Shah with Bick Nazar and Brett Festerling. Get your thoughts into our Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. The Canucks with a 3-1 lead in Game 3 with the series tied at 1. In this second round matchup between the Canucks and the Oilers, and a player who made his debut in the playoffs is Linus Karlsson, and he now joins us outside the Canucks locker room. Linus, what were your thoughts and feelings playing your first career playoff game in Edmonton here tonight?
No, of course it's fun. Fun to be out there. It's loud out there, so I just try to enjoy it, and I think we had a good first period.
Was there something specific that the coaching staff kind of hinted to you to be strong at tonight?
No, do what I'm good at, like be net front, be around the net, and strong on the puck down there. That's what I'm good at, and I'm gonna try to keep doing that.
You did really well on the forecheck. You fought a few guys off. You used your frame. Did that give you a little bit of confidence here in the game?
Yeah, of course. It's nice to have a good first period, and no, it's just keep going. I think I have more to give, so trying to find some energy in the period now.
Hey, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck the rest of the game.
Thank you.
All right, that is Canucks forward Linus Karlsson making his playoffs debut here for the Canucks. Let's start there before we get to the goals. 4 goals to break down in that tremendous road period by the Vancouver Canucks. And Karlsson, we were kind of noting to ourselves that for his first game, he got in on the forecheck, used his frame along the boards. He was able to hold on to the puck and make plays to his teammates. Nothing spectacular, but for a guy making his debut in hostile territory in the playoffs, Brett, I mean, he looked pretty good there in the first.
Yeah, I was impressed. He had a couple
nice plays where he got the puck and then skated. That's something talked about and was kind of a little frustrated with guys not getting the puck and then skating, taking the time that's given to them. He did that, got a red line, and then one nice little move attacking the triangle and the stick when they crossed the line to get a shot on net. So just confident plays, tough on the puck. So good start.
Yeah, the shot he had in the slot where he's kind of working through contact and drops the shoulder and gets a shot just off the net. But nevertheless, it's that sort of stuff you want to see, that he's prepared for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you look at what he needs to do to stay on that line, it's a lot of the same, a lot of the stuff that he has shown so far. And it was a really nice start for Linus Karlsson. But let's get to the goals. I mean, it was Edmonton opening up the scoring, and it happened on the man advantage. And ironically, the Canucks had a really good kill for about, a minute and 40-odd-some seconds. A bit of a tough bounce, but coverage matters. But it all begins Brock Boeser, who features a lot greater after the penalty, trips Leon Draisaitl. And initially, guys, the Canucks PK did a really good job getting clears, winning faceoffs, getting in shooting lanes, and not letting McDavid and Draisaitl be a big factor on that first opportunity.
Yeah, winning battles, right? And there was a loose puck in the slot, and Blueger picks it up after the draw is lost, but nevertheless, they get multiple clears, Blueger being a huge role in that. And it just, I imagine as a D-man, Brett, you're just thinking, I did the right thing. It just ends so badly.
Yeah, well, they get the block. They keep everybody to the outside. They're talking about on the TV broadcast how it was the most stagnant that power plays looked in the playoffs, and then you get the block and it goes right back door onto Ekholm's stick, right? That's frustrating, but then you got to take the positivity of we did that right. So keep working through it, and they did.
Could Pettersson have, because he collapses into the slot there to take the bumper, and it looks like Ekholm's cue, because he's moving well before the shot even comes, and he's creeping, and then the shot just finds its way right to him. He's got the whole net to work with. Should Pettersson be aware of what's going on behind him?
Yeah, his biggest thing is he wants to cut that pass over to Ekholm off. And then he hands it off to the D-man. So it could be conversation with the D-man, just letting him know he's coming back door. But you're not expecting that bad. Those are hard to read. Like, the read you're trying to make is the rebound going to Ekholm, if anything. But to cut that weird pass where it's a shot, everybody's expecting a shot, and it's going behind guys, that's a tough read.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, as we said, the Canucks did a really good job on that PK against the Oilers' first unit. It was a second unit getting the goal, obviously. But from that point on, the Vancouver Canucks, who actually, you know what, had a good start to the game. I mean, the first shift, Elias Lindholm and Dakota Joshua made their presence felt on Matthias Ekholm. Both massive hits on him on the first shift. They get a face-off in the offensive zone, had a net front chance. So the Canucks really didn't feel like the pressure was getting to them in this game. And after Edmonton scores that goal, they start taking over the game a little bit, and they get an opportunity of their own on the man advantage. And it's Leon Draisaitl who drew the penalty. He interferes with Elias Lindholm on a bit of a pick as Connor McDavid is trying to skate through the neutral zone.
That's not a bit of a pick.
It's a pick.
Look, I'm all for contact in the neutral zone. He veers in a different direction to go out. It's minimal contact, but he goes out of his way to initiate it.
Hey, it's a fair penalty, and it's right in front of the referee, and Draisaitl acts like he's absolutely shocked. Much to the amazement of Mark Spector, a Edmonton Oilers player, showed disdain to an official making a call. I thought that never happened. No, lo and behold, it does happen. Edmonton Oilers players do show a little bit of disdain towards the officials. Who knew? I thought they were perfect saints. But nonetheless, he takes the penalty. They go into the box, and the Vancouver Canucks first power play unit ends up with a slightly different look. Now, I'm not sure this was designed, but Brock Boeser ends up on the point. And initially, wondering, what kind of look is this? And next thing you know, it ends up in the back of the net.
Well, there's multiple keeps on this, and also just quicker decision making. And even as the structure of it changes, Quinn Hughes is on the bottom left wall, Brock is up at the top, and the puck just gets rimmed around to Quinn, and it's just immediately back the other way. And look, he's got a propensity to want to hold it, want to make plays. I just love that it was they're still finding their footing on getting set, and he just whipped it around, and eventually, trust the puck will come back and find you and make a play, and he makes a great one to set up Brock as well.
Yeah, I like it, the rims around, the releases, right? Edmonton's very aggressive, and you see they try to cut off certain lanes. So if they can get those rims, it just seems to relieve a lot more pressure. And then it seems like they mix in an extra one there that's not expected, and that relieves a lot of pressure. And then you're right, that play down the wall, they know Edmonton's winger is going to come down, really take away that pass, and Hughes makes it on the forehand into the middle, which is key because Boeser doesn't have to walk from the wall to the middle. He's already there for the shot.
The other thing, too, is he draws Desharnais and the forward with him. And I think it was Ryan.
Yeah.
And Now, Desharnais pulled away from Lindholm, who might get a tip on this. But
yeah,
nevertheless, drawing two guys to hit Boeser, who gets that shot, and there's 2-on-1 in front, and Lindholm's free. It was just excellent work by Hughes.
Yeah, so far, the hat trick for Boeser comes with a slight asterisk because we're not quite sure who gets the first goal. Now, Lindholm reacted as if he got it. He was the first guy going towards the bench as well, usually an indication of who got the goal. So we'll see if they make a change on it. It's tough to tell on the rebound exactly if he gets the tip on it or not. And also on Lindholm, I mean, he wins that battle on 2 Oilers after JT Miller's shot and then goes net front. Dirty work pays off for number 23 as well.
Yeah, he really set a tone. He was doing that the entire period. I want to give credit. You mentioned it, Joshua and Lindholm in that first 19 seconds put Ekholm on his butt twice. To me, going into that building where they're going to be fired up and they're supposed to have all this momentum coming off the OT, to do that in the first 19 seconds, to me, set a tone for the period and really took Edmonton, put them back on their heels.
Yeah, and the Canucks get the goal and they keep the pressure going, and it leads to another goal, this time by Brock Boeser again, and it's after a nice play by JT Miller, dragging a couple Oilers towards him, and then Brock Boeser doing something that you've talked a lot about too, Brett. You say he's shown a propensity to get lost and pop out in space, and he got lost in that play again.
Yeah, that's the honey hole. That's what Boeser called it in one of the interviews earlier in the year. But he just finds those spots. They're so good. Miller and Boeser are so good at that. Again, this comes to relieving the pressure. It gets rimmed around. I think it's Soucy puts it back down to Miller, who's expecting behind the net. And then, Boeser just in that soft area right in behind those guys' heels. And he's a great shooter in that area.
And on the breakout, Hughes, a little fake pressure by Kulak, but he pulls up, and we're just looking for moments of poise on the puck, right? And how do you get into the other team's zone? That all sets this whole sequence up with the rib-arounds there with Miller, and just a nice heads-up play to go around, take Ekholm and McDavid with you, and again, a quick pass coming out of the corner.
Yeah, it certainly was, and JT's done a great job. And something we talked about, the Canucks had some opportunities in Game 2 to make that a down, low to high play, and they just missed on a few and didn't take a few of those opportunities. And we've already seen in this first period the Canucks taking advantage of that, and you saw it with Brock Boeser getting the second tally of the game to make it 2-1 at the time, and the Canucks kept things going. And yet again, guys, Brock Boeser got his hat-trick goal, and Canucks fans in Edmonton threw their hats on the ice, hopefully not in vain. We'll see if he actually still retains the hat-trick once they go through the video review on the first goal, as we mentioned. But this one, Brock Boeser kind of showing a lot of different areas to his game. This one goes in and kind of picks a spot on Stuart Skinner,
who looks small in the net.
Yeah, now, he's deep as well, right?
The other one, Brock just finds the far post. This one, it's a turnover, so I imagine comes quick on you if you're Stuart Skinner. But Brock's turned the other way. He's got to do the full pivot to get that blade looking towards the net, and Stuart Skinner looks small, and Brock just finds the far post again on this one.
Yeah, exposes them big time. And Suter, I got to give Suter credit here. This is all that read. There's a lazy pass by Foegele, kind of backhand up the middle, and Suter pounces on it, gets it to Boeser. And you're right, he pivots and just attacks. We've seen him do that, come off the line and attack, take that 4 to 6 feet kind of thing. And he buries it again. Now, Boeser's confident.
Oh, yeah.
And he's feeling it, and that's part of it right now.
We talked earlier about Canucks forwards with hat tricks. There's only been 6 ever done, and never in the same playoffs.
Boeser's got 2 now. If this
Boeser's got 2 these playoffs. Yeah,
it's terrific. He's been fantastic. Now Edmonton has had a few opportunities. A massive dog pile at the end of the period. Quinn Hughes clearing a puck off the goal line almost. It was Desharnais shooting the puck, and then Ryan and Hughes sweeps it off the goal line. Came very close. And Ryan hit the post late in the period, and also Vander Kane on an odd man rush hit the post as well. So even though it's a 2-goal lead for the Canucks, Edmonton came close to having multiple goals as well in that first period.
Scramble, survive in advance, right? Just do what you can to keep it out of the net. And Hughes, Hronek both diving in that. Shilov's grabbing a stick to make sure there's no second attempt, and then covering the puck up as well.
Yeah, I think what's important about those is those little split seconds of there's a battle in the corner, 4 guys are collapsing, and then it gets out to Desharnais, who seems to be way too open. There's a missed assignment there, but then just the reaction from those guys to have to get back to the net. Right, it's 3 inches, and that's in the back of the net. So the quick reaction to get back and save that is huge.
And huge job by Shilovs too on that
Massive.
save as well.
Well, the first one, right, and Ryan tries to get the rebound off. It just kind of squeaks through the pads ever so slightly, and then before that, even on an almost clear cut break for Foegele, he made a big save on him as well. So far, Artur Shilovs in the first period made a couple big saves and a couple big shot blocks. There was one east-west pass on the delay penalty initially before Draisaitl drew the penalty on on Brock Boeser. It was a cross-ice pass, and Hronek came over and blocked it.
Huge. Really quickly, Lindholm has been credited now with the first goal.
So no longer a hat trick for Brock Boeser. But nonetheless, Canucks up 3-1. A lot of reaction on the text inbox. Brandon and Poco says, that interference penalty on Draisaitl, I would not have called it. Signed, Kelly Sutherland. Don't tell Spec. All right, we'll be back more for the second intermission. It's Satyar Shah, Brock with Brett Festerling. I was going to say Brock Boeser. Brett, the looks. You guys do share the same looks.
Like that.
Brett Festerling and Bick Nazar and Brendan Batchelor and Randeep Janda have your second period call from Edmonton. That's next on the home of your Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
The 2024 Outlander PHEV is now in stock. The world's best-selling plug-in hybrid vehicle is now more efficient, more powerful, and more sophisticated than ever, with rates starting from 4.49% plus the industry's best warranty. Elevate your everyday. Make new tracks at Applewood Mitsubishi in the Richmond Auto Mall or at applewoodmitsubishi.ca.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
As you gear up to support your favorite team this spring, know that your favorite Kubota equipment dealer is elevating their game too. Swing by Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment, your trusted full-line Kubota dealers, and up your game with 0% financing and special spring deals on Kubota gear. Big or small, you'll receive the respect and support you deserve. Visit one of Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment's 6 BC locations or explore DLEAMC.com.
When was the last time you hung out with a legend? A true Vancouver legend that every pro athlete, actor, and rock star who is anyone has gotten to know. A place where a legendary night can happen any night. Isn't it time you got reacquainted with this Vancouver legend? Pre-game, post-game, even during the game. The number 5 Orange.
Here's NHL hockey superstar JT Miller on why he and his family choose the Ocean Park Ford Service Department in the South Surrey Auto Mall on the King George Boulevard.
Oh, it's very breezy. It's very professional and very quick. The service and all overall, and the kindness of the people there have been fantastic. It makes a very easy choice for me and my family, and very safe vehicles with the group of children I have at my house. It's been a blast.
The door is always open at Ocean Park Ford. Door to door or port to port, All Cargo Express is the leading Canadian international freight forwarder, importing and exporting vehicles, heavy equipment, commercial goods, and personal effects. All Cargo Express offers ocean, air, rail, and truck services right to your door. With All Cargo's extensive experience in delivering their customers with prompt and efficient handling, you can have peace of mind knowing your shipment is in good hands. All Cargo Express, Canadian-owned and operated company since 1978. Explore their services or get a quote at allcargoexpress.com. BCers love hockey, and they also love burgers. What's even better is saving 20% off takeout during the playoffs. Order White Spot online and save 20% off with code SAVE20. Not valid on May 12th, June 16th, or on pirate packs and alcohol. Only at whitespot.ca.
Step up to the plate. Let's play ball.
It's go time.
Stream the Toronto Blue Jays all season long on Sportsnet Plus.
Look at that play.
Plans start at $19.99 a month.
Boy, oh boy, this is premium stuff.
Subscribe now at sportsnetplus.ca.
The road trips are coming.
The road trips are coming.
Do you hear that? The road trips are coming.
Hey, it's Jeff, owner at Turn 3 Autosport. It's time to get road trip ready by getting your spring service done. Experience an exceptional alternative to the dealer and book your appointment today to hit the road running. Our team's passion and commitment will have you wondering why you didn't visit us sooner.
Turn 3 Autosport, born out of a passion. In Langley and at turn3autosport.com.
Hey, this is Thatcher Demko.
Shishi with a one-timer. Good save by Demko down low. Rebound chance for Evander Kane. Demko stopped that too.
And you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back inside Rogers Place in Edmonton. Brendan Batchelor and Randeep Janda with you. The Canucks lead the Oilers 3-1 after one in Game 3. And Brock Boeser's hat trick has officially been taken away, Randy. They've credited Elias Lindholm with the first Canucks goal of the game. So Lindholm with his 4th of the playoffs, Boeser with his 6th and his 7th, and the Canucks are up 3-1 heading to the second.
We were sure that it was Lindholm's goal. We never budged from that, but we gave him the benefit of the doubt. But as of right now, Brock Boeser does not have a hat trick, but a lot of good things to come out of that period for the Vancouver Canucks. They're able to generate offense. They're aggressive, but a couple of warning signs as well. 2 posts by the Edmonton Oilers. They've gotten a little bit of room in the offensive zone, so Vancouver did a great job in that period to get the lead, a 2-goal lead, but you have to be extremely careful with puck management and gap control here in the second period because Edmonton is still very, very dangerous.
Canucks in white will go from left to right in the second. The Oilers in blue will skate from right to left. And Chris Knobloch trying to move away from the McDavid line against the Lindholm line as Rick Tocchet started the Lindholm line, and he counters with the 4th line for the Oilers with Derek Ryan and Janmark. And now here's Lindholm to center. Stripped to the puck by Connor Brown, the 3rd member of that line on the back check. And now here's Brown right wing to the Vancouver line. Forced wide by Hughes, try to pass into the slot, tip to the near corner by Dakota Joshua. Brown gets it behind the Vancouver net. Goes right point for Ceci. Heavy shot blocked from close range by Lindholm. Held into the line and swept back towards the net. Off the stick of Connor Brown. Shilov's made the save, and Hronek's got it near corner. Hronek with a stretch pass right wing for Joshua into the Oilers zone. Hit hard into the boards by Nurse. Then is knocked down by the Oiler defenseman. Miller gets it free. High slot Hughes with a shot. He ripped it high and wide past the glove side of Stuart Skinner. Miller on the forecheck, battling with Nurse and McDavid near corner. McDavid leaves for Darnell Nurse. And the Oilers will set up their breakout. Nurse taking time in his own end. Oilers completing a change. He'll leave near side for Matthias Ekholm. Ekholm, left wing to Hyman. Deflects it into the Vancouver end. Susi far corner. Chased down by McDavid on the forecheck. Gets it free to Pius Suter. And it's played back into the corner as Suter was tied up. There's a battle for it. Right wing side. Suter loses it to Hyman. Trying to spin off a check. Suter sticking with him. Goes to Draisaitl on the boards. Rink wide left point for Ekholm. Middle of the ice for Bouchard. Long wrist shot. Stopped by Shilovs through traffic. And he holds on for the whistle. 1:23 into the second period. Canucks lead the Oilers 3-1 in Game 3.
It is very difficult to beat Connor McDavid, but one way to do that is limit his speed through the neutral zone. And every time McDavid tries to gather speed and receive an outlet pass or pick up the puck in his own zone and generate speed through the neutral zone, JT Miller is getting in his way. And that's even whether it's a little cross check, it's getting in front of him, chipping him just a little bit. JT Miller's doing a heck of a job, a physical job on Connor McDavid.
Ian Cole in his own zone, flips it to center. Linus Karlsson's after him on the forecheck, can't find it. Ekholm throws it back up the left wing. Evander Kane tips it in. Ian Cole behind his own goal, sweeps it around far side. Mikheyev is tied up by Bouchard. And the puck stays in the zone. Nugent Hopkins with it left wing, carrying down the wall, hit hard into the boards by Cole. Or rather, that was Holloway, excuse me, as he dumped it behind the net. Now Bouchard with a shot from the line, tipped wide of the goal. Linus Karlsson near side. Battling with Matthias Ekholm on the boards. Comes to Ian Cole behind the net. Plays far corner, but Holloway's got it. Oilers sustaining some time in the offensive zone here as Pettersson leaves behind his own goal. Cole pressured by Nugent Hopkins. Got it free to the near side for Linus Karlsson. Passes to center. Here's a 2-on-1 for the Canucks if they hurry. Mikheyev, right wing, shoots right on. Stopped by Skinner. Rebound flutters in the air. And is batted to the near boards by Ekholm. Evander Kane back to center for Edmonton. Dumps it past Hronek into the Vancouver end. Hronek steals the puck, clears to the line, not out. Held in high slot. Corey Perry trying to drive the goal. Lost the puck, comes to McLeod, drops it in front. What a save by Shilovs! He pulled it out of the goal line. Corey Perry celebrating. The referee waved it off. And we'll have to have another look at this to see if Shilovs made the save. That was bouncing towards the back of the net. Perry thinks it's in. The officials on the ice say it wasn't. Oilers went back to their bench to celebrate. And we'll need the overhead look now to see what the call is here. And the referees are going to have a chat about this and put the headsets on. I believe the call on the ice here was no goal. So this would have to be definitively in the net to be overturned. And we're getting an overhead look now. Shilovs had it bouncing, and I don't think they're going to get an angle. It was right around the goal line, and Shilovs puts his glove over top of it. From the overhead angle, you could not see this puck cross the goal line.
From the angle that we've seen it thus far, it looked like Shilovs ended up missing the puck at first, but a quick reaction, and there is another view, but Batch.
This is not going to be definitive.
This is not conclusive. A very good reaction by Artur Shilovs, and there's a third angle we're looking at now as well. And I'm telling you,
I don't think this is going to count. I don't think this can count.
All three angles
We're getting a fourth angle now, too. I don't know if it's going to be conclusive either. I've not seen an angle that shows me that puck is in the net yet. Another development around this, though, is that Filip Hronek has been called for a penalty out of that sequence, too. So he's sitting in the Canuck penalty box.
We've got multiple angles on this now. I went 5 angles and...
Like, it's going to go full Zapruder film if they can count this goal.
Well, you can't see the red line because the glove is over it. So you don't know where the puck is. And the fact that it's been called a no goal on the ice matters here. If you don't have that conclusive evidence, and there is one angle where they're going frame by frame here.
But you can't see it.
But you still can't see it.
Look, we have a tough record on these video reviews, right? We've gotten a lot of them wrong this year. Specifically the goaltender interference ones. But I do not know at this moment how they can call this a good goal. I have not seen an angle that shows me that the puck is in the net. And they're taking a long time. So they are trying to find an angle. They are trying to find a frame-by-frame look that shows the full puck over the goal line. But I don't think there was one. Here will be the announcement from referee Graham Skilleter.
After video review of the call on the ice is confirmed, no goal. Vancouver 17 has a minor penalty for holding.
So Hronek to the box, the Oilers to the power play, but it remains 3-1. And I think Shilovs did hold this out. Again, we don't have the angle, we don't have the proof, we don't know if the puck was in the net or not, but it was a great play by the Canuck goaltender with a glove hand.
We don't have a great record on this, but we got that one right, Batch. And you're right, it might have been very close. Corey Perry was adamant that was a goal, but in the end, they call it a no goal. It's no goal. It's still 3-1 Vancouver.
Oilers to their second power play of the game. They're 1 for 1, and Hyman bats it into the slot off the faceoff, but Lindholm is able to sweep it out of the zone, and Evan Bouchard has it back at his own line. Bouchard for Leon Draisaitl. Taking time with the puck. Try to rink-wide pass left wing for Nugent Hopkins. Into the Vancouver zone to McDavid. Behind the Canuck net. Carries to the right corner. Makes a move around Soucy. His poke check to the boards by Lindholm. Comes to Soucy, middle of the ice. Cleared it out to center. And Lindholm will forecheck after the puck. Bouchard gets back to it first. Canuck penalty killers change, and here come the Oilers again. McDavid left wing. Into Canuck territory. Drops to Bouchard to the line. Now to Nugent Hopkins. Top of the left circle to McDavid in the near corner. Centering pass tipped away by Myers. Neil Zoman settles it. He's got time. He's going to pass it to center for Dakota Joshua. Skates it to the Oilers line for Oman through the middle with a high shot, and Skinner made a great glove save. Neil Zoman with a grade A chance on the penalty kill for the Canucks against the top power play unit of the Oilers. But Skinner held it out, and now the Canucks will have an offensive zone faceoff.
And this counterattack, shorthanded, starts in the Vancouver Canucks end as an excellent stick by Tyler Myers to disrupt what Edmonton was trying to create with some puck possession and launches an attack the other way. Neil Zoman, confident play going up ice.
Canucks win the draw. Puck thrown right to the net, but the linesman didn't like the way the faceoff was contested, so they'll do it again. 3:11 gone in the second period. 1:11 left in the Oiler power play with Hronek in the box for holding. Canucks lead the Oilers 3-1 in Game 3. And Edmonton wins the faceoff. Bouchard from behind his own net will begin the breakout with a pass up the right wing side. Here's a chance for Hyman going to the goal. Zadorov recovers to force him wide. And he gets it to Draisaitl, who will carry behind the Canuck net. Draisaitl to the left point for McDavid. Middle of the ice, Bouchard. Back to McDavid, near circle. Again to Bouchard, top of the point. Now to the right wing, Nugent Hopkins down low. Draisaitl, one-timer, he scores! Leon Draisaitl with that patented one-timer from right along the goal line on the right wing side makes it a one-goal game. It's 3-2.
And that is Leon Draisaitl's office as the Oilers set up. The puck goes to the point. Evan Bouchard to the right-hand side. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins plays that pass down low, and there is no hesitation from Draisaitl. That quick release that surprises a lot of goalies. You know he's going to do this, but just with that quick trigger, squeezes it in glove side on Artur Shilovs.
Leon Draisaitl scores his 7th of the playoffs at 3:36 of the second period to make it 3-2. The time of the goal is brought to you by Crow, your trusted advisors for 55 years. Learn more at crowmackay.ca. Canucks back into the Oiler end. JT Miller chips it behind the net. Desharnais gets it up the far wall, but Quinn Hughes holds in. And Miller at the line dumps it back behind the net, out of the reach of Pius Suter. Kulak on the near side, stretches it to the Vancouver line, tipped in deep by Janmark, and he'll get to it first on the forecheck. Send it in front, it's run off the goalpost by Connor Brown to the left circle. Battle for it, right wing side. Brown gets it free again. Tied up by Hughes behind the goal. The Canuck captain protects the puck down low, spins away from Brown behind his own net, and makes a nice pass up the far side for Suter. Rink wide right wing to center for Miller. Into the Oiler end. Throws on the brakes. Passes across to Mikheyev off the bench. Ilya Mikheyev down the left wing. Forced behind the goal. Hit hard into the end boards by Kulak. But the Oilers can't clear as Boeser lays a bump on McLeod on the near boards. Now gets it right circle. Trying to pass it to the slot for Zadorov. Tipped off a stick back to the Vancouver line. Warren Fogle after it. Ian Cole trying to catch up. Fogle, right circle. Settles. Has a shooting lane. Takes a shot. Cole blocked it and it went wide of the net. Pedersen near corner. Clears up the boards and out to center. Darnell Nurse has it to the red line as we near the 5-minute mark of the second period. Canucks up 3-2 on the Oilers in Game 3. Nurse passes rink wide left wing to center for McLeod, who clears it over the glass and out of play. And we'll have a neutral zone draw upcoming.
And this game is opening up now as the Oilers have gotten some confidence from that goal by Leon Draisaitl. And the Canucks have to be careful here as both goals the Oilers have scored have come on the power play. That's the danger against this team. If you give them that opportunity, 5-on-4, they will make you pay. First time around, it was Ekholm's. Second time around, it was Leon Draisaitl.
So Edmonton 2 for 2 on the power play tonight. 4 for 6 in the series. And that man advantage continues to cause the Canucks fits. As they dump it into the Edmonton end, Evander Kane near side, bumped by Tyler Myers, comes into the high slot. Lindholm tried to play it free for Garland, who missed the pass. And Nugent Hopkins brings it back to the Vancouver line. Tyler Myers takes it there. Goes up the right wing side for Garland. He'll clear it in deep off the glass. Skinner out of the net to handle. Pressured by Lindholm. Leaves far corner for Ceci. Cody Ceci. Pressured on the forecheck. Puck comes loose. Garland with a one-time chance. Right circle after Oman forced the turnover, but he missed the net. And Darnell Nurse is away to center on left wing for Edmonton. Nurse clears it high off the glass into the Canucks zone. Hronik's back to it far corner. Philip Hronik. Near boards for Quinn Hughes. Banks it up the wall. Connor Garland missed it, but it rolls out to center anyway. And Ekholm goes D-to-D to Bouchard on the far side. Oilers back in. Hyman right circle. Long shot. Kicked out by Shelovs. Comes to McDavid right corner. Tried to feed it back to the blue line. Teddy Bluger broke it up. Got it ahead to Connor Garland. Garland hounded by McDavid on the back check. Lost the puck, but Bluger follows up. Gains the red line and dumps it in behind the Edmonton net. Canucks changing. Oilers breaking out. Just over 6 minutes gone. Second period. Vancouver up 3-2 in Game 3. Hyman, left wing to the Canuck line, pinned to the boards by Boeser. McDavid gets it loose. Right circle Bouchard with a shot. Blocked off the stick of JT Miller and out of play. 6:21 into the middle frame. It's the Canucks 3 and the Oilers 2 in Game 3 from Rogers Place in Edmonton on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Carter Honda is on the bandwagon, and it's game time, saving the best deals for the playoffs. Lease a new Honda Civic or HR-V from just 3.49% with plenty of stock to choose from. Or lease the award-winning CR-V from just 2.99%. And yes, that includes the CR-V hybrid model. Come in and ask about the playoff package at Carter Honda, 8th and Burrard, and CarterHonda.com. Let's go!
Treat yourself to something tasty anytime at Max's Bakery and Deli. For breakfast, enjoy decadent pastries and, of course, coffee. For lunch, soup, salads, and sandwiches are seriously tasty favorites. And for lunch or dinner, Max's Deli Case is stocked with 60 freshly made meals and savories. Eat at a cozy table or take it with you. Grab a treat at Max's Bakery and Deli, Vancouver's ultimate sweet escape. Open daily 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 3105 Oak Street. Online at maxsdeli.ca.
As BC's favorite team continues their playoff run, visit any Tiletown location and receive 20% off any regular priced in-stock tile. Locally owned and operated since 1971, Tiletown offers free design and consultation, do-it-yourself supplies, and their Schluter certified staff have the knowledge to help you with your project. Get started today at Tiletown. Visit them at any one of their 3 locations in Victoria, Richmond, and Langley, and online at mytiletown.ca.
Hey, this is Carson Soucy, and you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
You're listening to Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Own your home. Alpine Credits can get your loan approved. Alpine Credits homeowners get approved. Visit alpinecredits.ca. 6:21 into the second period here tonight at Rogers Place in Edmonton. The Canucks up 3-2 on the Oilers in Game 3. Face off of the Vancouver zone to our left, far circle. Miller and Draisaitl to take it. Should mention as well, Chris Knobloch said this morning Draisaitl might play on the wing with McDavid. He might play apart from him. He has not played apart from him at all in this game thus far.
No, they've loaded up with that line.
And Draisaitl wins the draw, but the linesman didn't like the way it was contested. Then in a battle for the puck, Zach Hyman was knocked down by Pius Suter, and now McDavid will have to step in to take this faceoff.
The intensity's really ramped up here in the second period as the Oilers came into this period a lot more motivated. Get that penalty call against the Canucks and take advantage.
McDavid wins the draw. Back to Bouchard. Top of the point. Heavy drive. Shilov's made the save with the glove and held for the whistle.
Came off a face-off win by Connor McDavid. And Bouchard gets a clean lane, but there's nobody in front of Shilovs. He sees it the whole way. This is a guy that can crank out 90-mile-per-hour shots for fun. That one hit 89 miles.
McDavid and Miller again in the face-off circle to the left of Shilovs in the Vancouver zone, and McDavid wins it right wing boards. He'll dart into the corner, watched by Myers, mishandled the puck. Myers pins him to the boards. Miller in to help out, ties up McDavid, and Soucy gets it free behind his own net. He'll clear it high on the backhand and out to center. Ekholm in his own end. Lifts it off the boards for Draisaitl, goes back to Ekholm. Oilers going to set up their breakout. Ekholm, right wing for Bouchard. Delays, has room to skate. Passes left wing for Hyman into the Vancouver zone, forced wide by Miller. He'll carry to the corner. Myers watches him there. Hyman back to Ekholm. Now to the right point for Bouchard. Far corner, Draisaitl. Cycles to the corner. Pius Suter breaks it up, gets it free for Carson Soucy, and the Canucks can break out. Soucy try to pass to center. Boeser missed it. This will be icing against the Canucks, and they won't be able to change. 7:08 into the second period. It's Vancouver 3 and Edmonton 2 in Game 3.
And there's a couple of tired Canucks players here as Suter, Boeser, and Miller have been out there for about a minute and 47 seconds for Myers and Soucy as Nugent Hopkins, Kane, and Holloway come onto the ice.
Miller and Nugent Hopkins will take the draw near circle to our left in the Vancouver end. Oilers out shooting the Canucks 14-13 in the hockey game and 5-2 here in the second period, but the Canucks still have the lead. And Nugent Hopkins wins the draw. Left point, Nurse. Right side, Ceci. Try to pass it to the slot for Kane. He's bumped by Miller. Puck came to the right circle. Holloway got a shot. That went wide. Then Nurse throws it back to the goal off the left wing, and Shilov saves and holds.
And that's outside of a couple of moments in the first period. The Canucks have done a good job of boxing out in front of the net. Everything that Shilovs is saving right now, he's getting a clean look at. And there's been really few rebounds. There's that one chance by Desharnais in the first period where it looked like it was going to be a goal. Quinn Hughes helped save that. But outside of that, Vancouver's done an excellent job of making sure that Shilovs is able to see whatever's being shot in his direction.
Lafferty and Nugent Hopkins near circle. Nugent Hopkins wins it. Back to Nurse. He'll carry into the left corner. Try to centering pass. Blocked by Ian Cole. And found down low by Dylan Holloway. Now middle of the ice. Quick shot by Nurse and a good save by Shilovs as Nurse tried to beat him stick side and the Canuck goaltender held it out. Nurse, right point for Ceci. Tried a shot. It was blocked rather off a stick to the near side for Bluger, and he'll flip it out to center. Oman's after it to the forecheck of the Oiler line. Overskated the puck. Nurse cleared to the point. Batted back deep by Bluger. And then Nurse on the second attempt gets it off the glass and out. Ian Cole behind his own goal for the Canucks. Steps out of the way of a hit attempt from Evander Kane. Got it ahead to Bluger. Now right wing to center for Oman, who chips it deep into the Oiler end. Nurse banks it left wing to center out of the reach of Fogle. Comes to Corey Perry behind the Vancouver net near circle. Fogle with a one-timer, and Shilovs is there to make another good stop in tight. Perry parking himself in front of the crease. Hronek tries to clear him out, and a crowd will form as a result.
And in this game, Game 3, Corey Perry trying to influence the series a little bit more. He's been pretty silent the first two games, but he's in that blue paint after the whistles a little bit more here. Trying to get maybe into the mind of a young Artur Shilovs, and trust me, he's got a lot of experience doing that over the years. But the Canucks having a lot more of one-and-done shifts in the offensive zone. Either they're camped out in their own zone a little too much, and by the time they get to the blue line, it's a simple dump, and then you go on a change. They're going to have to up the ozone time a little bit here.
Face-off near circle, won by Lindholm to the near corner for Philip Hronek, and he'll flip it high in the air and out. Joshua right wing. Battling with Kulak, lost the puck. It's dumped back into the Vancouver end. Icing waved off. Shilovs leaves his crease and drops it to Hughes behind the net. Hughes gets it around the glass, near side for Garland. Couldn't clear the zone. Kulak holds in. Behind the net. Oilers will set up shop down low in the Vancouver zone. And it's sent back to the left point. Kulak with a drive, blocked off a skate in front of the net. Canucks can't clear. Perry on the end boards, tied up by Hronek. Fogle in to help out. Spinning away from Hughes, brings it to the left corner. Fogle back to the line, tried to get it to Kulak. It's broken up by Garland here. He comes with speed to the Oiler line. Connor Garland, top of the near circle, turns and shoots. Kulak blocked it. Cleared it middle of the ice, out to center, only as far as Elias Lindholm, who leaves at his own blue line for Tyler Myers, with both teams completing changes. Canucks dump it in again. Skinner out of his crease to handle. Far corner for Desharnais. Played it up the boards to McDavid, watched by Mikheyev. Banks it out to center for Draisaitl. He's tied up by Pettersson in front of the benches and has to play it back to Desharnais in his own end. Vincent Desharnais, near boards for Brett Kulak. Gave it away to Myers of the red line. Canucks dump it in again. 9.5 minutes into the second period. It's Vancouver 3 and Edmonton 2 as Linus Karlsson gets it left corner. Protecting the puck from Draisaitl on the boards. Gets it free to Elias Pettersson. Back to the left point. Carson Soucy, long wrist shot blocked by a crowd of bodies in front. Suter was after the rebound, couldn't get to it. And it's Draisaitl leading the rush to center for the Oilers instead to McDavid, who's knocked down by Soucy. But they gain the Vancouver line. Center for Draisaitl. He hit the goalpost. Sprung in clean on net by Zach Hyman. Draisaitl looked like he had Shilov's beat stick side, but it hit the post and stayed out. Now Bouchard, right circle, makes a move. Gets a shot. Stopped or blocked by Soucy, who goes down in a heap. And McDavid gets it left boards. Soucy back to his feet, has to give Shilov's goal stick back to him as Boeser gets it out to center. And the Canucks dodge yet another bullet from the Oilers offense.
Couple of very close calls.
And now Edmonton goes offside of the Vancouver blue line with 9:42 left in the second period. It's the Canucks 3 and the Oilers 2 in Game 3 on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey, streaming on the Sportsnet app and along the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Navigating the seas of business, the waves can be unpredictable and overwhelming. Stay on course with Crow's trusted advisors. From startups to seasoned enterprises, Crow offers advice that protects and strategies that succeed. Because every smart decision begins with expert advice. Visit crowmackay.ca to learn more. Crow, smart decisions, lasting value.
Coming soon to a backyard near you. Just when you thought it was safe to go outside, they're not here for the flowers. They're here for you. They're coming for your food. They're coming for your fun. And if you resist, they will attack. Wasps. Protect your home with Westside Pest Control. Westside Pest Control has the tools and know-how to eliminate your wasp problem. Don't live in fear. WestsidePestControl.com.
Hey, this is Connor Garland.
It's 4-0 Canucks with 6:41 left in the second.
And you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet Radio Network.
Jack 96.9 is playing whatever, and they're giving away tickets to every Canucks home playoff game. Tune into Jack weekday mornings for your chance to win. Just tell your smart speaker to play Jack 96.9. And a special hello to our listeners on the island tuning into Jack 103.1 in Victoria. 9:42 left in the second period of Game 3. Canucks leading the Oilers 3-2, and a face-off of the Edmonton zone near circle is won by JT Miller. Back to the right point for Ian Cole. Dumps it into the corner. Miller was pushed into the boards by Nugent Hopkins, who comes away with the puck. Then Janmark was knocked down by Suter away from the play. Both plays go unpenalized, and the Oilers dump it in. Ian Cole up the near boards for JT Miller, bundled into the wall. Deep in his own end by Janmark. Puck is underneath it. Dug free to the line for Darnell Nurse. Right point, Cody Ceci. Challenged by Boeser. Clears it behind the net. Miller lays a huge hit on Janmark behind the goal. Got his own back. But the Oilers keep possession. Nugent Hopkins left wing. Rims it behind the Canuck goal. Zadorov's got it on the inboards. Chased out from behind the net by Connor Brown. Nikita Zadorov Pressured by Janmark down low. Protected the puck behind his own net. Still has it near boards. Janmark after it. They'll battle for it on the wall. Zadorov got it free, but it's sent back deep. Left corner for Ryan McLeod. He's tied up by Elias Lindholm. Now Pius Suter gets it loose. Drops it for Ian Cole in his own end, and he'll flip it out to center for Brock Boeser. Boeser, left wing to the Oiler line, dumps it in. Canucks will complete a change. Lindholm on the forecheck, can't get to the puck. Nurse reamed it around to the near side for Fogle. He was hit by Joshua, but got it free for Ryan McLeod. McLeod, left wing to the Vancouver line, forced wide by Garland and then Hronek. McLeod takes it behind the Canuck net, try to pass right circle, directed towards the goal, off the skate of Kulak. It bounced off a body, and Shilov's had to make a save and hold on with 8:21 now remaining in the second period. Canucks up 3-2, and a scrum in front of the net ends up with a linesman on top of Corey Perry on the ice.
Yet again, for the fourth time in this period, Corey Perry having a chat in front of the goaltender, and a battle going on between JT Miller and Matthias Janmark. Janmark drilled JT in the left corner as he was coming back into the zone. And then JT Miller gets his revenge, going shoulder to shoulder, drilling him behind the Canucks net as Janmark went back at him after, but a little bit of a battle there, and Janmark showing some grip. But we know JT Miller, one of the premier power forwards in the game, when he gets angry, he can lay the body with the best of them.
Face off to the left of Shilovs of the Vancouver zone. And Bluger wins it from Draisaitl behind his own net to Quinn Hughes. Key face-off win with a bit of a mismatch in terms of the lines out there. And the Canucks get it to the Oiler line, and Lafferty dumps it in. Bluger on the forecheck, digs it free left corner for Oman. Tried to rim it back behind the goal. I think it hit the referee, and Draisaitl gets it free to Bouchard. Now for McDavid to center. Canucks are changing. McDavid, right wing. Here's Draisaitl with a lane to the goal. Shoots, stopped by Shilovs off the blocker, and he covers up the rebound too. The young Latvian continues to come up big as he stops Leon Draisaitl point blank. And it's still 3-2 Vancouver.
It's the initial save, but also the reaction right after that. This is Leon Draisaitl, one of the best goal scorers in the league, coming down the right-hand side with speed, and an excellent blocker save by Shilovs, and then covers up with the glove. The poise to make the save originally, and then ensure that there's no rebound to clean up.
Miller and Draisaitl on the draw to the right of Shilovs. Draisaitl thrown out of the circle, so McDavid will step in instead. Canucks up 3-2 in Game 3 with 7:57 remaining in the second period. Inside a packed and loud Rogers Place in Edmonton. Canucks win the draw. Suter far corner. Plays it down low for Ian Cole. He got it high around the glass, and it bounced off Bouchard into the Vancouver bench. So the faceoff's going to stay in the Canucks zone.
And the Canucks kind of resorting back to their game in the third period of Game 2, where the shots right now are 11-2. We're seeing a lot more flipping of the puck into the neutral zone, so you got to be careful with that. That's not what Rick Tocchet wants. Of course, you want to relieve the pressure, but that just gives Edmonton opportunities to come into your zone with speed yet again.
Leon Draisaitl's had a couple of grade A point-blank chances off the rush in his last couple of shifts. Hit the post on the first one. Was stopped by Shilovs on the second one. You cannot afford to continue gifting one of the top players in the world that many good looks. Pius Suter breaks up a pass at center, clears it into the Oilers zone. Boeser's after it right wing on the forecheck. Pushed to the boards by Ekholm. Well, I believe broke his stick over Boeser with a cross-check, and it's going to be an Oiler penalty. Ekholm goes off, and the Canucks go to the man advantage with 7.5 minutes left in the second period.
And this should help relieve some of the pressure here, as Mattias Ekholm not happy with the call. He's complaining the whole way to the penalty box, letting the officials know.
Minor penalty, cross-checking.
It's a tough one to argue when the stick is, well, that's a tough one on Mattias Ekholm because it doesn't even hit him that hard. The stick just shatters, but the evidence is there, and that's what the refs go by there. So the Canucks, I didn't get lucky on that one. That wasn't from some of the stuff we've seen in this game, that was actually pretty light.
But the stick breaks, and oftentimes they make the call just because of that. In fact, Chris Rooney, the referee who made the call, went before he announced that penalty, picked up the broken stick and held it aloft in front of the Oilers bench as if to say, look, here it is. Here's the evidence. Caught red-handed. Now here's Hughes with a burst of speed. Left wing to the Oiler line. Shot right on. Stopped by Skinner from a tough angle, and Desharnais clears it all the way back down on Arthur Shilovs. Shilovs for Hughes in his own zone. Canucks already 1 for 1 on the power play tonight, looking for another one to match the Oilers' 2 power play goals in this game. Elias Pettersson in his own end. Pressured by McLeod, middle of the ice, knocked him down, gave the puck away, and Fogle brings it in right wing. Try to rink-wide pass intended for McLeod, batted away by Boeser, and Lindholm's out to center. He'll leave for Hughes at his own blue line. Hughes drops to Boeser. Canucks struggling to get through the neutral zone now, but Boeser gains the Oiler line, right boards for Lindholm. He'll dump it to the end wall. McLeod behind his own net, cleared it near side. Lindholm does well to protect it from Fogle, played it back to the line, but it was out of the reach of Quinn Hughes, and he's got to take it back into his own end.
And the Oilers not giving the Canucks an inch in the attacking zone. First of all, the entries were difficult. Before that, the neutral zone was tough to penetrate through.
Miller, left wing to the Oiler line, tipped it into the offensive zone. Play broken up by Janmark. Dropped it back to Desharnais, tried to clear the zone. Pettersson knocked it down with his stick. It actually knocked the stick out of his hands and came out to center anyway. Now Miller passes back in on the right wing for Boeser. Dumps it cross ice left corner. Joshua off the bench has it. Feeds the point for Garland. Onto the ice too. Connor Garland darting down the left wing wall. Just over 20 seconds left in the power play. Plays a give and go with Miller behind the net. Now Garland to the top of the point for Zadorov. Try to pass left circle. Garland missed it. Comes to Miller down low. Pushed to the boards by Desharnais. Plays it free to Zadorov. Left point. Back to JT Miller. Now to Zadorov at the line. Right circle Boeser. Doesn't have a shooting lane. Goes across the zone to Miller left boards. Dying seconds of the power play. Back to Boeser right wing. Threw it out front. Joshua was there. Couldn't tip it home. Miller holds in left wing for Garland. Spinning in the corner. Away from Desharnais. Ekholm's back onto the ice. Canucks are 1 for 2 on the power play. The Oilers break up a pass and Matthias Ekholm will clear it to center himself. And the puck is dumped in by Connor Brown. Hronek in his own zone for Vancouver. Skates it right wing to center and dumps it in with just over 5 minutes left in the second period. And Vancouver leading game 3, 3-2 in Edmonton. Now here's McDavid to the Vancouver line with speed. Delays on the near boards. Drops to Ekholm. One-timer stopped by Shilov. He cleared the rebound to Hronek at the near circle. And Philip Hronek passes in front of his own net for Ian Cole. Try to go back to Hronek. It was out of his reach, but comes to Bluger right wing at center, and he dumps it into the Oiler end. Kevin Bouchard behind his own goal for Edmonton. Passes up the right wing. A huge hit as Ian Cole just stepped into Leon Draisaitl. As he tried to gain the Vancouver line, Draisaitl goes straight off for a change, and the Canucks dump it back the other way. Bouchard behind his own net for McDavid, middle of the ice. Feeds left wing for Ekholm. Here come the Oilers with numbers. Ekholm near boards for Hyman. Drops to Ekholm. Long bouncing shot deflected wide of the net. And Evander Kane's got it down low. Tried to center for Hyman. Broken up by Lindholm. And Karlsson gets it out to center for Mikheyev, who clears it deep into the Edmonton zone. Nurse leaves for Kane behind his own net. 4 minutes left, second period. Vancouver up 3-2. Here from Rogers Place in Edmonton in Game 3 of this second round best-of-7 series. Dylan Holloway can't receive a pass cleanly at center. Pius Suter drops it back into his own end for Zadorov. Nice feed up the right wing. Garland tips it deep. Skinner out of the net to handle. Fanned on a clearing attempt up the near board. Suter holds in but has to battle on the wall, and Evander Kane gets it loose for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Centering pass tipped to the Canuck line. Ceci leaves. Nugent-Hopkins shoots from long range, and it's held out by Artur Shilovs for the whistle. 3:32 left in the second. Canucks lead the Oilers 3-2 on Alpine Credits Canucks playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
What are you reading?
The email with detailed pricing on Parksville 96 in Surrey. This is awesome, and they're on sale now.
Are you going for the luxury package or the investor pricing?
One of each. A place to live and a mortgage helper down the road.
I can't believe the location and amenities. The park, SkyTrain, and so much to do right in the building.
And I can walk to work at the hospital and save a ton on gas and commuting time.
Let's do it.
Your feet, the silent workhorses of your body. They've danced you through life's highs, sprinted you through challenges, even stood firm on the green for that last putt. But even the strongest of supporters need support. That's where Kintec comes in. Not just with shoes, but with custom orthotics that ensure every step is aligned and comfortable. Visit kintec.net and discover how orthotics can transform your every step.
Do you want to play where the Canucks play? And no, I'm not talking Rogers Arena. It's Northview Golf and Country Club. Dan Murphy here. It's easy to see why Northview is the official golf course of the Vancouver Canucks. 2 championship courses designed by Arnold Palmer, world-class facilities, and Duffy's Sports Grill, the perfect spot to finish off a great day. Or if you're like me, perhaps start the day. Northview, designed by the King, open to all. Book a tee time now at northviewgolf.com.
Hey, this is Rick Tocchet, and you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
Get your tickets for the Canucks online 50-50 draw. Go to Canucks.com/5050 to enter. Ticket sales close at the end of the second intermission. Must be 19 plus and located in BC at the time of purchase to play. Know your limit. Play within it. 3:32 remaining in the second period. In Game 3, the Canucks lead the Oilers 3-2. Vancouver goals from Elias Lindholm and 2 from Brock Boeser. The Canucks win a faceoff in their own zone. It's Ekholm and Draisaitl who have scored for Edmonton, both on the power play. Niels Oman at the Oiler line, battling for the puck. Can't find it. And now we get a penalty away from the play. Cross-checking called. I think Linus Karlsson might have taken this one in the back as he's going slowly to the Canuck bench.
Edmonton minor penalty, cross-checking.
And it's Darnell Nurse headed to the sin bin, and the Canucks to their 3rd power play of the game.
That home one might have been debatable. Not this one near the Oilers' blue line, as the battle along the boards and good position by Karlsson. And it's on the way down. Oilers fans don't like this. Nurse kind of leans on him here. A little bit of a cross-check, but he certainly takes down Linus Karlsson, who's a bit off balance. 2-minute penalty, and the Canucks power play have an opportunity to strike here again. Chris Knobloch does not like that call. And Carson Soucy is not on the Canucks bench right now. Something to note.
Keep an eye on his status here as the game progresses. Oilers win the draw, and Ekholm fires it all the way down on Artur Shilovs. Quinn Hughes from behind his own goal skates up the right wing. Drops it back into his own end for Brock Boeser. Boeser, right wing to center. Try to rink wide pass. Tipped off a stick in deep. Desharnais back to it. Pressure by Pettersson on the forecheck. Got it to the point, and Quinn Hughes can't hold in. Hughes, near side for Lindholm. Back to Hughes with a lane middle of the ice into the Oiler and passes left boards for JT Miller. Miller down the wall. Goes back to Hughes at the line. Right circle. Lindholm tips it to the near half boards for Pettersson. He'll funnel it behind the net for Boeser. Swings it around to Miller left wing. Passes into the high slot for Lindholm. Again to Miller left boards. Back to Lindholm middle of the ice. Now to Hughes right point. Back to Miller. Left circle. Takes a shot. Tip by Lindholm. He scores! Lindholm got it to the net, and guess who dug it home? It's Brock Boeser. And Boeser has the hat trick for sure this time. It's 4-2 Vancouver with 2:25 left of the second, or maybe he doesn't. Now it's Lindholm leading the line of players back to the bench. I thought Boeser jammed that home.
Well, they were both.
What does he have to do to get the hat trick, Randy?
This game there's still some time left here, Batch, but this was a play where both Lindholm and Boeser were in the neighborhood, and JT Miller hits a streak in Elias Lindholm down the middle of the ice, through the middle, right towards Stuart Skinner, and a good job by Lindholm to handle the puck, settle it down, and then JT hits Lindholm, and it's all Lindholm who hits it with the backhand. It goes off the post and in. This is all Elias Lindholm on the backhand and just gets it past the toe of Stuart Skinner.
I said it was Boeser's hat trick for sure. Famous last words. It's Lindholm who's got his 2nd of the game and 5th of the playoffs. At 17:35 of the second period, and the Canucks lead 4-2 in Game 3. The time of the goal is brought to you by Crow, your trusted advisors for 55 years. Learn more at crowmackay.ca. Oilers dump it back into the Vancouver zone on left wing. Draisaitl's after it to the forecheck. Dakota Joshua gets it behind his own goal. Clears it up the far side, and Teddy Bluger helps it out to center ice. Brett Kulak in his own end. Bank pass left wing intended for Draisaitl at the Canuck line. Broken up by Myers, and Linus Karlsson dumps it back the other way. Evan Bouchard behind his own goal, beginning the breakout under 2 minutes left, second period. Try to stretch pass to the Vancouver line. Comes near circle to Draisaitl as Holloway dropped it to him, but Hronek breaks up the play, got it out to center. But it went high in the air, hit the camera, and deflected down. The Oilers are asking for a puck over glass penalty, but this very clearly hit the camera. And they're going to have a chat about it, will the officials. I cannot imagine they're going to call this a penalty. But again, we're 1 for 1 already tonight, so we might be wrong on this one.
Yeah, don't test your luck there, Batch, because we've seen what happened all year long, but this is a play where it looks like it might have been the fans are asking for it, the players are asking for it. It doesn't look like it's going to be a call on this one.
And the faceoff stays in the Vancouver zone, no penalty. So Lindholm and Boeser each with 2 goals now. And the Canucks with a 2-goal lead in Game 3 with 89 seconds left in the second period. Face-off of the Vancouver zone near circle. Won by Lindholm back to the corner. Hughes Suter dumps it behind his own net for Zadorov. Up the far side for JT Miller. Flips it middle of the ice. Hronek tips it out of the zone. Lindholm, right wing for Hronek, then up the boards for Hughes Suter, and he'll deflect it into the Oilers zone. Clearly interfered with on the near boards by Nugent Hopkins, who took him down well after the puck was gone, but play continues. And Evander Kane is hammered into the Oilers bench by Nikita Zadorov. He ran over him like a freight train. Jammed Kane into the bench. And now they're going to call Zadorov for roughing. As he continued to go after Kane, Zadorov cannot believe it. He is livid. And the Oilers are getting a power play out of this.
And he absolutely launched Evander Kane into the bench. As Evander Kane is smiling, as the Oilers are going to get a power play out of this. Zadorov not happy. A huge hit originally. And there is a bit of a conference going on here with the referees now to discuss. And a smirk on Evander Kane's face.
And now Zadorov's getting into it with the penalty box attendant because he wanted to open the door to talk to the refs.
91, minor penalty roughing. Edmonton bench, minor penalty roughing.
So coincidental penalties. As someone on the Oilers bench must have given Zadorov a shove.
Or held on to him.
And Zadorov actually got Evander Kane's skate in the side of the head in all this. But yeah, he hits him into the bench and then he tries to make sure he pushes him down as they're engaged.
I'll tell you one thing, Evander Kane, after getting rocked like that, had a big smile on his face.
Well, he thought he'd drawn the power play, but that is not the case now.
It looked like Zadorov was actually grabbed by somebody on the bench, and that's why he hung around there a little bit more. So that could explain the coincidental minor.
Oilers are not happy. As McDavid is all over the referees. And this isn't anything new. We saw it in Game 2 throughout the game. The Oilers like to work the refs. They do it all night. They're doing it now. But this will be 4-on-4 for 2 minutes with 1:04 left in the second period, and the Canucks up 4-2.
One thing's for sure, the temperature has gone up in this game, in the crowd, but also on the ice, as both benches really into this.
Face-off of the Vancouver zone to our left, far circle. Miller and Draisaitl to take the draw. Miller won the face-off, but the linesman didn't like the way it was contested, so they'll do it again. And do you know the irony of all this? Is coming out of this period, the talking point in Edmonton is going to be the officials. A day after Mark Spector wrote a column about how the talking point is always the officials in Vancouver.
It's the irony there is amazing.
Delicious, you might say.
We can actually see Spec from our Perch here. He's to my left.
We love Spec. He's good people. And he's certainly got a lot of people in Vancouver riled up. Here's Draisaitl, right circle. Trying to pass through the slot. He had a clean lane to the net, but Miller broke it up and tipped it out to center. 40 seconds left in the second period. Bouchard takes it behind his own net. And now we'll skate it right wing to the red line. Evan Bouchard into the Vancouver zone. Left circle, Draisaitl. Forced wide by Myers. Goes back to the point for Nurse. Now to the right side for Bouchard. Draisaitl high slot. Pressured by Boeser. Wanted to get a shot away. Boeser forces him to the boards. Pins him to the wall. Bouchard gets it free. Now it comes back to Draisaitl, left boards again. Boeser's in his face. Draisaitl fights through the check towards the goal. High slot. One-timer for Nurse. Stopped by Shelov's rebound. Shelovs makes another save on the secondary opportunity from Bouchard to the right circle. And the Canucks get it out to center as the period comes to a close. With an exclamation point from Artur Shelovs, it's 4-2 Canucks through 40 minutes.
The kid's got 19 saves in this game and a couple big ones. First, at the end of the first period, he made a couple of big saves. And here, yet again, as the second period was coming to a close. But the Vancouver Canucks eat a lot of pressure in that period. Still trade goals with the Oilers. And that was a period where Edmonton outshot Vancouver 14-4. But Vancouver's coming out of that period with the the momentum, the confidence to say, all right, you threw your best shot at us, and we just traded goals. So it's still a 2-goal lead for Vancouver.
And it's time for Canucks Central at the intermission with Satyar Shah, Bick Nazar, and Brett Festerling.
This is Canucks Central at the intermission on the official home of the Canucks. Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Lindholm, right wing for Hronek, then up the boards for Pius Suter, and he'll deflect it into the Oilers' zone. Clearly interfered with on the near boards by Nugent Hopkins, who took him down well after the puck was gone, but play continues. And Evander Kane is hammered into the Oilers bench by Nikita Zadorov. He ran over him like a freight train. Jammed Kane into the bench.
Canucks and Oilers trade goals. Canucks maintain a 2-goal lead, 4-2 on Edmonton on the road. Game 3, Canucks and Oilers series tied at 1. Satyar Shah, Brett Festerling, and Bick Nazar here on Canucks Central at the intermission. Keep getting your thoughts in on the Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. We'll interact with you as the show goes on. Another couple goals, an eventful second period, a bit of a video review on a puck that was on the line. Didn't look like a cross, but they had to review it. So a lot happened in that second period, and Edmonton certainly came out strong after being down 2 goals after the first.
Yeah, you would expect a response being down 2, and they brought it certainly with a lot of pressure. I don't know if it was overwhelmingly high danger chances. It felt like some heavy shots that Shelovs was willing to combat. But
the 2 clear cuts by Draisaitl were the best chances, and one goes off the post and one Shelovs makes a great save.
But I'm just looking at the high danger stats here. It comes out as 4-1. It felt a lot more severe than that, but where the Canucks stand right now, they're all right as they trade goals in that period.
Yeah. For the most part, I think, Draisaitl's are the dangerous ones.
Yeah.
One's a broken play, and the other one, he's just keeping speed. Like, those guys are really good.
He gets a full head of steam from his own goal line, and he is flying up the ice.
Yeah, so I think they did a pretty good job of keeping most of the stuff the outside, and on top of it, I think Shelovs did a good job of being quiet and closing those down and not giving those rebounds. So, good job on them, but again, I think that level's going to go up here in the third.
He's been unbelievable, right? We'll talk about the review, but even outside of that, like it was some low-high plays and some Oilers players just uncorking them from top of the circles and just getting some heavy shots on, and there was no rebounds. It was just he's sucked in, or if it was dropped right in front of him, and he was quick on it.
There's a few, and there's a couple of real close chances as well, and he just kind of swallows that puck up. He's been terrific between the pipes, but let's break down the 2 goals that happened. And his first, Edmonton making it a 1-goal game at the time after Filip Hronek had a holding penalty on Corey Perry, and this happens after the puck trickles on the line. Shelovs puts his glove over it. It gets reviewed. The goal does not stand because you can't clearly tell if the puck crossed the line or not. And I don't think the puck did either based on what we saw. It would be pretty hard for the entire puck to be across the line based on the angles that we saw. Nonetheless, the penalty happens, but you probably take the penalty given if Hronek doesn't do it, that's a puck going into the empty net.
It's probably a much cleaner redirect by Corey Perry, and he's got his arm, he's got his right arm clearly, but you'll take that trade off. You'll delay the goal, I get it, but could have been a goal 5-on-5 there.
Yeah, good penalty.
Yeah, and I mean, Shelovs does a good job, too, just to get on that puck. But nonetheless, the goal was inevitable, as this Edmonton power play looks to be in the postseason. And initially, it was the Canucks having the best chance. Oman had a 2-on-1. And this is something that we kind of saw for the first period and parts of the second period, where the Canucks, instead of just getting rid of the puck, they're holding on to it a beat. And all of a sudden, they can see the space evolve in front of them. And on that play, Oman gets on that puck, and his first inclination is to throw the puck down, but then takes a beat and looks up. And the next thing you know, they have a 2-on-1 going the other way.
And D-Man willing to jump up and make it a 3-on-2.
Yeah, exactly. Just take any opportunities given to you. And Joshua does a nice little pass actually to Oman to get that shot in the circle.
And what's odd about this is they end up getting an offensive zone faceoff while shorthanded. And so it's Pettersson and McCabe that go out there. Oilers win the draw. And from the breakout, Bouchard hits Hyman, stretched all the way out. And you kind of look at this, and I'm curious if Pettersson's maybe in a bind here, even at the offensive blue line. We always talk about 5-on-4, what decisions you have to make. It looks like he's tracking McDavid and opens up space for Hyman. This long pass to Bouchard.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's just concerned with McDavid winding it up, right? You can see McDavid just kind of circling, just a shark in the neutral zone, ready to get speed somewhere.
Yeah.
Whoever has a puck, he's just trying to get speed and going behind him. I think I'm giving up Hyman every single time.
Probably, yeah.
For that pass over getting McDavid with speed. So it's
pick your poison a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't mind that play, and I don't think they do much wrong on that penalty kill.
No, and honestly, it's like the first PK. I thought the first PK was tremendous, and then, the shot goes off Myers, and the puck falls to Ekholm, and he has the empty net to score. This one, not quite as fortuitous with the bounce, but as late on the power play, the Canucks have done a good job on the kill, and this is maybe the only misstep we've seen from Artur Shilovs in this game so far. He kind of gets caught looking over his right shoulder, the right shoulder of a player in front of him. The puck goes towards the other side, and he just can't get to his post fast enough from Leon Draisaitl. And give Draisaitl credit. I mean, I don't think there's a player who's cleaner at getting that shot through from the goal line than he is. But if Shilovs reads that puck tracks the puck a little bit better, he probably makes that save.
Yeah, but such is the value of how fast they make their plays, right? And it's a tough spot for Shilovs to get to that post that quick. And it's Leon Draisaitl. He's so fantastic.
Yeah, he is. He gets good wood on it, and it's accurate. Mm-hmm. But then it's Hyman in front too, right? He's one of the best guys in the league at getting on the crease, getting in goalie's eyes, just battling kind of the defenseman. It probably puts the defenseman on the wrong side, so he can't box out properly. And then pre-scout, they know he's going to shoot it there if he's down low. That's an option. So it's just you get 3-4 inches off your post, and there's an option for it to go in.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the only misstep at all from Shilovs, if you want to call it that even. And because after that, he makes a huge save on Nurse when the puck came from a low-high play. He flashes his pad out to make the save. Makes a save on Fogle. Also low-high play, a pass from Corey Perry. And then Draisaitl, 2 chances, clear cut coming inside. The one goes off the post, so a bit of a luck for the Canucks, and been a few posts here from Edmonton in this game to you can take the bounces that go your way, and they have so far. And the best save he may have made was on Draisaitl in alone, and he swallows up the chance. So a few big time saves after Edmonton had made it a 1-goal game.
Yeah, they've hit 4. Now some of them are outside of the post, but nevertheless they've hit 4. And it's the Draisaitl one that really stands out. You kind of breathe a sigh of relief. We're like, all right, you got away with that one, especially when an exchange there, similar to what we saw last game. Now it was at the other blue line, but a coming together between McDavid and Soucy, and Hyman spots Draisaitl. Pettersson, for me, can probably pick up Draisaitl a lot better.
Yeah, I think he could just have be above. You've heard talk about being above guys. He can definitely be above Draisaitl because he just loses that foot, and then by the time he realizes that Draisaitl's not stopping, it's too late. But then give credit to Shilovs on the second opportunity. Draisaitl, he tries the same move, backhand, forehand, low blocker, and Shilovs shuts it down. So that's him coming up big on a huge play.
Yeah, massive from him. And Edmonton was really tilting the ice in their favor. And not too long after that, Carson Soucy went to the room after blocking a shot from Evan Bouchard. We'll see if he does come back for the third period. Did not return for the remainder of the second period, so we'll keep a close eye on Carson Soucy's status. The Canucks finally get on the power play again. Ekholm cross-check on Boeser. And this one, I mean, it's a bit of bad luck for Ekholm, honestly. He comes across with a stick. It's not a real cross-check, but his stick breaks, and the Canucks get the call. A bit fortuitous again for the Canucks getting this call going in their favor. However, this power play, a bit stinky for Vancouver. It never really gets set up, and the best chance they have is probably when the penalty kind of expired and the second unit was out there.
Yeah, they didn't generate much, right? They didn't really ever set up any forecheck or get any positioning. It's just that draw pass is so read by Edmonton, and they're not hitting it with a lot of speed. Edmonton forces the guy on the wall that's stagnant on the blue line, and they just don't get anything. It actually seemed to suck a little momentum out of Vancouver for that one.
What an opportunity, too, because it's Ekholm in the box, right? You think one of their main PKers, this is a chance to just stabilize some footing back into the game, because there had been those Draisaitl rush opportunities. How do you stabilize this again? You got this power play opportunity to start working your way back into the game, and It what was the term you used? Stinky?
Yeah, it was stinky. It was a pretty stinky power play. But hey, you know what? The Canucks had kind of been on their back heel for much of the period. But after that, they started stringing a few plays together. I think, when we talked about how the coach mentioned he wants guys to hold on to the puck, and we mentioned in the first intermission how well the Canucks did that. And even on the PK and the Lindholm chance, the Oman 2-on-1, that they did a good job holding on to the puck. The pressure that Edmonton, when they turned it up, was when the Canucks were kind of off the glass, chipping it out 50-50s. and that coincided with the real pressure Edmonton have, you see the game plan, right? Or you also see the execution. If you can hold on to the puck, you get space, you can control the game. If you don't, it's going to be wave after wave from Edmonton.
And one of their best chances in that period was a Mikheyev 2-on-1. Who's holding onto the puck in the defensive zone to look for a play? It's Linus Karlsson, fresh into the lineup. There's someone who just out of the zone. He has Pettersson on a 2-1, but he chooses to shoot it himself.
Yeah, and a decent chance for Vancouver. Now, the Canucks get another power play opportunity. This one, Nurse cross-checking Karlsson. Now, I know Edmonton's not too happy about these penalties, but nonetheless, it's a bit of a cross-check. He gets it. And this time, the Canucks power play comes through, and the man who opened up the scoring was Elias Lindholm, tipping in a Brock Boeser shot to make it 1-0 on the man advantage. And Lindholm, yet again, this time in front, putting the puck past Stuart Skinner to make it 4-2.
Scores 4th earlier. Now it's his 5th goal on the of the playoffs, and we'll get to the goal, but the work he does at the top of the play, and we've discussed this about being the passer in the bumper spot. There's teams that have done it, and Bergeron, when he's with the Bruins, is my favorite example. The work he does to just set it up and not just take a pass and send a pass, but also move to receive the next one. It's unreal work.
Yeah, it's a little masterclass in bumper. If you want to know what the bumper's supposed to do, they just play this pig in the middle game with those high forwards, and he does an incredible job of releasing that pressure and then getting open for the play that eventually becomes the goal.
He looked like that, like a holding midfielder in soccer.
Yes,
it's like you pass it and you got to move. Like the next pass is going to come your way, and he did it to perfection. And then getting to the slot with a slot pass coming back into you when it's in your feet in a confined space and get it out of your feet and into towards the net. Just tremendous work by Lindholm.
Yeah, great stuff from him, and his 5th goal of the postseason. Where would the Canucks be if they don't trade for him at the deadline? Yeah, it's a massive acquisition, paying big dividends here in Game 3 between the Canucks and Oilers. And then a bit of drama towards the end of the period. Zadorov hitting Evander Kane into the bench, and it looked like Zadorov was trying to hold Kane down in the Oilers bench, and he gets a penalty for roughing, but Edmonton has also assessed the bench minor. Now, it's Corey Perry getting the bench minor, but really, the minor should have gone to Evander Kane for holding Zadorov's stick, because on the play, Brett, what can you do in that point? You're hitting a guy into the bench, he falls over and he holds your stick, and you can tell on the replays, Zadorov's not trying to hold him down, he's trying to get his stick and trying to get out of the bench.
Yeah, it's a good call by the refs. I don't know if you want to clip that. That actually said that, but I think it's a really good call because it's a great hit. It's a great moment for the Canucks in just the game to elevate that intensity. But you're right. It looks from afar like Zadorov's trying to get that extra. You're not allowed to get that extra push him in or flip the legs or whatever it is. But it looks off the start like we're going to be down for that, and then they get it right. But Kane obviously is going to hold and try to get the extra as well.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch how that develops now over the next 20. As we know, it's been developing, but is there another chapter in the final 20 minutes
we'll see.
or beyond?
Canucks have a 2-goal lead, so we'll see what happens. A couple texts to get through here before we get out. Pardeep says, how much crying were McDavid and Knobloch doing? Will Spector write an article about that? We'll see. Well, there's some booing by the official, by the fans as well. So I guess that happens in other markets as well. Who would have thought? Who'd have thought? All right, Canucks up 4-2 on the Edmonton Oilers. We'll get to more of your reaction on the post-game show, but the third period calls next. Batch and Randeep on Home of Your Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Hey, it's Satyar Shah from Sportsnet 650. Wildfires have the power to drastically change lives in BC, and as wildfires become more frequent and intense, we can all take proactive measures to protect our province, our homes, and our communities. BCAA and FireSmart BC have joined forces to help educate British Columbians in wildfire prevention and preparedness. Get FireSmart with BCAA and FireSmart BC. For tips and resources, visit bcaa.com/firesmart.
How many emails, text messages, notifications for calendar reminders of meetings you don't want to go to are all waiting for you to deal with right now? Well, your legendary escape from it all awaits. The number 5 Orange is open right now. That's a meeting invite worth accepting. Pre-game, post-game, even during the game. The number 5 Orange.
Angry Otter Liquor, you're at home here.
It's playoff time across BC, and Angry Otter Liquor is thrilled to rally with hockey fans on the road to the Cup. Score big at Angry Otter Liquor, your ultimate hockey headquarters. Ice-cold game day beer, spirits for every level of team spirit, and snacks to fuel your victory celebrations. Explore game day essentials with Angry Otter Liquor and celebrate every win with the perfect drink. You don't have to be a member, but it pays to be one. Learn more at angryotterliquor.crs.
As you get ready for hunting season, whether your game is bear or anything else, it's time to head to Siwash Sports. Rifles, shotguns, optics, accessories, ammo, whatever you need, Siwash has it. Get your guns serviced or upgrade your gear with brands you trust. They even have 410 in stock, as well as paintball, pellet, and airsoft gear. At BC's newest Browning and Winchester dealer, the Fraser Valley's Siwash Sports, in Chilliwack and online at siwashsports.ca.
BCers love hockey, and they also love burgers. What's even better is saving 20% off takeout during the playoffs. Order White Spot online and save 20% off with code SAVE20. Not valid on May 12th, June 16th, or on pirate packs and alcohol. Only at whitespot.ca.
Door to door or port to port, All Cargo Express is the leading Canadian international freight forwarder, importing and exporting vehicles, heavy equipment, commercial goods, and personal effects. All Cargo Express offers ocean, air, rail, and truck services right to your door. With All Cargo's extensive experience in delivering their customers with prompt and efficient handling, you can have peace of mind knowing your shipment is in good hands. All Cargo Express, Canadian-owned and operated company since 1978. Explore their services or get a quote at allcargoexpress.com.
Step up to the plate. Let's play ball.
It's go time.
Stream the Toronto Blue Jays all season long on Sportsnet Plus.
Look at that play.
Plans start at $19.99 a month.
Boy, oh boy, this is premium stuff.
Subscribe now at sportsnetplus.ca.
The road trips are coming.
The road trips are coming.
Do you hear that?
The road trips are coming.
Hey, it's Jeff, owner at Turn 3 Autosport. It's time to get road trip ready by getting your spring service done. Experience an exceptional alternative to the dealer and book your appointment today to hit the road running. Our team's passion and commitment will have you wondering why you didn't visit us sooner.
Turn 3 Autosport, born out of a passion. In Langley and at turn3autosport.com.
This is Alpine Credit's Canucks Playoff Hockey. On the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back inside Rogers Place in Edmonton. Brendan Batchelor and Randeep Janda with you. The Canucks lead the Oilers 4-2 after 2 in Game 3, and we'll head to the third period here. A couple of big developments. First, Carson Soucy has returned to the Vancouver bench, blocked a shot off his foot in the second period. Left and did not return to the middle frame, but he's back there right now, and he was testing it out on the ice moments ago. The other bigger news is that Stuart Skinner has been pulled for the third period after giving up 4 goals on 15 Vancouver shots to this point in the game. And Calvin Pickard, the 32-year-old native of Moncton, New Brunswick, makes his first career Stanley Cup playoff appearance in relief.
He is a veteran. This is a big spot for him, but it also tells you about Stuart Skinner's game. Hasn't been there tonight, and the coach, Chris Knobloch, making a big move here.
Canucks in white will go from right to left in the third. The Oilers in blue will skate from left to right. Still 4-on-4 here for another 56 seconds after the coincidental penalties that were assessed to Zadorov, and then a bench minor against the Oilers being served by Corey Perry. Here's McDavid, right wing to the Vancouver line, drops near circle for Draisaitl, tried to go inside, outside, got a shot away, and Shilov's made the save. Bouchard left wing, far corner for McDavid, spins away from Hughes, centering pass, directed wide of the goal by Ekholm. McDavid gets it back to the line, and hopped over the stick of Bouchard and back into the Oilers' end.
And both of the Oilers stars looking dangerous there. Leon Draisaitl attacking from the right-hand side. Coming out motivated here.
Bouchard to center. Try to pass right wing and missed Ekholm. Icing's waved off. Soucy's back to it near corner. Tried to clear it up the boards. Draisaitl batted it down. Soucy follows up and will skate it left wing to center himself. Chance for a 3-on-2 for the Canucks. Soucy forced to the boards by Ceci. Dumps it behind the net, and Pettersson's after it on the forecheck. Carson Soucy in to help out as well. Well, the Oilers get it free, and Draisaitl will turn up ice. As Zadorov and Perry are out of the boxes, and the teams are back to 5-on-5. Ceci with a long shot off the right wing. Stopped by Shilov. Soucy gets the rebound, takes it behind his own goal to the far corner. Pokes it away from Nugent Hopkins, but couldn't get it out. Perry down low, pushed to the wall by Myers. Rimmed it to the right point for Ceci. Dumps it behind the Vancouver net for Nugent Hopkins. Watched by Myers. Ryan Nugent Hopkins in the left corner. Goes down low. On the boards. To Corey Perry. Turned and fired as he carried up the left wing wall. It was blocked down low to the corner. Now Evander Kane tries a centering pass. Tipped away by Zadorov. Side of the goal. It bounces out front and Shelovs pounces on it. And gets the whistle 90 seconds into the third period. Canucks up 4-2 against the Oilers in Game 3.
The Canucks had 3 defensemen on the ice for about 30 seconds there. Zadorov wasn't able to change after getting out of the penalty box. So plenty of defensive-minded forwards are trying to get the puck out of the zone. Wasn't smooth. And Carson Soucy not looking right still. Moving quite a bit slower than he usually is. As he blocked a shot in the second period, left for a pretty long stretch of time, and you can tell he's not exactly quite there. He's not his usual self.
Face off to the right of Shelovs, won by the Oilers. Kulak left point. Gets it middle of the ice. One-time drive set up off a give and go with Connor Brown, and Shelovs makes another glove save and holds on.
And one thing's for sure, Batch, the Canucks can't do what they did the last period. Even though the score worked out in their favor, they ate 14 shots and only had 4 shots on goal. And we know Rick Tocchet's going to say, and probably was saying during the intermission, that, hey, you got to skate forward to defend. Pressure in the neutral zone, pressure near the offensive blue line, don't absorb so much.
We saw how that worked for them in the third period of Game 2. Which is to say it didn't work for them as Kulak shoots from the left point, wide of the net. And Dakota Joshua on the near side clears it to the Oiler blue line. Brett Kulak behind his own goal. Passes up the near side for Vincent Desharnais. He'll bank it to center. Brown chips it to the Canuck line. Hronek plays it free for Quinn Hughes, and he'll spin back deep in his own zone. Hughes feathers it up the left wing. Joshua deflects it deep. Desharnais got it. D-to-D to Kulak, far boards, and again for Desharnais as the Oilers start the breakout. Desharnais fires a pass to McLeod. Left wing into the Vancouver zone, drops to Holloway. He spins it behind the net. And Connor Brown's got it behind the goal. Brown to the left half wall for Holloway. Pushed to the boards by Hronek. Goes back to Brown in the corner. He's tied up along the wall by Sam Lafferty. Board battle ensues. 3 Canucks, 2 Oilers in there trying to dig it free. And Brown gets it loose up the wall, only as far as Dakota Joshua, who dumps it behind his own net to Quinn Hughes on the near side. And Hughes passes to center for Lindholm, who gains the red line and dumps it into the Oiler end. Calvin Pickard out of the goal to handle. Leaves behind the net for Brett Kulak, now up the near side for Connor McDavid. Darting to the Canuck line, he's tripped by Joshua. McDavid moving his feet, draws the penalty. And the Oilers get their third power play of the game. 2:50 into the third period, trying to claw back, trailing the Canucks 4-2, and Edmonton's man advantage is already 2 for 2 this evening.
And this will be Nikita Zadorov. 2 minutes for tripping, as you could have probably called this interference maybe as well, but definitely gets a stick down. And McDavid trying to just speed by the big Canucks defenseman. And Zadorov trying to get in his way, just makes that move real quick and is forced to take the stick and just get it caught up in the skates of McDavid. That's a pretty easy tripping penalty.
Face off to the right of Shelovs of the Vancouver zone. With Zadorov in the box. Oilers win the face-off. Nugent Hopkins left circle. Passes top of the point for Bouchard. Right side, Draisaitl. One-timer stopped by Shelovs. Rebound for Hyman. Shelovs stopped that too. Rebound comes loose. Lindholm clears it out of the zone. And the Canucks relieve the pressure, if only momentarily. Bouchard. Right side for Draisaitl. Back into the Vancouver end. Tied up by Lindholm. And it's cleared all the way down the ice by Ian Cole.
And a good job by the Canucks to get in front of that shot that Shelovs dealt with. But Ian Cole right in that shooting lane. Not giving much of an angle to the shooter.
Hyman. Right wing at center. Leaves for McDavid with speed. Into the Canucks end. Gets around Ian Cole on the boards. Drives to the front of the goal. Poke check by Myers. Can't get a shot away. Keeps it left wing. Back to Bouchard to the point. Now to McDavid left circle. Down low side of the goal. Hyman tries a centering feed. It bounced through the crease. Rather, that was Nugent Hopkins trying to find Hyman in front, but it's broken up. And Nugent Hopkins gets it again near side. To the line for Bouchard. Back to Nugent Hopkins. Right circle. Shoots. Stopped by Shelovs off his right arm. And Bouchard gets it again to the line. Evan Bouchard. To Leon Draisaitl, right wing. Back to Bouchard, steps into a one-timer. Shelovs makes the save. Rebound side of the goal. Hyman can't dig it home. And Shelovs is there again to cover up. 51 seconds left in the Oiler power play. 3:59 elapsed in the third period. It's the Canucks 4 and the Oilers 2 in Game 3.
And Batch Hyman had a look here as the shot comes in from the point. It's a blocker save by Artur Shelovs, but it pops right into the air. And Zach Hyman trying to do his best. baseball impression. They're batted straight out of the air, but he flat out misses it. And right before that, it was Leon Draisaitl with a shot from the right-hand side that was dealt with by Shelovs as well.
Canucks win the draw, and Teddy Bluger's able to get it all the way down the ice. And as Bouchard will go back to it, Pickard out of his crease, leaves it for the Oiler defenseman. And Edmonton will break out again. Here's Bouchard with speed to the Vancouver line, makes a move. Into the zone, carries right point. Goes down the near boards. For Draisaitl, tried to play it back to Bouchard. It rolled over his stick. And back into the Oiler end, and there's some discontent rumbling around Rogers Place. Now here's Hyman, right wing. Into the Vancouver zone, bundled into the boards by Myers, and the Canucks get it down the ice again. Now just 15 seconds left in the Edmonton power play.
And that is a strong play by Tyler Myers along the left-hand side there. Does a good job to take the body, separate man from puck, and send the puck down the ice.
Now here's McDavid with speed. Left wing to the Vancouver line. Zadorov's out of the box. Canucks back to even strength. Oilers 2 for 3 on the power play tonight. Nurse left point, tried a shot, blocked by Miller. He'll settle it in his own end. Makes a nice pass to Pius Suter, who skates to the red line and dumps it into the Oilers zone. And JT Miller with a good example of what Rick Tocchet wants to see. His team holding on to pucks and making plays instead of just flipping it out to center.
Giving your forwards, your forecheck, a chance to set up some possession.
Here come the Oilers again. Evander Kane, left wing to the Vancouver line. It's tipped to the right corner, found by Corey Perry down low. Perry hit hard into the wall by JT Miller. It comes free up the board. Ceci tried a shot. Miller blocked it. Suter gets it middle of the ice for Boeser, and he'll play it into space up the right wing. Hughes was going to skate after it, but elects to stay back, and the Canucks complete a change. Cody Ceci, right wing to center. Dumps it behind the Vancouver goals. Zadorov's back to it behind his own net. Feeds up the near side for Pettersson. Middle of the ice to Carlson. Right wing to center for Mikheyev. He gains the red line and dumps it in. Mikheyev, after Darnell Nurse on the forecheck, pins him to the end boards. Puck squirts loose far side. Evander Kane has it. Pressured by Linus Karlsson. Lost the puck. But McLeod to center. Try to dump it into the Vancouver zone. It hit the linesman. Comes back to Karlsson. He'll skate to center and dump it the other way into the Edmonton end.
And Linus Karlsson doing an excellent job of just getting in the way, knocking down pucks. An active stick.
Derek Ryan to the Vancouver line with speed. Long shot. Snagged and held by the glove hand of Artur Shelovs. 6:08 gone in the third period. It's the Canucks 4 and the Oilers 2 in Game 3 from Rogers Place in Edmonton on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and along the Sportsnet Radio Network.
You know, to be a truly great team, you need contributions from the top of the lineup right down to the bottom. And that's exactly what you'll get from the West Coast Auto Group. They've got their stars, West Coast Toyota, Mazda, Nissan, Kia, and Ford Lincoln. Plus, they have the role players that play a big part too. And that's where their famous service comes in. Great service, great selection, great team. The West Coast Auto Group, just over the bridge in Maple Ridge. Visit them online at westcoastautogroup.com.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
In today's modern world, there are still a few time-honored traditions in one's life. Things that are a rite of passage. Your grandfather would have experienced this. And certainly, your father was there. And now, it's your turn for a legendary time. Pregame, postgame, even during the game, the number 5 orange.
Hey, this is JT Miller, and you're on the home of the Canucks.
Canucks win the draw.
Hey, Insiders. Thanks for joining us again for more Stanley Cup playoffs action. What a night we had last night in the Vancouver game. And thank you to everybody who reached out via the emails, the text messages, the DMs on Instagram and Twitter. Thank you for reaching out. You guys said you wanted these games, so here we are. Then I put the poll up and it was 95% to 5%. So here we are. I'm going to do as many games as I can right here on TSI going through these playoffs, and we're going to cheer on the Canadian teams and whoever else that we're going for the night of. So thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button And as well, if you're new here, please hit that subscribe button and let's help us get over 18,000 as we come in tonight with the two matchups between the Rangers and the Hurricanes and the Avs and Stars. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys in the chat.
It's the 200-foot game for Brock Boeser that's most impressive right now, where he's getting his goals, but he's turned into a playoff player. This year has been a breakout for him in a very different way. He's showing that he can play in April and May as well.
D-zone draw for the Canucks. Off the icing call, it's Miller against Nugent-Hopkins. And Miller wins it back to the corner, sweeps it behind his own net for Carson Soucy. He'll play it up the near boards, but this will be another icing against Vancouver, and another defensive zone draw, and the Miller line still has to stay out there. 6:46 elapsed in the third period. Canucks up 4-2 in Game 3, hoping to take a 2-1 series lead.
Vancouver's got a 2-goal lead here, but Rick Tocchet did mention he doesn't like these icings where he wants his guys to skate skate out of trouble, at the very least be confident on the puck. So 2 icings in a row. Seeing a little bit more of the Canucks flipping the puck into the neutral zone. Got to play with a little bit more confidence here.
Face-off left circle in the Vancouver zone. Draisaitl and Miller to take the draw. And Miller wins it to the far boards. Myers is tied up with McDavid. Puck comes free to Soucy behind his own goal. He'll clear it around the near side. Suter chips it ahead to Boeser. He'll throw it to the Oiler blue line, and the Canucks can get the wholesale change. They sorely need it. Ekholm through the center ice circle. Passes to Draisaitl into the Vancouver zone. Try to pass that bounced off a stick out to center, and Bouchard has to dump it back in. Then Bouchard chopped down Joshua behind the play. And now Hughes gets it out to center. Joshua bats it down for Garland with a glove hand pass. Garland was going to skate in on the left wing, but the officials caught that one, and the faceoff will come back out.
That was some impressive skill in the neutral zone to knock it down with the hand, but unfortunately that's illegal, not allowed from Dakota Joshua. But right before that, Elias Lindholm breaks up a zone entry for the Edmonton Oilers, and he's done such a great job of that as being the third man high and just disrupting. He's done it in this game, but he's really done it since he's joined the Vancouver Canucks.
Lindholm line still out there now against the Nugent-Hopkins line. And linesman Scott Cherry taking his time getting this face-off set up. He's thrown Nugent-Hopkins out of the draw, so Kane steps in instead. But Lindholm wins it back to center for Hronek. He'll skate it right wing to the Oiler line and dump it in. Ceci on the near boards, tried to clear. Garland chops it back deep. Darnell Nurse gets it near corner for Ceci. Hit into the boards by Dakota Joshua, but Nugent-Hopkins gets it loose out to center. Garland at his own line, leaves for Hronek. Nice pass near boards for Hughes, who flips it out of the zone right to Ceci, and the Oilers dump it back in. Edmonton changing. Hughes with time to set up the breakout behind his own net. Clears it off the boards, near side for Joshua. He'll bank it to center for Teddy Bluger. Bluger, left wing, into the Oilers zone. Hit hard by Holloway as he dumped it behind the net. Lafferty's on the forecheck, tangled up with Nurse. But the Oilers come away with it. And it's cleared out to center by Nugent-Hopkins. And I think it deflected out of play, if I'm not mistaken, with 8:03 elapsed in the third period, and the Canucks up 4-2 in Game 3.
Hit the top of the boards there, bounced back onto the ice, so that's why they're whistling it down. But Vancouver doing a little bit better in those last two shifts of skating into the neutral zone rather than flipping the puck out and eating pressure. And a lot of that actually good play by the fourth line as well to get the puck deep. And even if it kills 10 seconds off the clock, you're battling in the offensive zone, which is so important this time of the game.
Pettersson line out for the offensive zone faceoff against the fourth line for Edmonton. And Mikheyev wins the draw. Left circle, Zadorov shot through traffic, stopped by Pickard. Rebound for Mikheyev. It bounced off a stick and wide to the net, and Janmark's back to center on left wing. Matthias Janmark rolls it in on Shilovs. He's content to smother it and get the whistle, and he gets a snow shower from Janmark for his troubles. Zadorov goes right to the referee to have a chat about that.
Zadorov right on the back of Matthias Janmark, sending a bit of a message there as only Nikita Zadorov can, and he's had one hit tonight, which is kind of surprising given the physical style he plays. But it was a hit to remember on Evander Kane, launched him into the Edmonton Oilers bench. There's been some good from Nikita Zadorov as well. He scored goals in the last 2 games. He's looking for a third as well, but you don't want to be over-aggressive here with a 2-goal lead.
Face off to the right of Shilov's in the Canucks zone. 8:15 gone, third period. Canucks up 4-2. They win the face-off. Zadorov behind his own net, turned it over near circle. Draisaitl centers in front. Cleared from the front of the goal by Ian Cole, but he was under pressure and he iced it. And we're seeing a little bit more, panic's not the right word, but lack of patience from the Canucks in their own end. Couple of icings here. Hughes flipped the puck out when he didn't have to a couple minutes ago as well.
That's a veteran player in Ian Cole, where I think internally you're saying, I just need to get the puck out, but you've got McDavid, Hyman, and Draisaitl out there. You're playing with fire in the offensive zone.
Luckily, this Canucks line is fresh. And it's Lindholm, Boeser, and Miller out there together against the McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman line. So that's kind of the matchup you'd want anyway, but the Oilers win the draw. Shot for the left point by Bouchard is blocked. He gets it back. Centers for Hyman with a backhand chance in tight. Stopped by Shilovs, and he smothers the rebound. With Hyman driving the net, looking for any loose change that might have fallen free.
And that was actually a pretty good opportunity for the Oilers. Luckily for the Canucks, Hyman was on his backhand and couldn't get that shot off cleanly and switched to the forehand. But the Oilers did have 2 players basically below the faceoff circle, and the Canucks only had 1 player in front of Shilov. So even though the Oilers had numbers, they can't take advantage there.
Draw to the right of Shilovs again. McDavid line still on the ice. It's Draisaitl and Bluger on the draw. And Bluger wins it. It comes behind the Canuck net. Hyman's after it on the forecheck. Digs it out front side of the goal. Couldn't jam it home. And McDavid feeds the line for Bouchard. Right point, Evan Bouchard. Long shot. Tipped wide of the net by Hyman in front. And the centering pass was blocked off the stick of Bluger, and the Canucks clear it out. Pedersen dumps it in. Carlson's after it on the forecheck, but Ekholm got back to it first, and it's icing against Vancouver again. 8:52 into the third period. Canucks up 4-2 in Game 3.
And another play where the Canucks had a little bit of time there. It's kind of chopped it out of the zone, trying to relieve pressure, but probably make a play there. You could probably handle the puck and try to skate it out a little bit. It's a dangerous spot with McDavid's line still out there.
And Draisaitl wins the draw to McDavid. Left point, Ekholm slaps it down the far boards. Hyman got tangled up with the referee, lost the puck, but McDavid's in to get it. And he skates top of the circle, pushed wide by Bluger. McDavid tried a centering pass, blocked by Myers. He blocked it twice as McDavid tried it a second time. Now comes back to the line for Bouchard, dumped it down the wall. Myers kicks it free up the boards for Linus Karlsson, who skates to center. Middle of the ice for Soucy, into the Oiler end, back to Karlsson, right circle. Tried to go back to Soucy in the slot. Pass was blocked by Bouchard. And the Oilers will try to counterattack. Draisaitl fires it up the left wing. Here's McDavid. Into the Canucks zone with a spinorama backhand attempt as he was pushed wide by Hronek, and Shilov's made the save. Bouchard behind the Canuck net, out the left wing side. Carries to the point, spins at the line, held in. Canucks thought it was out. Ekholm, right point, one-time drive. Great left pad save by Shilovs to kick it out, and the rebound is cleared behind the net. Draisaitl left corner. To the line for Matthias Ekholm. Now to the right side for Evan Bouchard. Slap pass down low near boards for Connor McDavid. McDavid goes to Draisaitl. Forced to the corner by Pedersen. Trying to tight angle backhander. That caught the outside of the post. Now Bouchard left point. Makes a move away from Pedersen down the boards. High slot. Ekholm had it roll off his stick to the near wall. Garland beats him to the puck. And is able to get it out over the blue line and out to center with both teams changing. And Garland still driving to the Oiler line. Tied up by Janmark on the back check, who clearly hooked him in the midsection. Garland can't believe it wasn't called, and the Oilers are back to center. Brown to the side against the Oilers. 9:38 left in regulation time. Canucks up 4-2 on Edmonton in Game 3 on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Carter Honda is on the bandwagon, and it's game time, saving the best deals for the playoffs. Lease a new Honda Civic or HR-V from just 3.49% with plenty of stock to choose from. Or lease the award-winning CR-V from just 2.99%. And yes, that includes the CR-V hybrid model. Come in and ask about the playoff package at Carter Honda, 8th and Burrard, and CarterHonda.com. Let's go!
Treat yourself to something tasty anytime at Max's Bakery and Deli. For breakfast, enjoy decadent pastries and, of course, coffee. For lunch, soup, salads, and sandwiches are seriously tasty favorites. And for lunch or dinner, Max's Deli Case is stocked with 60 freshly made meals and savories. Eat at a cozy table or take it with you. Grab a treat at Max's Bakery and Deli, Vancouver's ultimate sweet escape. Open daily 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 3105 Oak Street. Online at maxsdeli.ca.
Jack 96.9 is playing whatever. Yeah, that means you might hear this. 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 And even this. I like the way you work it. No diggity, no. Jack 96.9. Check us out today on whatever you listen to. Your radio, the Radio Player Canada app, or on your smart speaker. Just tell it to play Jack 96.9 Vancouver.
Hey, this is Brock Boeser, and you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
9:38 left in the third period here tonight at Rogers Place in Edmonton, where the Canucks lead the Oilers 4-2 in Game 3. The best-of-7 series is tied at a game apiece. Make sure to stay tuned after tonight's game for the Canucks Central postgame show. Satyar Shah, Bick Dazar, and Brett Festerling will take your calls and texts. I'll chat with Ian McIntyre. You'll hear Rick Tocchet's postgame presser and much more right here on your home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Neutral zone face-off coming up. Near boards to our right. Nugent Hopkins and Bluger will take it. Oilers are out shooting the Canucks 40-16 in this game. Canucks only have one shot in the third period. But they're hanging on for the moment as the Oilers go offside of the Canuck blue line.
The Canucks only have one shot on goal. The Oilers have 17 in the third period. So if you thought 15-2 in the last game was tough, 17-1, and there's still 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. The Canucks have a 2-goal lead, but it's a very dangerous game when you're absorbing that much pressure.
Artur Shilovs has been stellar thus far. And Bluger wins the draw at his own line. Back to Zadorov. Across to Ian Cole. Banks it to center for Lafferty. Tipped it to the Oiler line for Bluger. Right wing. Backhand pass in front. Niels Oman going to the goal. Couldn't catch up to the pocket. Rolls into the corner. He's knocked into the end boards by Nugent Hopkins. Puck is underneath him. And there's a whistle. I think they're going to call the Canucks for a hand pass as Oman batted it loose to Lafferty, who joined in support. And the faceoff will come out of the zone.
And that's an important, even 10, 11 seconds where you're aggressive on the forecheck. And the most important thing is you're killing time off the clock here, and that's one way to look at this, right? You mentioned yourself, Batch. They've done an audit here, 39 shots now, but the fact of the matter is you're eating a lot of pressure here. Your young goalies played an excellent game, but you cannot continue to eat that pressure.
Miller wins the draw at the Oiler line. Back into his own zone, and Ian Cole has it. Cole flips it to center. Boeser tips it in deep right on Pickard. Wonder if that'll count as a shot. Pickard's had a very quiet third period thus far. He came in relief of Skinner after 40 minutes. And it almost doesn't matter that Stuart Skinner hasn't been in the net. Oilers working it around the Vancouver zone. Nugent Hopkins in the slot. Holloway got it left wing. Delayed call against the Canucks here. As Boeser touches the puck near boards, it's a cross check. Signaled against Vancouver. And the Canucks will go to the penalty kill.
To Vancouver, minor penalty cross-checking.
Ian Cole, the guilty party.
And this happens right in front of the net as a battle's going on. And Ryan Nugent-Hopkins has gone to the net. And Ian Cole just basically, I think, cross-checks him twice. Once in the shoulder and once in the back. And the first cross-check's actually in Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. The second one is on Evander Kane. So you could have called probably either of those. And I think they called the Evander Kane one on him.
Huge penalty kill for the Canucks. 8:45 left in the third. They're up 4-2 on the Oilers. Edmonton's already 2 for 3 on the power play tonight, and they win the draw. Nugent Hopkins left wing. To the top of the point for Bouchard. Now to the right circle for Leon Draisaitl. Passes into the corner for Connor McDavid. McDavid to the right wing faceoff dot. Holding on to the puck. Down low to Draisaitl. Goes back to McDavid. Now at the blue line. Again to Draisaitl. Right circle. Watched by Soucy. Passes side of the net for Nugent Hopkins. Once again to Draisaitl. Now down low to McDavid as they spin around on the cycle. McDavid takes a shot. Stopped by Shilovs. Loose in the crease. Held it out to the far post. There's another rugby scrum in the crease as Shilovs dove to his right. Now this was another close one as McDavid tried to thread the needle and roll it past the Canuck goaltender.
And for a second, it looked like it trickled through, but yet again, Artur Shilov's, looks like the puck kind of goes on the blocker side between his body, just in between his arm and his body, trickles through, but he makes a great reaction save yet again. He doesn't quit on the play, and even though for half a second he didn't know where the puck was, Batch, he jumps back and covers it up. He just doesn't quit.
Yeah, still 1:27 left in the Oiler power play. 8:12 left in the third period. Canucks up 4-2 in Game 3. Miller and Draisaitl will take the draw to the right of the Canuck netminder, Artur Shilovs, who's made 38 saves on 40 Oiler shots tonight. Miller wins it behind his own net for Zadorov, clears it around the near wall all the way down the ice. And Pickard leaves his crease to handle. For Evan Bouchard, behind his own net, skating to center ice. Gains the red line, drops to McDavid. Dumps it into the Canucks zone. Shilov's out of the goal to handle. Clears it high off the glass near side, but it's held in by a combination of Hyman and Bouchard. Then Bouchard tried a rink-wide pass, and Niels Oman got his stick in, tipped it into the Canucks bench and out of play.
And the Canucks doing a good job there to disrupt the flow of the power play. These guys are going to be on the ice for the majority of this game now. McDavid's up to 23 minutes and 37 seconds of ice time.
He might hit 30. There's 7:47 left in the game.
Evan Bouchard's at 25 minutes. He'll probably get pretty close to that as well. You'd expect him to be there every other shift, and their shifts are going to be close to a minute every single time at the very least, Batch.
If not longer. They'll probably be out there for this entire power play. Still a minute 2 left in it. And it's Blueger and Draisaitl on the draw, near circle in the Vancouver zone to our right. Draisaitl wins it. It's played back to the line, but out of the reach of McDavid, and he's got to take it back at his own blue line. Now here's McDavid with speed into the Vancouver end, left wing. Far boards for Nugent Hopkins, drops it back to Bouchard. Again to Nugent Hopkins on the left wing wall. Watched by Myers, rims it behind the net. McDavid settles it behind the goal, feeds top of the point for Bouchard. Right circle, heavy shot, blocked from close range by Lindholm, and the rebound is cleared out to center by Tyler Myers. Bouchard for McDavid through the middle. Tied up by Lindholm. Puck comes free to the right wing side for Draisaitl. Set up by Nugent Hopkins. Leon Draisaitl right point. Spun it down the boards. Gave it away to Soucy. And the Canucks get a full clear again with 25 seconds left in the Edmonton man advantage.
And that starts with a good play just to crowd the blue line by Dakota Joshua and Elias Lindholm. Disrupt the flow of the power play.
Now here's McDavid again with speed to the Vancouver line. Left wing. Far boards for Nugent Hopkins. Tied up by Oman. Comes back to Bouchard. Top of the point. Right circle. Draisaitl with room. Shoots. It was blocked by Zadorov. Rolls to the corner. 5 seconds left in the power play. Bouchard from the point to Draisaitl, right wing side. Scoops it into the corner for Nugent Hopkins. Cole's back onto the ice. Nugent Hopkins near circle. Shoots wide of the net. Oman far corner. Leaned on by Hyman. Protects the puck up the boards. Makes a nice play to center. For Dakota Joshua, who gains the red line, carries into the Oilers zone on left wing. Joshua pushed to the corner by Bouchard, protecting the puck to the end boards. Carries behind the Oiler net. And a battle ensues for the puck. Canucks will get it loose. Linus Karlsson to the left point for Quinn Hughes. Funnels it behind the net out of the reach of Pettersson. And it's met by Evander Kane on the far wall. Kane tried to pass it out of the zone. Karlsson on the back check broke it up. And Myers in his own end takes some time and feeds it ahead to Mikheyev, who tips it right in on Pickard. And he'll be forced to cover it, or no, he doesn't. Sweeps it free from the side of the Oiler net behind the goal for Ceci. And now it's out to center for Ryan McLeod, who dumps it in on the right wing. McLeod after it in the near corner. Got it behind the net for Kane. Tried to center near circle. Corey Perry missed it. Comes back to the line. Ceci with a drive. Stopped by Shilovs. He had Perry right on top of him. And now Hughes passes to center for Pettersson, who tips it deep as Shilovs kind of tripped up Perry as he skated away from the crease. And you heard some murmurs from the fans here tonight at Rogers Place. Now here's Derek Ryan with a burst of speed. Right wing to the Vancouver line. Pushed wide by Sam Lafferty on the back check. Ryan goes behind the goal. Ian Cole breaks it up, but gives it away to Evander Kane on the left wing. He threw it to the front of the net. Zadorov cleared it from the goal mouth. Cody Ceci spins it back in behind the net again. Zadorov, middle of the ice, gets it loose to Garland. And he'll clear it to the Oiler blue line with 5:20 left in the third period. And the Canucks up 4-2 in Game 3. Kulak passes to Fogle. Right wing for Derek Ryan. Into the Vancouver end. Pushed wide by Ian Cole. Dumps it left corner for Dylan Holloway. JT Miller knocks him to the ice. Hughes in to help out. Fogle in the battle too. Miller got it free from Holloway up the boards for Boeser, and again the Canucks clear and get a wholesale change with the Oilers regrouping in their own end.
And that's how you break a cycle. JT Miller laying the lumber on the corner.
Ekholm fires it in on Shilovs. He turns it far corner. There's McDavid onto the ice again. Pushed wide to the boards by Soucy. McDavid banks it right point. Bouchard missed it. Boeser knocks it past him and out to center. And Suter chases Ekholm back into his own end. Matthias Ekholm for Evan Bouchard on the near side. Quick pass for Hyman. Into the Vancouver zone, pushed wide to the corner by Myers. Hyman behind the net, tried to center. Puck is tipped free to Boeser. And he's going to skate it out to center himself. Brock Boeser pushed back towards his own blue line by Draisaitl. Give him a cross check in the back. The Oilers get the puck. Draisaitl dumps it right wing for Hyman. Into the Vancouver end. Forced to dump it behind the Canuck goal. Myers back to it. Pressured by Hyman. Keeps the puck. Gets it down low to Soucy. Tried to clear it off the glass. Batted down by Draisaitl. Comes to Nils Åman. Gets it free. Here's a chance for a 3-on-1 for the Canucks. Boeser right wing. Towards the goal. Centering pass. Deflects to Åman. Played it to Boeser. He missed a tap in at the back post. And he tipped it wide to the net. Bluger knocked down on the end boards. Is on top of the puck in the corner. Oilers trying to dig it free. And now they're going to blow the whistle. And keep the face-off in the Oiler end. I imagine Brock Boeser nearly clinched this one for the Canucks. What a chance for him to complete the hat trick. But with 3:53 left in the third period, it's Vancouver 4 and Edmonton 2 in Game 3 on Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey, streaming on the Sportsnet app and along the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your feet, the silent workhorses of your body. They've danced you through life's highs, sprinted you through challenges, even stood firm on the green for that last putt. But even the strongest of supporters need support. That's where Kintec comes in. Not just with shoes, but with custom orthotics that ensure every step is aligned and comfortable. Visit kintec.net and discover how orthotics can transform your every step.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality.
Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us again for more Stanley Cup playoffs action. What a night we had last night in the Vancouver game, and thank you to everybody who reached out via the emails, the text messages, the DMs on Instagram and Twitter. Thank you for reaching out. You guys said you wanted these games, so here we are. Then I put the poll up and it was 95% to 5%. So here we are. I'm going to do as many games as I can right here on TSI going through these playoffs, and we're going to cheer on the Canadian teams and whoever else that we're going for the night of. So thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button, and as well, if you're new here, please hit that subscribe button, and let's help us get over 18,000 as we come in tonight with the two matchups between the Rangers and the Hurricanes and the Avs and Stars. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys in the chat.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
3:53 left in the third period tonight at Rogers Place in Edmonton. Canucks lead the Oilers 4-2 in Game 3. Brendan Batchelor and Randeep Janda with you. Satyar Shah, Dan Riccio, and Yannick Hansen brought you the pregame show. Sat has been at the intermissions with Vic Nazar and Brett Festerling, and they'll be back for the Canucks Central postgame show, where they'll be joined by Ian McIntyre. Fast Eddie Gregory is producing the broadcast from Sportsnet 650 Control tonight, joined by Ben Basran. Jerry Dombrowski is with us here in the booth at Rogers Place, doing a great job as always. Canberra is the executive producer of Canucks hockey and our fearless leader. It takes a cast of thousands to bring you the action along the Sportsnet Radio Network. And the Oilers are pulling the goalie down 4-2 with 3:35 left in the third. 6-on-5 with the puck in the Vancouver zone. It's floated to the goal. Soucy clears it left corner off his glove. Draisaitl clears around right point for Bouchard. Middle of the ice. Ekholm, long shot, stopped by Shilovs with the glove, and he gets the whistle.
A good job by Artur Shilovs to glove that, but really leave no rebound for Zach Hyman, who was in and around that area. And one thing about the Vancouver Canucks, even though they haven't had many shots on goal here in this period, they've only given up one high danger chance in this third period. So that's something that tells you they're protecting the middle of the ice. They're not allowing the Oilers to get to that area, that danger area, which has been a credit to their structure.
Face off to the left of Shilovs in the Vancouver zone. It's Miller, Boeser, Suter, Hronek, and Zadorov on the ice for the Canucks. Scrambled face off back to the point. Bouchard holds in. Dumps it behind the net. Hronek after it near corner. Gets it free to Zadorov behind the goal. Trying to protect it from Nugent Hopkins, but it comes loose to McDavid left corner. McDavid around to Draisaitl, right wing side. Now to the line for Evan Bouchard. Plays back near circle for Nugent Hopkins. Right wing half wall, Draisaitl. Oilers at 6-on-5. McDavid tried to shoot from along the goal line. Missed wide of the net. Boeser fires it towards the empty net, but it's blocked in the neutral zone by Bouchard, and he'll chase it back into his own end. 2:50 left in the third period. Canucks up 4-2 in Game 3. Oilers have the goaltender out. 6-on-5 looking to get back in the game. Draisaitl, right wing to the Vancouver line, drops to McDavid, high slot. Far circle, Hyman got a wrist shot away, but it's tipped off a stick and out of play.
Good stick by Pius Suter, who recognized Hyman was going to try to pull the trigger there along the left-hand side and gets a stick in the lane. And that's really been the commitment of the Vancouver Canucks. Even though they haven't controlled the shot share, they've done an excellent job of committing to block shots.
And we've talked a lot about trust with Rick Tocchet and Canuck players of late. Oh, never mind. I was just about to say he's got Linus Karlsson out there with 2:39 left in the third period at 4-2. And then Karlsson was summoned back to the Vancouver bench like, no, that's not supposed to be you. And now we get a timeout taken by Edmonton here. And with 2:39 left, you imagine their top players are probably going to stay on the ice for the rest of this game unless the Canucks can score an empty netter.
And you'd expect to see a lot of JT Miller, Elias Lindholm out there to take the draws, but I was talking about the commitment, defensive commitment. Structure's been excellent, but when Patrick Allvin remade this team's defense, there was bigger defensemen, guys that could plug the lanes. They have 21 block shots in addition to these saves that Artur Shilovs has made. So that tells you there's been a total commitment, not only the defensemen, but forwards like Dakota Joshua, Elias Lindholm, JT Miller's been in the lanes as well. Just ensuring that if Edmonton has a look, that it closes really quickly and those shooting and passing lanes aren't developing for this Oilers team.
Fans being urged to get loud on the Jumbotron here at Rogers Place. Oilers trying to mount a comeback with Ekholm, McDavid, Bouchard, Draisaitl, Hyman, and Nugent-Hopkins on the ice against Miller, Boeser, Lindholm, Myers, and Zadorov, and the Oilers win the draw. Ekholm at the point, passes left circle, Nugent-Hopkins. Forced wide by Lindholm to the boards. Lindholm wins a battle, tries to kick it out of the zone. Now Boeser follows up and clears it to the Oiler blue line.
Second effort by Elias Lindholm, not giving up on the play along the board battle on the left-hand side.
Now Draisaitl dumps it in on the right wing. He's hit hard by Zadorov, knocked him down. Myers gets it free. Passes to Boeser, couldn't clear the zone. It's tipped back left wing. Hyman's after it on the wall. Myers trying to break it up. McDavid gets it behind the net. Out the right wing side, McDavid to the line. Bouchard, heavy drive. He missed the net. Boeser on the far side, can't clear it past Ekholm, who dumped it back down the boards. Myers settles. He tries to clear it through the middle. McDavid knocked it down. It comes to JT Miller, who shoots for the empty net. He hit the post. It was in midair and it hit the post from inside his own line. And with 1:53 left in the third period, it's still 4-2. I don't think Miller could do that again if he tried. As the Oilers dump it in. And Linus Karlsson, he's out there on the ice now, wins a battle, shoots for the empty net, and Bouchard blocked it at center ice. Again, I'll say it now. I was going to say it before. Rick Tocchet trusts the young Swede in his first career playoff game. The 24-year-old Linus Karlsson's out there protecting a lead with under 90 seconds left in the third. Oilers back into the Vancouver zone. Bouchard, right wing for Draisaitl. Left side Ekholm. Back to Bouchard from the line. Shoots wide of the net. They score! I think Shilov's got a piece of it. But the shot for the line by Evan Bouchard is jammed home by Zach Hyman, and it's 4-3 with 1:16 left in the third.
And this really happens with Bouchard on the right-hand side, delays, doesn't take the shot right away, gets a little bit closer, and Teddy Bluger doesn't close as Shilovs gets a piece of it, but Zach Hyman in his office in the blue paint ends up depositing this one through as it looks like it goes off the glove of Shilovs and Ian Cole and then bounces to Zach Hyman, who makes it 4-3.
Pickard's back in the net for now. If the Oilers control, you know he'll head to the bench. As Edmonton makes a line change here, quite surprisingly, Kane, McLeod, Perry, Nurse, and Ceci are on the ice. They drop the puck in at center. And now the Oilers are making a line change. And Stuart Skinner is going to come into the game. And Calvin Pickard's going off. I am incredibly confused by what's happening here.
I'm not sure what's going on here either, as Stuart Skinner is putting on his helmet and heading into the net. I wonder if it's injury-related, potentially.
Or maybe you wonder if he's a faster skater than Pickard, and they just say, we want the fastest guy to get to the bench.
Or that.
And the Oilers then wanted to get their top line on the ice. They're being told they can't because they were going to drop it in anyway. and they're trying to sneak each one of the three guys onto the ice. First Draisaitl came out, then McDavid came out, then Hyman came out, and now they're saying, no, it's got to be Evander Kane. So it's McLeod, Perry, Kane, Ceci and Nurse, and Skinner in the net on the ice for the Oilers, and they clear it into the Vancouver zone. And they make a quick line change. Canucks clear it out to center, and Skinner will go to the bench for the extra attacker as all the top guns for the Oilers jump back out over the boards again. Into the final minute of the third. Canucks up 4-3 in Game 3. Puck is dumped far corner. Myers gets it behind his own net for Soucy. Cleared it near side. Bouchard holds in right point. Batted it down the boards, but Lindholm gets it loose and directs it out to center ice. 45 seconds left. Oilers dump it in again. Soucy behind his own goal. Clears it high around the glass. It bounces off Draisaitl near wall. Dakota Joshua gets it out of the zone, and Ekholm's got it at the red line with 35 seconds left. Matthias Ekholm near boards for Draisaitl. Into the Vancouver zone. Forced wide by Soucy. Centering pass. Steered away by Shelovs to the far wall. Ekholm tries to throw it back to the net. Myers has it in the corner. Gets it high off the glass and out of the zone with 20 seconds left in the third. Oilers running out of time. Bouchard ahead for McDavid. His pass broken up and cleared by JT Miller. 15 seconds left. Bouchard fires it in over the net of Shelovs. Soucy's back to it far corner. Gets it around the glass. Knocked down by Draisaitl. Lost it to Lindholm. He couldn't clear. 5 seconds left. Draisaitl. Left circle. Ekholm. Into the slot. Nugent Hopkins missed the goal. Rebound side of the net. Shelovs makes the save. He makes another save after the buzzer on Bouchard. And the Canucks have won Game 3. And everyone's into it behind the Vancouver net. But the Canucks have come into Rogers Place and stolen Game 3, a smash and grab from Vancouver. Outchanced, outshot, outplayed in the third period, but they find a way, and they win it 4-3.
And defense and goaltending won this game. 4 goals for the Canucks, 2 by Elias Lindholm, 2 by Brock Boeser. Timely goal scoring and a resurgent power play, but Artur Shelovs makes 41 saves in this game, and some that were high degree of difficulty to win this game. As it's gotten chippy, Connor McDavid and Carson Soucy got into it, with McDavid slashing Soucy and Soucy retaliating with a cross-check. But this was a gritty effort by this team, and even though they ate a lot of pressure, Batch, high danger chances didn't come till late in this game. They did a good job of really slowing it down and keeping everything to the outside, but when those opportunities came, Artur Shelovs came up big for this team.
Credit the Oilers with a huge push. Artur Shelovs finishes the night with 42 saves. They have him credited for right now. Some of them, a lot of them, of the high danger variety. And I talked about it coming into the game, a .955 high danger save percentage in this playoffs, and he showed it again tonight. A clutch performance from the young man.
Absolutely, and he is looking like a seasoned veteran at this point, despite having a handful of career games in the regular season, and that number is only growing in the playoffs here. 23 years old, but the quick reaction saves, and what I like about Artur Shelov's game is that there's a battle level that we're seeing grow in every single game. He doesn't quit on pucks. If one trickles by him, how many times tonight did he make the save on a second effort? He actually pulled one off the goal line as well and got some help on another play by Quinn Hughes, but that speaks to the battle level this kid has.
So Shelovs picks up yet another win in the Canucks crease. Vancouver with a 2-1 series lead. And they did not give in. They did not quit. They did not surrender, did they, Randy?
No, a full team effort, and the defensive group was one thing, but the forwards leaning in, playing a solid defensive game. That's a credit to this team and the resilient nature of it.
Once again, the final score tonight at Rogers Place. The Canucks 4 and the Oilers 3. Vancouver leads the best of 7. Second round series, 2-1. For Randeep Janda, this is Brendan Batchelor in Edmonton, Alberta. The Canucks Central postgame show starts right now.
This is the Canucks Central postgame show.
To Miller, left circle, takes a shot, tipped by Lindholm, he scores! Lindholm got it to the net, and guess who dug it home? It's Brock Boeser! And Boeser has the hat trick for sure this time. It's 4-2 Vancouver with 2:25 left of the second, or maybe he doesn't. To Bouchard from the line, shoots wide of the net, they score!
With Instant reaction from the players and coaches.
Soucy's back to it, far corner. Gets it around the glass, knocked down by Draisaitl. Lost it to Lindholm, he couldn't clear. 5 seconds left. Draisaitl, left circle, Ekholm, into the slot. Nugent Hopkins missed the ball. Rebound side of the net. Sheelovs makes the save. He makes another save after the buzzer on Bouchard. And the Canucks have won Game 3.
Have your say on the official home of the Canucks. Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Canucks steal a game in Edmonton over the Oilers, 4-3. Taking Game 3 of this series, a 2-1 lead now for the Vancouver Canucks. Coming into this series, many people, many prognosticators picked the Edmonton Oilers to not only win this series, but sweep the Canucks. And many also had the Canucks losing in 5 games. Well, those predictions are at least done and dusted. We'll see what happens to the rest of the series with the Canucks holding on to a 2-1 lead. And this is the Canucks Central Postgame Show presented by the number 5 Orange on the home of your Canucks, Sportsnet 650. Satyar Shah, Brett Festerling, and Bick Nazar. Get your thoughts in to our Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. You can also grab a phone line, 604-280-0650, or toll free, 1-888-275-0650. And we are going to go to Edmonton to chat with Randeep Janda, who called the game alongside Brendan Batchelor. And hey, it doesn't matter how you win in the postseason. All that matters is what the series looks like. And right now, the Canucks have a 2-1 lead. But it was a lot of holding on for dear life, it seemed, in the back half of that game, guys.
This resembled Game 2 of the season so much, right? You come off that 8-1 win, and you think, okay, what's the response going to be like? And Edmonton threw a bunch in that second game. I think the shots ended up being in that game 38 or 40-16. And here we are tonight, looking at the shots on goal being 45-18. And, for me, especially in the late stretch of that third period, way back when in Game 2, it felt like Vancouver was able to block everything and play well defensively, absorbing a ton of pressure, but they ultimately win that game, and the rest of the season kind of plays out as it did. This felt exactly similar to Game 2 of the season.
Yeah, I agree. They didn't get a lot of grade A opportunities. Edmonton, in the zone. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing that for the rest of the series. They need to make plays there. They're probably getting away with one tonight. Mm-hmm. Unfortunate, the third goal off goal. Yeah. Terrible. But yeah, it feels a lot like that. It does. But they got to be a little sharper later in the game. I like the start of the game for the Canucks, but later in the game, you just can't hold on versus talent.
Yeah, I did not like a lot of their clearances late. There were some panic ones, and they had moments to make plays, and on the empty net, JT Miller shoots it off the post, and Edmonton scores, and you're kind of wondering, is it kind of like what happened in Colton Sissons hitting it off the post, the Canucks coming back and winning? You kind of wondered, is this going to be a bad omen for the Canucks? But nonetheless, they hold on. Artur Shilov strong until the final whistle.
That's how you know JT's a golfer, because that felt like a chip from a wedge shot from 70 yards that hits the base of the cup and bounces out because the stick's still in the cup.
Yeah, hit the flag. That's what happened. All right, let's go to Edmonton, where we're joined by Randeep Janda after the Canucks squeak out a 4-3 victory, a massive win over the Oilers to take control of the series. And how helter-skelter was the end of that game, Randeep?
Quite a bit, guys. Not going to lie, there's a lot of energy in this building. There's a lot of nervous energy as well. Just to give you a placement of where I'm sitting, our booth here is right next to Ken Holland. I was literally sitting right next to him, so there was nervous energy. But the Oilers box was right next to us. But guys, you look at the shot totals. Of course, Artur Shilovs did a great job. I loved his reactions. I loved the way he was playing confidently, his battle level. But of course, there was some nervousness there, right? Where maybe the Canucks got back to those plays of flipping the puck into the neutral zone and just trying to relieve pressure. But one thing for sure, 5-on-5, high danger chances. They only really gave up one in that third period. So protecting the middle of the ice, you don't want to absorb that much pressure, but they didn't really give up anything. So I'm impressed. Obviously, you don't want to play like that too often because the other side, there's the best goal scorers in the NHL. But I thought this was an impressive effort when you have, 22 block shots and you commit to defense and you commit to protecting the middle of the ice.
Yeah, again, I'll reference that second game of the season. It felt like that. But also, again, the fact that they were that protective, for me, it's about game state, of course, right? If this is an even game state, I don't think we're going to see them collapse that much and try to be that protective.
For sure. And there's a 2-goal lead versus a 1-goal lead in the last game. So, of course, you might be be a little bit more comfortable, but that's the thing about the Edmonton Oilers. They get that one. You're worried that they're going to get that second one real quick. So I thought overall, guys, just the commitment to team defense, whether it was the forwards, whether it was the defensemen being in a position to play aggressive, there was a lot of determination in this game. There's a lot of resiliency, and you know what kind of team you're playing against. And overall, I thought, these guys, they put everything out there, and to get a split at the very least in Edmonton, that's, it's a literal win tonight, but I think, sets them up well for the next game, of course, on Tuesday. But you can walk away from this game to say, hey, we can probably improve some things, but you were able to limit the Edmonton Oilers 5-on-5, which is a strong effort from this team.
Yeah, and coming down the stretch or third period in terms of commitment and dedication, two big penalty kills, right? It's something they looked. If earlier in the series, it doesn't really look like they're going to stop any. There's no way to keep them off the board, right? They just find ways to have shots and have dangerous opportunities. And those two, they really didn't have that much dangerous opportunities in those two power plays, which is huge for Vancouver's penalty kill down the stretch.
Yeah, guys, and what I really liked about those late PKs were also they were, better at denying the zone, whether it was Lindholm, whether it was JT Miller, just guys stepping up a little bit, working with the defensemen to clog up those lanes. And, of course, Shelovs has to make a few saves there, but there was a confident PK there where he's saying, hey, we're not going to let you set up that easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing, for the Vancouver Canucks as well. There are certain things they can improve. And that's the thing about you win a game like this, you can be a lot better here for Game 4. And now all of a sudden the pressure shifts completely back to the Edmonton Oilers, who could have talked themselves into being happy with the split despite being favorites on the road, coming back home, getting home ice advantage in their favor. Now they're chasing the series again. Now they're going to be the team that's going to have to really be desperate here. And if the Canucks can play a better game, I think there will be opportunities for them to take advantage. I mean, there were a number of chances I think the Canucks could have had going the other way in the third as well if they hold on to pucks. And we saw it for the first, 35-40 minutes of this game, guys, where the Canucks held on to pucks. They made plays. They caught Edmonton in transition a few times. The best chance they had, the best chance in the third, to be honest, was probably the 3-on-1 the Canucks had. Right? Where Oman hits Boeser and Boeser whiffs on the shot. He almost had his hat-trick goal there. But in terms of high danger, I mean, those chances will be there for them if they can just hold on to pucks a bit more, guys.
Yeah, McDavid had a one-timer, and then, I thought on the power play, and Bouchard had a rebound shot. I'm hard-pressed to think of, too many high dangers the Oilers had 5-on-5 in that late stretch.
Yeah, it was a big difference in terms of the guts of the ice with especially Draisaitl and McDavid cutting into the middle, finding those little seams. They just didn't have those seams. I felt Canucks didn't run around as much. You could see them collapse tighter and just really shut that down. That ended up being huge, I thought.
Well, the other thing, 5-on-5, guys, especially early on in this game, you could see even coming up ice away from the puck, when Connor McDavid tried to generate speed through the neutral zone, the Canucks were doing a great job of just kind of making a little bit of contact, whether it's, JT Miller, a little bit of a cross check, whether it's, a chip in the body, whether it's getting in his way. So that 5-on-5 play, when you're not able to generate speed and the most important player on this team is not feeling comfortable, that really hurt the Oilers as well. And that's a commitment not only to JT, he has a big part to play with that, but whoever was on the ice, they were able to really limit that neutral zone to them, and that makes a world of a difference playing against Connor McDavid.
Yeah, and what I like tonight, actually, JT gets that penalty last game, right? Because he's doing that, getting a little physical in terms of trying to take that speed away. But they call Draisaitl on the pick today, so I just like that they're calling both that. They know that the Canucks are probably going to try to run a little interference, slow them down. But the same thing applies for Edmonton. If they're going to try to run those picks and clear room for him, they got to call those as well. So I actually like that from the reffing tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think overall, too, I mean, hey, I'm sure some Edmonton fans, I mean, Randy, I need you to confirm this because you were on the scene. I mean, we saw it on TV, but because, we have tinfoil hats on in BC sometimes, we can't tell reality from what's fiction. So since you were there, had eyes on the scene, did we hear Edmonton fans chant, ref you suck? Ref sucks?
Yes, okay, yes. I did hear that with my ears, and I also did not see any white flags here from Canucks fans. No, there's no surrender going on. So there you go.
All right. And
I can confirm.
One more. I mean, it looked like, again, I can't trust my tinfoil hats and our rose-colored glasses here in Vancouver, but since you were there on the scene, Randy, did you see Edmonton players whining to the officials too after some calls or non-calls?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh,
just
okay.
a little bit. Yeah, I did see that as well. So I'm sure I'm going to...
So I think what you can confirm since you were there is that institutional surrender is a big part of the DNA in Edmonton as well.
Okay,
yeah. Very good.
Yeah. Okay, I did want to say one thing. We were talking about the Oilers. Sat, I got to say your Twitter game was on fire today, by the way.
Just a little sarcastic as well.
I love it. Two can play a game, right? Two can play a game. I was going to say, though, we were talking about the Oilers real quick. The Stuart Skinner question is a real big one now. There's a real... You've got a young goaltender who's so confident on one side making saves, and of course his team is helping him out playing really solid defense. On the other side, there was a lot of discontent in this, this group, this Edmonton Oilers group. So to me, this is a situation where, you have a team in the Edmonton Oilers that is probably looking behind them and say, all right, what kind of confidence do we have in our goaltender? Of course, in the media, I would suspect them to say, hey, no, he's our guy. But guys, when you get pulled, it's there's a bit of a confidence crisis there.
Before we let you go here, two guys, real key. I mean, both guys had 2 goals in the game. Brock Boeser, 2. Elias Lindholm, 2 goals. I mean, these 2 guys were the Canucks' 2 best skaters tonight, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, right? This is something that, you look at the situation throughout the team, though. I'd look at it, guys. In terms of skating, there's a couple of players that I looked at tonight, and I was like, they got their feet going here. So, first period, Dakota Joshua to me was really, really good. I liked the way he was playing. And, there was JT was... I love the way JT's playing right now. That hit on Janmark was just an absolute bruising hit. But Brock Boeser, his 200-foot game today was full display. The 2 goals is going to be something that we look at and say, okay, that's a player that's getting his goals. But the physicality, the intensity that he has now in the playoffs, and the question was, is he a playoff player? This was something we asked a year or 2 ago. There were no passengers, right? This was a team that was skating. And shout out to the young guy, Linus Karlsson, as well. I thought, just being confident, shielding the puck, skating the puck through the neutral zone. To me, there was a number of players that stood out. It was so, absolutely, there's a couple of guys that really stand out, but the overall commitment, and you want to see a little bit more of the puck on their stick attacking the neutral zone, especially late in the game. But I thought early on to get back in this game, there's a number of players that said, all right, you know what, we're not going to sit back here, even though Edmonton got that power play goal. So I think there was a number of guys that really ramped it up in the first period and put this team in the right direction.
Randy, great stuff, man. We look forward to chatting with you on Tuesday ahead of Canucks and Oilers game number 4. Canucks with a 2-1 series lead.
All right, boys, take care. Have a good one, and I'm going to keep an eye out for white flags here in Vancouver or in Edmonton. I'm just going to be looking on the streets just to be safe.
To see if anybody's waving them. I know they were waving pom poms in Edmonton. I know that's a bit more fitting than waving a white flag. I guess.
I love the smack talk, boys. Enjoy. Have a fun night.
Thank you very much. That is Randeep Janda, a massive 4-3 Canucks victory, returning the favor from game number 2 when Edmonton won 4-3 in overtime. And it was one of those games where you kind of thought towards the end, right? It's like, okay, the Canucks with a 2-goal lead. That shot goes off the post. We mentioned it's kind of like the Sissons thing. Do you think, hey, is that going to be the door that opens for Edmonton? All of a sudden they score, and the goal that goes in goes off Ian Cole. And I mean, honestly, we can criticize Cole for some of the stuff he's done. It's a textbook box out. He's facing the play. He's doing pretty much everything you can do. The puck hits him high, goes in off of him, right? And you're like, okay, well, he hit a post. Goal goes off Cole, but the Canucks still hold on to win this game. That's huge, because sometimes you think now you're manifesting, the outcome, and it's like that snowball's rolling and getting bigger and bigger, but the Canucks still held on to win.
Huge. And I know some people complaining about the guys that are on the ice that people are texting in. It's like, why is this guy on the ice? Why is this guy on the ice? Why is it Bluger, Cole, Karlsson out there? We're getting some texts about that. And Suter with Hronek there in the last goal, which is credited to Bouchard. It did end up going to Hyman. But, man, that is just unlucky. That's just like, of all people who plays it perfectly, and just off the jersey, off the crest, and in.
Yeah, plays it so nice. Like he it's a great box out. He's not in the blue. He's facing the play, which allows you to actually react to things coming in. And
it's a great box out on Connor McDavid. It's not like some fourth liner. It's Connor McDavid. It's a perfect box out. Of all people.
I mean, give it to him. It's a tough break. He had a good game. I thought he had a good game for what he did.
But honestly, for those things to happen and you to not give the tying goal up too. That to me is massive, right? Because those are the types of things that can sometimes really sink a team, right, and make you crack. And the Canucks, they certainly bent quite a bit in the third, but they did not break in the very end. All right, keep your thoughts coming into our Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. This one here says Cole was great, and he says Cole has more goals than Elias Pettersson. Facts only, 2-1, but the two of them being in his own net, of course. So that's the joke coming in there to our text inbox, 650-650. Before we go to the phone boards, Bick, anything else you want to point out here on the text inbox?
650-650, Eric and Dawson Creek. Arthur Sheilaw's real deal. What playoffs this kid has had tonight, a whole different level than what we've seen so far. Canucks have so much fight in them. Lindholm and Boeser, huge games. Canucks have some incredibly tough decisions to make in the summer. But that's a summer decision. What about Game 4 decisions?
Yeah, it may have felt like summer here the past few days, but we're still here in the spring, and a massive victory here for the Canucks. And, in terms of winning a game like this, and you had a little bit of panic towards the end, Brett, is this something they can maybe gain some confidence from? Because the coach has been bemoaning their third periods and sitting back and holding on to leads quite a bit. And we saw so many cutaway shots to him at the bench, and he was irate after the icings, them not holding on to the puck. Can you, winning this game, gain some confidence here to maybe not be as panicky late in the game with the puck in your own zone and trying to clear it so quickly?
Yeah, I think one, it gives Sheilaw's more confidence to play in front of him. Two, there's going to be a lot of video of guys actually holding on earlier in the game, but guys holding on the pucks, winning wall battles, getting out. Garland had a really good one in the third. Just seeing that, knowing you can win when you buckle it down and protect the middle and keep those shots to the outside, it should give them confidence. Now, they do need to play more in the third, specifically in breakouts, but I think it shows you can just win the series.
Yeah, as far as like holding on the puck, the play that we all went, all right, there it is Joshua at the end of the game.
Just
carrying it through, getting it deep, and you can just see it's like, well, now everyone can set up and work off of this central point where the puck is stopped below the line.
And then he goes to change. Reinforcements come in, they keep the pressure going. It's like, hey, you can do these things, And
there was a handful of plays, like Carlson had one on an exit that hit McKay for a 2-on-1, just a steady play. Now in the third period, it looked a lot different. For guys that were just very quick to look for the flip out, and Carson Soucy had so many rim arounds that got stopped on the point, and it's stressful, but I think tonight they recovered off of the initial plays much better than what we saw in Game 2.
Yeah, just expecting more, maybe being more firm on plays. Like Soucy, I think he actually has some room to wheel the net and make a play more than just smash it around, because they're expecting that.
They're early on it now, too.
Yeah, but then that also goes back to a Sheilaw's thing. He's not the strongest goalie playing the puck, so he's going to stay in more, that kind of thing. Maybe doesn't talk to him as much, but there is positives there, and I think they were a little more assertive when they did have to recover pucks tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are some things they can do a lot better, and if they do those things, we should expect a better performance even from the team in Game 4, now having a 2-1 series lead. All right, let's go to the phone board, 604-280-0650 or toll-free, 1-888-275-0650. And let's go across the Atlantic to Sweden, where we have Johan on the line. Johan, thanks for calling in, man. What are your thoughts here tonight?
Guys, I'm so fucking fired up.
All right, sorry.
Man,
you know what? Maybe we give you another chance, but language, no.
Man, that hurt. That hurt too. That hurt because I'm from Sweden as well. I don't fire it up, just... it's too bad.
Yeah, second language.
Yeah, I know. And hey, we went to Sweden first, second language, but it's all good. It's all good. It's fired up, man. Just fired up. It's a huge win.
I get it.
We tried to help you, but we got the big nose from behind the glass.
Yeah,
they're on it.
Yeah, those things happen. It's kind of like you make that mistake and. It's like the hand of God comes down. It's over. There's not much we can do about it,
The big buzzer from Eddie
Gregory.
The big hand of God right there.
And then it's over. All right, let's continue on the phone boards. And let's go to Coquitlam, where we have Paul on the line. Paul, thanks for calling in. What do you have for us tonight?
So great game. Well, not a great game tonight. Good outcome, but game certainly could have been better. But whatever, we're up 2-1. That's great. Just a few quick observations. First of all, last couple of months, I've often wondered to myself whether whether Mikheyev is ever going to score another goal again in the NHL. And the good thing is I don't have to wonder about that anymore, because I'm fairly certain he won't, which is too bad. But, there's other parts of his game that were pretty good tonight. But, yeah, unfortunately, that guy just cannot buy a goal even when it seems like it's a wide open net. Second point, Craig Simpson. Good God, does that guy ever drive me nuts. He is the biggest homer, and it's like so frustrating to listen to him this series. Like every single call or every single play, he seems to think that the Oilers were robbed and that the Canucks got some sort of a pass from the ref. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. And then third thing, which is probably my biggest complaint, is Connor McDavid. God, there is no denying his skill, right? I mean, he is arguably the best hockey player in NHL history. He is absolutely amazing. As a Canucks fan watching him play, he is terrifying every time he gets the puck. But the amount of whining that guy does to the refs, it's so undignified for somebody like him. And I know everybody is whining to the refs, a little bit when, they think a certain penalty doesn't go their way or whatever. But for him, it's just a constant, and it's just like nails on a chalkboard for me. So anyway, I really, really hope the Canucks win over Edmonton, largely so that I can listen to the post-conference press conference or post-series press conference with McDavid, because I would just love to hear the disappointment in his voice when the Canucks win. So anyway, thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. That is Paul in Coquitlam, and mentions Connor McDavid being upset. Now, there was a play at the end of the game after the buzzer where Connor McDavid takes a cross-check from Carson Soucy, and Zadorov hits him from cross-checks him from behind. Soucy ends up cross-checking McDavid in the face. It's a bit of an awkward play. I know some people are wondering if this is something that the league may look at because it's a cross-check to the face. But given how it all unfolded, Brett, what were your thoughts when you saw that play after the whistle where Zadorov from behind kind of pushes, cross-checks McDavid, he falls down and then eats a stick from Carson Soucy behind the Canucks net?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to word it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hard game, right? It's playoffs, especially after last game. You see Hughes get a stick in the face that goes uncalled. So it's part of that. I don't want to say, part of me was like, yeah. Like I felt like I was on the team. Like you're kind of jacked that these guys are getting after him. Now I don't really want to see sticks in the face. That just that you're running the risk of guys getting suspended, and you don't want any guy like that hurt. But Connor McDavid also takes a massive kind of baseball swing.
Yeah.
Slash. So let's put that out there. It wasn't like they just came up and went after him. So. I don't know. It is what it is.
It seems awkward a little bit more than anything.
Yeah, I think it's awkward. Zadorov cross-checks him into Soucy, who's...
It'd be one thing if McDavid's getting up and Soucy targets the head, but it just looks like
he falls down into it.
He's ready to just end of game scrum to go hit him, and because he's sliding down, it's just a tough spot. Well, look, if the league takes a look at it, I'd be rather surprised because I don't think there's much intent from Soucy to go at his...
No, he's going chest.
Yeah, he's got no intent to go at his face, and it just ends up poorly.
Yeah.
All right, let's take one more phone call here. Keep your thoughts coming into our text inbox, 650. We'll hit more of those as the show goes on here. But let's go to North Van, where we have Mike on the line. Mike, thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts on the Canucks winning 4-3 in Edmonton tonight?
Hey, Sal, it's good to hear your voice, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I just want to say two things. Artie party tonight, stood on his head. But I just really, really want to say the guys that the management brought in, Big Z and Lindholm, those two guys have stepped up and they've won us hockey games. And I'm really proud of the management for actually bringing in assets that can actually bring us wins. So I just want to get your thoughts on that. Thanks, guys. Have a good night, eh?
Hey, man. Appreciate it, Mike. Thanks for the phone call. And, hey, Lindholm was massive. I'm not sure this was one of the better Zadorov games necessarily, but to the point of how good he's been in the playoffs, he's been terrific in the postseason. Magnificent for the Canucks, right? But Elias Lindholm tonight, 2 goals, came up big against Nashville as well, has 5 goals now in the playoffs. I mean, you talk about a big game player. He's been good on the PK. He's been good on the power play. He's been good going head-to-head against other teams' top lines. I mean, where would this team be if they had not acquired Elias Lindholm ahead of the trade deadline?
And there was that little speed wobble in the regular season where you wonder, is this the first transaction that they really whiffed on, given the cost of acquisition and boy, those doubts have been shred away real fast. And 5 goals now in these playoffs. And the power play, he creates that goal almost single-handedly. And it's not this like power forward move. It's how do I dart and move and be there to support the puck and get the puck back and move it again and be an efficient puck mover and then convert in tight spaces.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. What a flip the script on your own kind of story a bit. He's so good. He's so smart. That bumper play, it's just his intelligence. He creates that goal with pure intelligence, goes to it. I want to highlight the first 19 seconds, gets a huge hit, puts Ekholm on his butt, which is, as a player, when somebody goes out and does that, especially a guy that's not known for that, fires me up. Takes me, 2 of 10.
Early in the game, quick,
right? And that's, you're going into this hostile environment, you don't know what to expect, and you just had the 2 best players, or 2 of them in the world, dominate a third period. And then Lindholm goes and does that, sets the tone early, and then has Joshua. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely was. Now, since we have some time here, we are going to get to the head coach. We'll get to your phone calls and some of your text messages in a second, but I think it's a good time to kind of break down the 4 goals the Vancouver Canucks did score tonight. And we mentioned Lindholm having 2 and Brock Boeser having 2, and for a moment we thought Brock Boeser had a hat trick because he was credited with the first goal of this game, and it happened on the power play for the Vancouver Canucks. It was Leon Draisaitl interfering with Elias Lindholm, and it was him tipping a shot in. And in Elias Lindholm, we talk about the impact he's made, but also on that first power play goal, it's not just about tipping the puck in, it's also about winning a puck after a shot by JT Miller, fending off 2 players from the Oilers to win the puck back, keeps the play alive, goes to the middle of the ice, and then tips the puck in. I mean, it's exactly the type of dirty work you need on the man advantage, and it pays off big to even the game at the time, making it 1-1.
Yeah, there was much of that on that power play goal, multiple keeps by multiple guys, and then just working around. And Hughes, I thought, was fantastic on this, both with a chance to relieve pressure and rim it back around, and then drawing 2 guys to set up the Boeser goal.
Yeah, and I would be interested to know, because usually Hughes goes down, Edmonton pressures down the wall. Usually that release is a backhand up the wall where the demon has come all the way over the wall. Boeser stays in the middle of the ice. So I don't know if that's something they looked at where there's your hole.
And he does that hook pass
between
2 guys.
Hooks it around and gets it back. And then that's like you relieve so much pressure, and he's right in a grade A shot position right off the bat, which is, that makes it. And then Lindholm obviously getting the tip is huge.
Because he takes it basically coming downhill.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't have to think about, all right, do I have to turn around? Do I have to find somebody? It's just take it and shoot it. And Lindholm's there.
Yeah, and it was a massive play by Elias Lindholm, made it 1-1 at the time. And the Vancouver Canucks, well, they kept things going a bit later on. It was Brock Boeser scoring after a great feed from JT Miller down low. And something we've talked about, there have been chances. We saw the first 2 games behind the goal line, down low, getting the puck up high into the slot area. And that's exactly what JT Miller does and Brock Boeser. Something you've been pointing out, Brett. He does a great job of kind of getting lost in the play and then popping out into space. And he does it there to give the Canucks the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, he's so good at it. And Miller is great at finding him, right? It's kind of a teamwork in terms of Boeser's great at finding that, but you need guys that can get you the puck there, and Boeser does a great job. It's actually McDavid that loses Boeser on the check, so he's hoping that the D-man's going to get into Miller and he can just wind it up behind the net. And Miller does a great job of just getting to him.
Absolutely. So those are the first 2 goals, and we'll break down the other 2 goals in the game as the show goes on here. We're going to take a quick break. Keep your thoughts coming into our text inbox. You can grab a phone line, 604-280-0650. You are listening to the Canucks Central Postgame Show presented by the number 5 Orange. Canucks have taken a 2-1 series lead after a 4-3 nail-biting win over the Oilers in Edmonton. More next on the home of your Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
Sonic 104.9 is the new alternative. Be you. Be different. Be alternative.
Welcome a little Sonic into your life. Sonic 104.9.
Or tell your smart speaker to play Sonic Radio.
When was the last time you hung out with a legend? A true Vancouver legend that every pro athlete, actor, and rock star who is anyone has gotten to know. A place where a legendary night can happen any night. Isn't it time you got reacquainted with this Vancouver legend? Pre-game, post-game, even during the game. The number 5 Orange.
As you gear up to support your favorite team this spring, know that your favorite Kubota equipment dealer is elevating their game too. Swing by Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment, your trusted full-line Kubota dealers, and up your game with 0% financing and special spring deals on Kubota gear. Big or small, you'll receive the respect and support you deserve. Visit one of Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment's 6 BC locations or explore DLEAMC.com.
On a team, the guys scoring are just as important as the guys stopping the other side from doing the same. That's how the West Coast Auto Group has built their elite team. At West Coast Toyota, Mazda, Nissan, Kia, and Ford Lincoln, the cars are the offense, and their great service department is the defense, preventing breakdowns and keeping you in the game. Elite from top to bottom. The West Coast Auto Group, just over the bridge in Maple Ridge. Visit them online at westcoautautogroup.com.
Angry Otter Liquor, you're at home here.
It's playoff time across BC, and Angry Otter Liquor is thrilled to rally with hockey fans on the road to the Cup. Score big at Angry Otter Liquor, your ultimate hockey headquarters. Ice-cold game day beer, spirits for every level of team spirit, and snacks to fuel your victory celebrations. Explore game day essentials with Angry Otter Liquor and celebrate every win with the perfect drink. You don't have to be a member, but it pays to be one. Learn more at angryotterliquor.crs.
Coming soon, genetically modified super soldiers encased in armor with powerful jaws, capable of infiltrating any structure and rendering it to dust. Hundreds, thousands of them. Ants. Protect your home with Westside Pest Control. Westside Pest Control has the tools and know-how to eliminate your ant problem. Stop the destruction. WestsidePestControl.com.
Here's NHL hockey superstar JT Miller on why you should buy your next new Ford from Ocean Park Ford in the South Surrey Auto Mall on the King George Boulevard.
Well, I think it's very simple. It's high quality and good people, and I think that that's a hard combination to beat. And ever since I got here, it's been very simple for me and an easy choice for us. And like I said, I just feel very lucky that I get to come down and see Ron and the guys here, and they always take great care of me when I come.
The door is always open at Ocean Park Ford.
Treat yourself to something tasty anytime at Max's Bakery and Deli. For breakfast, enjoy decadent pastries and, of course, coffee. For lunch, soup, salads, and sandwiches are seriously tasty favorites. And for lunch or dinner, Max's Deli case is stocked with 60 freshly made meals and savories. Eat at a cozy table or take it with you. Grab a treat at Max's Bakery and Deli, Vancouver's ultimate sweet escape. Open daily 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 3105 Oak Street. Online at maxsdeli.ca.
Hey, this is Ian Cole, and you're on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
This is where you talk Canucks. You're listening to the Canucks Central Postgame Show on the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Boeser swings it around to Miller, left wing. Passes into the high slot for Lindholm. Again to Miller, left boards. Back to Lindholm, middle of the ice. Now to Hughes, right point. Back to Miller, left circle. Takes a shot, tipped by Lindholm. He scores! Lindholm got it to the... And Boeser has the hat trick for sure this time. It's 4-2 Vancouver with 2:25 left of the second, or maybe he doesn't. Now it's Lindholm leading the line of players back to the bench. I thought Boeser jammed that home.
Well, they were both.
What does he have to do to get the hat trick, Randy?
This game there's still some time left here, Bats, but this was a play where both Lindholm and Boeser were in the neighborhood, and JT Miller hits a streaking Elias Lindholm down the middle of the ice, through the middle, right towards Stuart Skinner, and a good job by Lindholm to handle the puck, settle it down, and then JT hits Lindholm, and it's all Lindholm who hits it with the backhand. It goes off the post and in. This is all Elias Lindholm on the backhand and just gets it past the toe of Stuart Skinner.
I said it was Boeser's hat trick for sure. Famous last words. It's Lindholm who's got his second of the game and fifth of the playoffs.
Elias Lindholm, massive goal, the game winner. Canucks winning 4-3 in Edmonton to take Game 3, a 2-1 series lead. And this is the Canucks Central Postgame Show presented by the Vancouver... a Vancouver legend, the number 5 orange. And as always, keep your thoughts coming into our Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. You can also grab a phone line, 604-280-0650. Sat with Brett and Bick. You heard the goal coming in, the game winner, Elias Lindholm, again on the man advantage, coming through for the Vancouver Canucks. And, we talked so much about how the Canucks had a power play early in the second. It didn't go very well. Kind of stinky. They get another power play opportunity. This time they make it work. And a lot of good plays by the Canucks. Quinn Hughes being involved. But Elias Lindholm, yet again, makes a massive play and ends up being the game-winning goal.
And they needed to match the power play excellence of the Edmonton Oilers. And huge for Lindholm. And the power play just looks so much cleaner today. Even, look, I know there was a sloppy one in the second. But first period, it looked cleaner up the ice as well.
Yeah, it looked to me like they were taking more of what was just given to them. It's more of just like playing, right? And taking some of that automatic structure where we have to run this play and run that play to let's feel it out. And that's, I think, where that bumper comes in so nicely is let's just take the pressure that's given to us and release it. And Lindholm is instrumental in that and becomes a goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And great stuff from Elias Lindholm. And the third goal was scored by Brock Boeser. And this goal by Boeser a bit different. He kind of gets inside, a nice play being made in front of him. But he scored from a few different angles tonight, Boeser. He was getting net front. He was getting his shot off. But that third goal for the Canucks, the 3-1 goal at the time, Vic, that was another good play by Brock Boeser.
Yeah, and Pius Suter as well, stepping up. And
stealing that puck.
Causes a turnover, and it's just a lazy pass there by Fogle, I think it was. And he jumps all over it, and Boeser's there. And he gets the puck, and he's still got a lot of work to do because he's got to find and turn around and find the free space on Skinner. And he kind of made it easy on him because he didn't look like he was big in the net. And Boeser, when you're feeling confident, coming off that other goal, set up by Miller, and you found the far post, finds the far post again.
Yeah, he's so good, kind of top of the circles and down and getting shots. You see that on the power plays when he just starts to attack. He's just one of those guys that has that mentality to attack when he gets that puck low. And there, he just gets it. He doesn't have to think. He knows he's going, and then you're right. The confidence, he's just beaming right now.
Especially when it's coming off the wall, like that second goal that we saw, where, like, how many times have we seen that this year? JT, or someone digs out a puck, and JT gets it off the wall, and Boeser just kind of peels away, and it's in the right spot, open, in the middle of the ice. Like, how do you have 40 goals and you're still open? It's amazing.
I imagine that he just kind of licks his chops. He sees guys going, and I'm sure he puts himself in that kind of blind spot of defenders, and he just knows, okay, Miller's going. You're timing it, 1, 2, boom, and then he just gets in that honey hole and fires it.
Yeah, the honey hole you keep talking about, but he's done such a good job of finding that space, right? And you look at the best goal scorers in the NHL, it's not just about having a good shot, it's about having a nose for the net, so to speak, and also finding space, and something Brock Boeser's done. And also, again, he was out late. He had a couple of good clears for the Canucks, too, late in the game, and he's done a good job closing games out as well. I mean, the level of trust he's getting, he's not just being used as a goal scorer, he's also closing games out late. But we are going to get to the Canucks head coach coming up in just a moment. Keep your thoughts coming into our text inbox. Full phone boards. We are going to get to your phone calls, and we are seeing the text in about some of the comments from the Oilers. We'll get to those, but here is Canucks head coach Rick Tocchet at the podium.
We just grinded it out. Obviously they threw a lot at us, and we grinded out some really good efforts from some individuals. And, they made a push, and, we did a nice job there at the end. Made most of our chances. Power play was good. PK did a great job in the third. Got to give him a lot of credit. I mean, that power play is as good as I've ever seen. Like, it's dynamite. So I give them a lot of credit. So yeah, it was a grinding game. Like, we had to grind this win out.
Your top line, so the JT Miller line, saw a lot of McDavid, and the results looked totally different than it did in game 2. What specific areas did they do, or did your group do a better job containing the top end of the Oilers lineup?
Yeah, I thought the middle of the ice. I mean, they had some stuff. We tell you, you can't contain these guys. They're world class. So there's certain things that you got to try to do. Sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it's not, right? Because they're so good. So I thought we had some good efforts from guys. The Millsy line, obviously. And then when Lindy was out there, I thought Myers did a hell of a job tonight. He was made some nice blocks. You could go down the list. I just think a lot of guys defended well, and but they had their looks, and got to give them a lot of credit too.
Rick, you've talked about Arturs a lot and how well he's played for you, but what about the performance tonight?
Yeah. The kid's giving us games. It's a big stage, and he's not blinking. He's doing he's coming to every day, and he's working hard. He's working with Clarkie a lot on off days. Low maintenance guy. I don't really see him around too much, to be honest with you. Like, he's just a low maintenance guy, and obviously he's got some, whether it's a small sample size with some pressure games. We talk about the World Championships and all that stuff, but he's played some good, this is good for him. Like, these are pressure games.
The Oilers pressured you guys in the third period, but I think with 3 minutes left, the high danger chances were 1-1. What does that say about the way this group is defending? And even if you're giving up shots, you're not giving up those grade A looks. I mean, that's just the fabric. That's who we are. We've bought in since training camp. That's the way we got to play. Whether you want to call it Canucks hockey, we don't apologize. That's the way we got to play. That's it. And the guys buy in. They enjoy it. Because it's successful right now. But, there's certain things we still got to work on, and we all know it. And I thought the coaches did a great job yesterday and today, putting some great video today. Our staff did a hell of a job of a couple of tweaks in there, and I think it helped us tonight. So I got to give my assistant coaches a shout out. They were great. They did a hell of a job last couple of days.
Edmonton winds up changing goaltenders. You look like you got to Skinner at this point. Do you feel that? Do you feel that in the room, that the players feel confident shooting the puck on him?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, he's won a lot of games for him. I mean, he won 18 in a row, so he's a good goalie. I mean, we don't think any different, to be honest with you. I know I don't.
You had two guys make their playoff debuts tonight, and Carlson. What did you think of their games?
But they're really good. I thought it was. I thought Carlson did a nice job. Good intel from the guys down in Abbotsford, of where he could step in there, and I thought Alms did a hell of a job, PK, and I think he played 10 or 11 minutes. I think those guys, I think they could have probably played a couple more minutes. Those guys, they didn't seem out of place.
Rick, back to Arturs. He seems like such an easygoing guy. I guess, what is it about his makeup that the woman is not getting to him? Obviously. Yeah, I think sometimes his personality is a very quiet guy, but he's a quirky guy. Like he really is. I don't know. He says a smile on his face. I don't know. He just walks in told what to do, and he does it. He's the moment's not too big for him.
Rick, also on Seelovs, can I take you back to game one? Second period, you're down 4-2 going into intermission. Maybe you have an opportunity to make a goaling change. You didn't. I wonder what that means, just to give your goalie confidence.
Yeah, I mean, you give the hook to goalies on different situations, to give the team a lift, things like that. I just didn't feel he deserved to come out. I don't think it was, was his fault. And I thought we were playing pretty good. So I'm like, and I thought when we made it 4-2, it was actually 4-1 when they scored. We made it 4-2 then going in third, and we were making a little bit of a push. I think the guys kind of rallied around him saying, hey man, we got you. Just like he had our back, in some games. So my thinking was I didn't think it was the appropriate time.
But it's also a statement, though, to him that you're our guy. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm lucky. We got Casey. Casey, like I said, he could definitely be in the net, too. I'm not going to rehash what happened, but we got a viable guy, too, if we need him. But, yeah, Artie's actually obviously playing like it's his net right now, obviously. He's tonight he was excellent. I wanted to ask about the tweaks that you mentioned. You gave the shout-out to your assistant. Yeah. When they had the puck a lot in the third, you guys did a much better job tonight killing plays. Was that part of it? And what did you see that enabled you guys to do that?
Yeah, there's a couple things like that. I think we cut some plays off them. We anticipated. About the neutral zone, we were better. We took a few things away. They weren't, even when they came through speed, we were still in pretty good structure. I thought we were a little loose last game, a little bit not connected. So those were the tweaks. More connected hockey.
When you think about tonight and the first shift you got from Lindholm, Dakota, and Garland, where they all sort of threw big hits and kind of set the tone for you, just thinking about that line and thinking about what you've got from Elias in particular in the playoffs, I mean, how big's he been in where your club has gotten to after 9 games?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's he's a jack of all trades. I'm putting him out there. He just gets off a shift. He might have a shift off. Then I got him go take a big face off. I mean, that's hard to do. He's going. I did it about 7 times. That's a lot of wear and tear. So I think that's where people like him are underrated. Where I might be stuck and I got to get 2 centers out there. I can get him out there and he just played a shift. So, and then or he plays. If somebody dives in somewhere, he seems to be a guy that kind of can. If you ask, Garland, they say the same thing. He covers up for mistakes. He's not always a flashy guy, but he just gets the job done. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
That is Canucks head coach Rick Tocchet at the podium, and At the Podium is brought to you by Tiletown. From vision to reality, Tiletown has everything you need for your tiling project. See them today in Victoria, Richmond, Langley, and online at mytiletown.ca. So the head coach, happy, pleased with how his team responded and played, and he spoke about a few adjustments they made, Brett. They killed some plays, took some things away in the neutral zone, were good in structure, even when Edmonton came with speed. You guys see some of the stuff that he was talking about there?
I'd say probably rink-wide stuff. For me, I feel like game 2 that you saw more kind of rink-wide, D-man not gapping up, and then just being able to enter the zone a little too easy, and playing off the rush. It didn't seem like they had that many chances off the rush or like clear-cut guys, except for maybe like Draisaitl in the second coming in with speed. But
I mean, especially in the third period, right? There were so many clips of getting the zone entry and then trying to cut to the middle of the ice and having to course correct, go above where you were trying to cut into and go around, and suddenly you find yourself on the wrong wall and you got to go do the big loop around again behind the net. There was plenty of that. And he referenced, protecting the middle of the ice, and what's one of the tenets? Protect the guts. And tonight, how many times did a play try to go in the middle and just a wave of stick suddenly go through? And first of all, it's tall guys and the reach on that, and then we're dealing with back pressure of forwards who are just fantastic tonight, and just making that prime area just difficult to access.
Yeah, they did a great job with that stuff. And he mentions a lot of guys defended well. And my biggest complaint about their play, there were a couple of breakdowns in the second period, right? That's when I think Edmonton was at its most dangerous. Draisaitl hits the post. He came in alone. Then also Shilov's made a great save. Now we'll get to what Draisaitl had to say about a goaltending in a little bit here, and Shilov's and posts and stuff. But as far as the second, I think those are the 2 best chances they had. And then Fogle had a chance, the first, I think, where he kind of came in alone.
The Perry no goal.
No goal too. So there was a few there, but generally speaking, they did a good job of limiting. The biggest issue I had with them was how passive they were in the third at times, and how they weren't connecting, playing, just kind of playing panic hockey, getting pucks out. And when they are holding on to pucks, making plays, they found some space and real estate to take advantage of.
It's so much of a catch-22, right? Like, I don't want them to play passive, park the bus hockey, and it's a tough reality to live in. And yet, I would look at the game state for them to get their 4 goals. They're in it the whole time, and they're earned 4 goals. And do you look at this and say, boy, they're really just hanging on, but they're hanging on with the lead? And to me, I thought when they needed to be more proactive, they were. When they needed to protect the lead, again, it's not safe. But I'd rather live in a reality of you're not getting bombarded 6-1 and you're just getting shelled in your own end. At least you're playing with the lead and you're doing it well.
Yeah, you're not getting dominated the whole game.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you're somehow miraculously winning a hockey game. Yeah, you're up 4-2. You play a relatively good game for 40 minutes, and it is game stat. And Edmonton's going to push. They're going to push. You don't want to be out of position. You don't want to, as a forward, vacate that defensive side. The entire system and structure that they've built all year is about protecting the middle and being under your guy and having good sticks. And if you are too aggressive on that, and we see with McDavid and Draisaitl, being on the wrong side of them means 6 inches.
Yeah.
Right? It's a half a step. So you can see why guys are going to be more precautious when you're holding a 4-2 lead. And if you got to do that, they're good at it.
Think what fine margins you described and think how often they're on the ice. Again, 29-42. The time's been adjusted for Connor McDavid. 29-42.
29-42. Draisaitl 29. Bouchard over 31 minutes.
Was Draisaitl 29 as well?
I think so, right?
It's unreal. And Connor McDavid played 13 minutes. 13-24 in the final frame.
13 minutes.
13 minutes.
Yeah, 29.04 for Draisaitl, 29.42 for McDavid, 31.24 for Evan Bouchard. So they played over almost 60 minutes, those three players, the last two games combined.
So you're talking about being inch perfect. Here's what you got to do. The last four shifts for Connor McDavid: $1.56, $2.15, $3.42, and $1.07. So you're talking about, like, hey, we got to be perfect, and you can't let these small little gaps open up for these guys. That is unreal in the final 10 minutes that guy played that much.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And he still has gears.
Yeah.
Like, he's 2 minutes into a shift, and we're sitting behind the booth going, he's still on the ice.
Yeah.
And then he's the one leading the rush down and burning guys wide.
So that, look, they're going to use him a significant deal. This isn't about, as we discussed after game 2, they're really going to tire him out or anything like that. He's clearly fresh and ready to go and completely deplete the tanks. That's not about that. It's more about how focused this defense has to be, because he is going to play 29 minutes tonight.
Well, and they showed the resiliency towards the end, right? No big breakdowns, at least defensively. Can do better holding on to pucks and making plays, but in their own end, very clean in the third period. Let's take a call before we take a break here. Let's go to Calgary, where we have Braden on the line. Braden, thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts after a big Canucks win in Game 3?
Boys, I'm just going to say right off the bat, what a game. And I couldn't be happier with the way the boys are playing. It's been a little bit of a rough go with losing two goalies. But man, where can you complain right now? Like, we're in the second round. We're beating McDavid and Draisaitl. Like, where are we complaining? And I gotta say, my biggest question, and you boys can discuss this when I get off the hook with you, but when Thatcher is healthy, what do we do? Do we let Seelovs ride this out? Or do we put Thatcher right back in? Or do we wait for Seelovs to kind of come down a little bit, and then we got a solid backup? What's the game plan here? Another thing I'm going to say, quick shout out to my wife, Amber. Every time the Oilers are pressing a little bit, I get her to get out of bed, come down, watch the game with me. She's my good luck charm, boys. So
attaboy.
Let's give a little shout out to Amber here, because I tell you, man, every time she gets out of bed and comes and watches games, the boys pull something out. So I hope you guys have a great night. Let's discuss the Seelovs and the Thatcher thing. But hey, what do we have to complain about?
Yeah, no
Stay
kidding.
positive, man.
Hey, thanks for the phone call, and I found a good one. Braden. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But great stuff. Good luck, charm, and works out. Now he asked us a question about what would you do with Demko and Shilovs. We'll answer that on the other side. Keep your thoughts coming into our Dunbar Lumber text inbox 650-650. You can also grab a phone line 604-280-0650. More of your thoughts, more reaction from players post game as the Canucks Central post game show continues, presented by the number 5 Orange. So the game is over, but is your night really done? The number 5 is open. More next on Home of Your Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
The 2024 Outlander PHEV is now in stock. The world's best-selling plug-in hybrid vehicle is now more efficient, more powerful, and more sophisticated than ever, with rates starting from 4.49% plus the industry's best warranty. Elevate your everyday. Make new tracks at Applewood Mitsubishi in the Richmond Auto Mall or at applewoodmitsubishi.ca.
It's all good.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The Prestons are a hockey family. Growing kids need food, and food needs a proper kitchen. I was sent by Alpine Credits to help with a home renovation loan. I introduced these young athletes to my superhero strength protein diet. Just consult your doctor before eating 300 eggs a day. Plenty of room in that new kitchen, though.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
In a world where business knows no borders, Crow provides global reach on a personal scale. Spanning more than 145 countries, Crow's trusted advisors have the knowledge and expertise to add value to your business. From traditional accounting services to business consulting, Crow creates solutions tailored to your unique needs. Let Crow's expertise elevate your business. Visit crowmackay.ca to learn more. Crow, smart decisions, lasting value.
As you get ready for hunting season, whether your game is bear or anything else, it's time to head to Siwash Sports. Rifles, shotguns, optics, accessories, ammo, whatever you need, Siwash has it. Get your guns serviced or upgrade your gear with brands you trust. They even have 410 in stock, as well as paintball, pellet, and airsoft gear at BC's newest Browning and Winchester dealer, the Fraser Valley's Siwash Sports, in Chilliwack and online at siwashsports.ca.
BCers love hockey, and they also love burgers. What's even better is saving 20% off takeout during the playoffs. Order White Spot online and save 20% off with code SAVE20. Not valid on May 12th, June 16th, or on Pirate Packs and Alcohol. Only at whitespot.ca.
Hey, it's Satyar Shah from Sportsnet 650. Wildfires have the power to drastically change lives in BC, and as wildfires become more frequent and intense, we can all take proactive measures to protect our province, our homes, and our communities. BCAA and FireSmart BC have joined forces to help educate British Columbians in wildfire prevention and preparedness. Get FireSmart with BCAA and FireSmart BC. For tips and resources, visit bcaa.com/firesmart.
Play where the Canucks play. Northview Golf and Country Club, the official golf course of the Vancouver Canucks, and home of the Jake Milford Canucks Charity Invitational, featuring 2 championship courses designed by the king himself, Arnold Palmer, and the host site of 7 years of PGA Tour history. Whether you play the Ridge or Canal, it's West Coast golf at its finest, and finish your day in Duffy's Sports Grill. Book your tee time now at northviewgolf.com, created by a legend, open to all.
Step up to the plate. Let's play ball.
It's go time.
Stream the Toronto Blue Jays all season long on Sportsnet Plus.
Look at that play.
Plans start at $19.99 a month.
Boy, oh boy, this is premium stuff.
Subscribe now at sportsnetplus.ca. This is Alpine Credits Canucks Playoff Hockey on the official home of the Canucks. Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network. This is the Canucks Central Postgame Show. Join the discussion on the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Now comes back to Draisaitl, left boards again. Boeser's in his face. Draisaitl fights through the check towards the goal. High slot, one-timer for Nurse. Stopped by Shelov's rebound. Shelovs makes another save on the secondary opportunity from Bouchard to the right circle. And the Canucks get it out to center as the period comes to a close. With an exclamation point from Artur Shelovs, it's 4-2 Canucks through 40 minutes.
The kid's got 19 saves in this game and a couple big ones. First, at the end of the first period, he made a couple big saves. And here, yet again, as the second period was coming to a close.
You know, the kid's giving us games. You know, it's a big stage, and he's not blinking. You know, he's doing he's coming to every day, and he's working hard. You know, he's working with Clarkie a lot on off days. Low maintenance guy. I don't really see him around too much, to be honest with you. Like, he's just a low maintenance guy, and obviously he's got some, you know, whether it's a small sample size with some pressure games. You know, we talk about the World Championships and all that stuff, but he's played some, you know, this is good for him. Like, these are pressure games.
Canucks head coach Rick Tocchet, after a 4-3 win by the Canucks in Edmonton to take Game 3, now have a 2-1 series lead, and went on to say that Artur Shelovs is playing like it's his net, and he is the Canucks' #1 netminder right now, standing tall, especially late in that game, to ensure the victory for the Vancouver Canucks. And you're listening to the post-game show presented by the number 5 Orange, Satyar Shah, Brett Festerling, and Bick Nazar. We are going to go to the phone boards in a second here, guys, but what's happening on the text inbox, Bick?
650 into the Dunbar Lumber text message inbox. Greg on Granville says Ian Clark for the Conn Smythe Trophy. This one from PC Patty. Do you think Edmonton top guys' ice time will take effect on them later on in the series? As we were just mentioning, 29 plus minutes for Draisaitl and McDavid.
You would imagine, right, Brett?
Yeah, I would think. I would think, like, if you get into your game 6s and game 7s, just with every second day, that should stack up against you, I would think.
Yeah. Just one more. Johnny K. We love facts only. Quick note. The team that has won the opening faceoff in the series has won each of the first 3 games. So there you go.
Oh, wow.
Facts only.
I like the facts only. It's not bad. We'll see what happens here in game number 4. Chris in Richmond says, Tocchet said in game 1 he didn't pull Shilovs when they were down 4-1 because the team rallied behind him. Said it wasn't his fault, but theirs, that they wanted to keep him and play better in front of him. So what happened with Skinner and the Oilers tonight? Boys didn't rally for their goaltender? Sounds like institutional surrender to me. That is Chris in Richmond texting in.
Always blame the goalie in Edmonton.
Oh, yes. Always find ways to blame goalies in Edmonton, yes. And
run them out of town real easy.
I mean, it honestly couldn't play out worse in terms of the narrative because, so Spectre wrote the article, mentioned Vancouver institutional losing and all this, or institutional surrender. And then tonight, Edmonton loses in a game shrouded in controversy in the estimation of Oilers fans and media. So now it's Edmonton Oilers fans and media that are crying and whining about officiating here tonight. So it's funny how that works. Another take.
Brett doesn't want to take a fine. No. Don't worry about it, man. You're not on the show right now. We're not going to find you.
We got a break for 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and you're going to leave, and you'll join us again on Tuesday. Any final thoughts here before we let you go, Brett?
No, great road win. That's all I can say. Stay out of the controversy. Right. Great road win.
Stay out of the controversy. What business are you in right now?
We'll get him into the dirty.
Wait till see what we got on the other side.
Oh yeah, Bick has something ready for you. So if you thought we were kind of just slow playing it, we'll have some comments to come up. All right, Brett, we'll look forward to having you on Tuesday for game number 4, Canucks and Oilers.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
All right, it's Sat and
2-hour rule.
Yeah, 2 hours.
All right. It's Sat and Big. We'll be back on the other side. 2 minutes away. More of your phone calls. That's next on the home of your Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
Jack 96.9 is playing whatever. Yeah, that means you might hear this. And even this.
I like the way you work it. No, baby, no.
Jack 96.9. Check us out today on whatever you listen to. Your radio, the Radio Player Canada app, or on your smart speaker. Just tell it to play Jack 96.9 Vancouver.
Carter Honda is on the bandwagon, and it's game time, saving the best deals for the playoffs. Lease a new Honda Civic or HR-V from just 3.49% with plenty of stock to choose from. Or lease the award-winning CR-V from just 2.99%. And yes, that includes the CR-V hybrid model. Come in and ask about the playoff package at Carter Honda, 8th and Burrard, and CarterHonda.com. Let's go!
Treat yourself to something tasty anytime at Max's Bakery and Deli. For breakfast, enjoy decadent pastries and, of course, coffee. For lunch, soup, salads, and sandwiches are seriously tasty favorites. And for lunch or dinner, Max's Deli case is stocked with 60 freshly made meals and savories. Eat at a cozy table or take it with you. Grab a treat at Max's Bakery and Deli, Vancouver's ultimate sweet escape. Open daily 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 3105 Oak Street. Online at maxsdeli.ca.
Coming soon to a backyard near you. Just when you thought it was safe to go outside, they're not here for the flowers. They're here for you. They're coming for your food. They're coming for your fun. And if you resist, they will attack. Wasps. Protect your home with Westside Pest Control. Westside Pest Control has the tools and know-how to eliminate your wasp problem. Don't live in fear. WestsidePestControl.com.
This is where you talk Canucks. You're listening to the Canucks Central Postgame Show on the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Lindholm, right wing for Hronek, then up the boards for Pius Suter, and he'll deflect it into the Oilers' zone. Clearly interfered with on the near boards by Nugent Hopkins, who took him down well after the puck was gone, but play continues. And Evander Kane is hammered into the Oilers bench by Nikita Zadorov. He ran over him like a freight train. Jammed Kane into the bench. And now they're going to call Zadorov for roughing. As he continued to go after Kane, Zadorov cannot believe it. He is livid. And the Oilers are getting a power play out of this.
And he absolutely launched Evander Kane into the bench. As Evander Kane is smiling, as the Oilers are going to get a power play out of this. Zadorov not happy. A huge hit originally. And there's a bit of a conference going on here with the referees now to discuss. And a smirk on Evander Kane's face.
And now Zadorov's getting into it with the penalty box attendant because he wanted to open the door to talk to the refs.
91, minor penalty roughing. Edmonton bench minor penalty roughing.
So coincidental penalties.
Canucks win 4-3, and a bit of physicality. Zadorov knocking Kane into the bench. Not both players, but Perry from the bench gets a bench minor in that instance as well. And honestly, when you see the replay, it's Evander Kane holding on to Zadorov's stick, and Zadorov is just trying to get out of the bench. So a bit of it's good they even it out, because I don't think it should have been a penalty there for the Canucks. But nonetheless, they go on to win 4-3, and you are listening to the Canucks Central Postgame Show presented by the number 5 Orange on the home of your Canucks, Sportsnet 650, and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Satyar Shah with Bick Nazar.
Look at you talking about the officials, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just bringing up the officiating. I'm just saying what happened. That's all. I'm just mentioning the facts. I'm
on a huge moment in that game.
Yes.
Like, what a big hit.
Huge.
And you keep wondering if it's going to boil over and get to a point of a fight at some stage. If Zadorov and Kane finally decide to drop the gloves at any point. But, a cheeky smirk and no power play out of it, and a loss out of it too.
Yeah, a loss out of it in Edmonton. And in Edmonton tonight, they are very much complaining about the officiating, and those things happen in markets. Who would have thought? All right, keep your thoughts coming into our text inbox, 650-650. Let's go to the phone board, 604-280-0650, or toll free, 1-888-275-0650. And let's go to Vancouver, where we have Dave on the line. Dave, thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts here tonight after a big Canucks win?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Doing great, man. How are you?
Great. Great game. Yeah, my wife and daughter and I got to go in and watch it at Rogers tonight. So just
awesome. Yeah, great.
Yeah, Vancouver, what an awesome hockey town, such a good vibe. But I just want to give a big shout out to one guy who is giving it 110% every night, and that's Connor Garland. He just, that guy, he's like the part of the backbone of the team. Such a dependable guy. The whole team, fantastic, right? Rick Tocchet, he should be up for Coach of the Year, but I'm biased. But Connor Garland, he reminds me of Cliff Ronning from yesteryear. He just a little guy, but he's just out there giving it every night. Every time the team's leaving the ice, he's the last guy off, giving everybody high fives and pats on the back. Just a great, great guy. So that's all I want to say.
Hey, thanks for the phone call. Appreciate it. That is Dave from Vancouver. And Jason from Coquitlam says they even threw hats at the Rogers watch party at Rogers Arena. Fans were hyped tonight at the watch party. Brock went with Prince Charming to King Charming tonight.
The two guys that are getting a lot of love in the inbox, outside of Boeser and Lindholm, they're the goal scorers, of course. Garland being one of them, and as a caller just mentioned, Tyler Myers the other one. 7 hits, 4 block shots for Tyler Myers in 22 minutes and 56 seconds.
And led all Canucks in ice time tonight, Tyler Myers.
Just unbelievable, right? Yeah. A huge performance. And look, it's not just that you played that much, it's that 9 of those minutes are against Connor McDavid at 5-on-5.
Yeah.
In all situations, you're up against Connor McDavid 16 minutes. So it is a tough environment for Tyler Myers playing in that role. And like he played against in the closeout game against Nashville, massive moment at the end.
Yeah,
gets the love from the fans. Huge game today with the physicality and the sacrifice of the body. Fans are all about it in the inbox right now.
And sacrifice goes a long way in the playoffs, and fans love it when players put everything on the line for their team to win games. And we're seeing that from the Vancouver Canucks, who now have a 2-1 series lead. Now, before we go to the next phone call, Braden in Calgary, who called in a bit earlier and mentioned how his wife Amber is a good luck charm. He also he asked us about goaltending, right? I think it was him, wasn't it? He asked us about goaltending, right. And he said, "Is it Thatcher? Thatcher Demko's ready to come back?" And the head coach Rick Tocchet had mentioned today before the game that Thatcher Demko's progressing. He even took some shots while he skated, so he's making some headway. What do you do when he comes back and Shilovs is playing the way he's playing?
When does he come back? Is it right? Is it game 5? Is it game 6? Are you in a scenario where you're up 3-1? What's this? You have to apply context. If you're down 3-1, all right, different reality. But that reality doesn't exist anymore. Your worst case scenario, you have to use him in game 6.
Yeah,
that's the worst case scenario. and that's have to use him. But has anything happened for Artur Shelovs that you feel like you have to take him out?
No, I think the way it's going, I would bring Demko in if and when he's healthy, if and when you see a crack in Shelovs' game.
Yeah.
You know, where if you see some struggles. If not, ride it. Because I think with Demko, he's coming back from injury. The more time you can buy him, the better it is. So if you can buy as much time as possible until he comes back, you do it.
Every win gets you an extra day of recovery.
Yeah.
And that's what's huge. So now, we thought Game 5 might be the earliest spot if you're down 1-3. Well, you just buy yourself 2 more days. Because at the next chance you're going to be facing an elimination game would be Game 6.
Yeah.
So they're doing their job.
Yeah. No, they have been. It's been absolutely fantastic so far. And I think you have to just kind of ride them for the time being. We'll see what happens ultimately. Canucks have a 2-1 series lead, but that doesn't mean the series is anywhere close to being done. But it's extending. Again, we mentioned a lot of people had Edmonton winning in 4 and 5 games. That's not happening. The earliest they can finish it off is 6 games. Vancouver, a huge game coming up now on Tuesday. Like you're in a spot now where you can take a 3-1 series lead. And not to get ahead of yourself, but you do that, and you put a lot of pressure on Edmonton, a team that has a lot of institutional losing here the past 10, 15 years. So when you have the institutional losing, you had the years of these failed playoffs with Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl and the supporting cast not being there. You go down 3-1. It's going to be the same old story for this team.
Especially in reality where these guys are playing barely any minutes. Yeah. And suddenly you're going to look at them and be like, need you to do it. Is a lot of blame going to go on McDavid and Draisaitl? They're playing 29 minutes, or is it going to be on the rest of the team? A team that's some guys are playing 6-7 minutes here.
Yeah.
Is it well constructed enough to say that they're ready to live in the environment of playoffs? Because they've not won a game in the third round, it should be pointed out. So at some point you have to go against juggernaut teams that have depth.
Yeah.
And right now they're stubbing their toe in the same way they've done in the past too.
Yeah, they have so far. Chris and Duncan says Myers also with, wait for it, 0 penalties. You know what? The discipline.
Massive, yeah.
It's been a huge part of his game here. All right, let's continue on the phone boards. Let's go to Ladner, where we have Tarn on the line. Tarn, thanks for calling in. What do you have for us?
What's up, boys? How you doing?
Doing well, man.
Good. Okay. First of all, Seedorf is a better goaltender. Let's get real. He played good. Yeah, a couple of poster. We got bailed out. Come on now, be real. But the main thing is, ESPN, everybody thought 24 or 25, only one person picked us, we're not going to win the series. Where are we at? 2-1. Where are we at? Come on. I'm being real right now. I'm not going to say any profanity right now. Where are we at right now?
2-1.
And we're 2-1. We're going to win the series. I'm calling right now. We're going to win the series. We played good defense against McDavid. Where was McDavid tonight? There was no McDavid tonight. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not saying we got bailed up by shots. He lost play good, but where was McDavid in general? I didn't see any. A lot of Canucks fans, the real Canucks fans will know we shut them down. I'm being realist. We shut them down, but we.
Yeah, did we just lose?
Man, we up 2-1, baby. We up 2-1.
Our phone's cutting out.
Your phone's cutting out. Thanks for the phone call.
Connor McDavid, 0 points today. Ends up taking 7 shot attempts, 4 on goal. But 0 points for Connor McDavid tonight.
Yeah, 0 points for McDavid. And McDavid has his moments, but they've done a really good job of not letting him gain too much speed through the neutral zone and really, drive through guys. He still made plays, and it's amazing. We're sitting here and talking about the Canucks have been good on Connor McDavid, and he has 6 points in 3 games. Like, he's still getting his points.
But here's the thing. It's what I brought up before the series started. You have to contain it to a single game.
No points for McDavid tonight. So 5 points now in 3 games.
But you've got to contain. So he goes off in game 2. Okay, that sounds harrowing. They're like, oh my god, he's over a point a game. But you contain it to just devastation in one game. But it's only one game. It's not something that's carrying over. So tonight, ends up playing 29 minutes, and you get the win in a game where the usage is so high. That's another fantastic one for the Canucks.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge for the Vancouver Canucks. It mentions McDavid and Draisaitl and Post. Tarn mentioned a couple posts coming up big. You want to do this here? What Leon Draisaitl said?
Sure.
I think we should. Let's bring it in. Sure. I know some people are texting in as well here about what Leon Draisaitl had to say. But so Leon Draisaitl hit a post in the second period when he got a clear-cut chance on Artur Shilovs, but there was another instance where Artur Shilovs made a save on a clear-cut chance on Leon Draisaitl.
Now, mind you, they hit four
posts. Yeah,
four posts.
They had four. No. Yeah. I mean, hey, I don't think anybody would disagree that the Canucks.
I would think it was more than just Draisaitl, is what I'm saying.
For sure, yeah. But I'm just saying, in general, I don't think anybody would disagree that the Canucks were not the better team tonight. They had moments they did well, right? But we're sitting here and also talking about how they can be better in the third and closing the game out better. And, they got saves. They had some good moments, but they can clearly be better. And Edmonton was the better team through large portions of this game. I don't think there was any doubt. I thought the Canucks were better in the first. And after that, I think Edmonton was the better team. I think that's the
Well, they went and got their goal as well in the second.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, the second was good too. But I thought the Canucks had some really good moments. But Edmonton on the totality, of course, had a stronger game, I'd say, right? But overall, though, with how things went, I think you're seeing some frustration creep in from the Edmonton Oilers, because here's Leon Draisaitl meeting with the media post-game, and he's asked about Artur Shilovs and the saves he made on him and also in the game, and here was Leon Draisaitl's response.
You guys hit, I think, 4 or 5 goal posts tonight. You generated the chances. How much of that is bearing down, or how much of that is just good goaltending or luck?
Well, post is not good goaltending, but yeah, we can certainly do a better job of bearing down and, like I said, capitalizing on our looks.
And that is Leon Draisaitl says post is not good goaltending. I mean, he just doesn't want to concede any credit, I guess, to the Canucks netminder. But that's a comment a lot of Canucks fans are pointing out and saying he's showing some frustration and perhaps not willing to give any credit to the Canucks netminder.
It might just be the culture of being pissy in Edmonton, though. Right? Yeah. Like it's been known. It's been known.
So wait. Institutional pissiness?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe a little bit there.
There might be a slight bit of it there in Edmonton, I suppose. Right? I mean, hey, it's a frustration that you see in Edmonton. I mean, again, it's like when you've had the losing in the playoffs in the past, and last year they had some moments. Yeah. Hey, that's fine. Now, as far as net minding, and this is turning out to be an issue now for Edmonton. Already in the series, they pulled Stuart Skinner in the third period. Calvin Pickard came in, and the Oilers head coach, Chris Knobloch, was asked about their goaltending situation, and now some doubt. You mentioned a seed of doubt. What about who's their goaltender heading into Game 4? Here's how the Oilers head coach addressed what they saw from their goaltending tonight in a 4-3 loss against the Canucks.
Do you feel like you need more saves out of your goaltender tonight and in this series?
Yes, we need more saves. Tonight, obviously I felt like that with the picks going in the third period. But, we defense and along with goaltending, it's very important to winning hockey games, especially in the long term. And, it's got to be better.
Skinner generally is, handles the pressure well and comes out and talks, those sorts of things. Didn't tonight. What's your sense on how he's dealing with the pressure? It doesn't get any greater than it is here in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I think, tonight's one that he'd like to have back. And, we'll see what he's got in the future, whether that's Game 4 or Game 5 or whatever it is. But we'll be seeing Stu again. And you have no doubt that he'll respond and play well.
Hey, Chris over here. It's been 2 games in a row where your team has controlled a lot of the play. Is there anything positive you can take out of that 40 minutes because you guys seem to control a lot of tonight?
Yeah, eventually the pucks are going to start going in a little more. Tonight, with having 3, it's probably most nights is enough to win, especially in during the playoffs. And, you look at the amount of opportunities we have. We just have to be persistent and continue to push. I feel that we'll get some more breaks.
Hi, Chris. Just to go back to Skinner, are you committing to start him in Game 4?
Oh, no, I'm not committing to that or making a decision right now. Obviously, it's very emotional after a loss. We'll get together tomorrow as a staff, and we'll make that decision.
Is there any injury concern with the goaltender? Skinner?
No, there's no injuries. Okay.
That is Chris Knobloch, Oilers head coach, not showing a ton of confidence in his netminder. And you know what? Considering
also kind of a weird statement to say, if you score 3 goals, we're going to win. You're giving up 4 goals in every
and also,
game of the series.
It seems like...
I don't know how math works. I don't know if they do math at Edmonton, but 4 is greater than 3. You might lose in that scenario. If you give up 5-4-4, 3 goals isn't going to get you there, Chris.
No,
I'm sorry.
I don't know, man. It's okay. Who knows what truly Edmonton is thinking, right? But you heard Knobloch after game 1 almost defined about how they played, felt good about it. And it's like, okay, fine. Game 2, they were better, of course. And tonight you're hearing some comments about them, about, what Draisaitl says, what the head coach is saying. Are they taking the Canucks somewhat lightly still? I mean, I think they believe they're the better team, which is fine. Like,
yeah, and look, you can look at the totality of the numbers and come out with whatever reasoning you want. And that's what the point I was making earlier. It's midway through that period. Like the Canucks scored 3 goals in the first period. They matched the Oilers in the second period. And the numbers look the way they do, but like the Canucks are playing with a 2-goal lead for long stretches of this game. The environment's going to look different.
Well, and also here's the thing on Stuart Skinner, a guy who has spoken about the challenges of dealing with the mental game, and here you are kind of not throwing him under the bus. He's saying the truth, but in terms of like protecting a guy mentally, like if you're the Canucks, aren't you licking your chops at what's happening now with Edmonton's goaltending? Because even if Stuart Skinner goes back, he just heard the head coach say we need saves. So if he's playing game 4, all he's thinking about is, I got to make saves. And he's shown in the past for that to be a struggle for him. That's tough. That's tough.
We did get a text too, 650, somebody asking us about is Tocchet winning the coaching battle if McDavid and Draisaitl have to play that much? That one came in from Edmonton, actually.
Yeah.
I forgot who it is now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to... Like, I don't know if you can say anybody's winning the coaching battle, because I think what Edmonton is doing is they just have to load up. Because right now, Evander Kane has moments, but he's not really driving play the way he can in the past, right? Nugent Hopkins isn't playing at a super high level, so if they're load up their top guys, there isn't a ton left there. And I think they kind of have to, because they're chasing games, right? I mean, they lost the first game. They had the lead. They were playing their guys separately. And then game 2, Draisaitl's banged up. They're chasing the game, being down a goal, and they're chasing the game here tonight again, right? Like, I guess you can give an edge to the coach that has a 2-1 record right now through 3 games, but I'm not quite sure that based on the options both teams have, it's down to coaching. Like, nobody's shooting themselves in the foot, but I don't know if I'm there yet.
I said last game, right? Canucks lose that game. I still had some confidence because there's not more than 4 guys that feel like a threat to score.
Yeah.
And it's Draisaitl, it's Hyman, it's McDavid, and it's Bouchard.
Yeah, well, Kane hit the post tonight. He came the closest.
Did he score?
No.
Okay.
Post.
But it's those 4 guys. Now, Ekholm's having a run of success here.
Yeah, it's
gone well. But outside of those 4 guys, I don't see a lot of threats of who's generating goals. Certainly not a 5-on-5.
Now, I will say the Canucks do have to threaten more than they have. I'd say in a game like this and even last game, for them to be consistently being able to come out and win 2 more games in this series. So there are things that the Canucks clearly can do a lot better themselves as well. Leon Draisaitl said Post is not good goaltending. A lot of people in our text inbox, Rafe, Vic, others, are reminding Leon Draisaitl that hitting a post is not a good shot. Doesn't even count as a shot on goal. So keep that in mind.
Good work in the inbox.
Very good work. Yeah, competing, man. They're competing hard. I don't see a lot of surrender in the text inbox, do you?
Should I get into this?
You want to get into it? Get into it.
All right.
Do your thing.
No, I don't even like doing some of this stuff because I'm a big believer in like leaving nonsense in the darkness.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right? Like it's like wearing a mask.
Yes.
You just stop the spread. But we can address it, and I promised Canberra I wouldn't do this. I know I'm supposed to cry when you say that statement as well. So the underlying inference of everything that we heard is here on the West Coast, we're blind. That you and I, the listeners, the fans, are blind, and you've never seen what you've seen. You don't see what you see. And moreover, which is really stunning for a member of a media to say, that platform power and our voice shouldn't be used to demand a better product. And by the way, a product that is part of our national identity. That it's okay to be silent, be compliant, be complacent, and bow to authority. That, hey, if you're wearing stripes, you're above reproach because you're doing fantastic, darling. And because we are blind here on the West Coast, we are unable to read thoughts from headlines and series from seasons past. Actually, even last year. You don't need to go to Google to find out who might have written the following article that had quotes like, sorry, Petro, if you're in favor of a game where guys can Paul Bunyan the other team's star in the final minutes of a game the way you did, maybe you should find a spot in the World Axe Throwing League. Because we're blind, you wouldn't be able to read that headline that's titled NHL Decisions Leave Fans Scratching Their Heads.
Pray tell who wrote this?
And don't even need to say it. A reminder that officiating, by the way, impacts players' health.
Okay. Right, yeah.
You want to protect the stars,
right.
So they're available for the paying customers, not just how they impact the game. Or you can read an article headlined, Suspensions to Oilers nurse Golden Knights Pietrangelo leave more questions than answers, which features, to me, Pulitzer Prize lines, the confusion that the National Hockey League wallows in, shift after shift, head-scratching ruling after head-scratching ruling, that leaves us in search of some pattern, any pattern. What's offside? What the hell is goalie interference anyhow? Welcome to the NHL, where the longer you hang around, the more you realize you're not the only one who doesn't have a clue what the rule book means.
Sounds like institutional whining to me.
The wicked ways of the wheels of justice. That's all from one piece. One piece. And I left a lot out for brevity's sake because we're up against the clock. How did we get to a place where a scribe can forget a piece merely written a year ago, pointing out inconsistencies from the NHL and pointing out rule enforcement can be as random as something as a lottery, which I know everyone in Edmonton's got a history of covering. So fans certainly have no reason to apologize for having a critical eye and being willing to speak about it. Certainly don't worry about institutional surrender because every single city is not above it, okay? It's as common as your neighbor telling you, I wouldn't want to live in the next province over. Because Edmonton lost in Carolina in 2006. You read anything about it, what are you going to hear?
The missed calls?
No, Dwayne Rolison got hurt in game one. That changed everything.
Institutional excuses.
The journey of Lord Stanley's arrival up north did not come to fruition because of an injury to their goalie. Forget the fact that they were an 8 seed against a 2 seed, right? Like an underdog. No, it was not some juggernaut. The 1 seed, by the way, had a 100-point center, multiple guys on the way to the Hall of Fame, multiple guys that won Stanley Cups, multiple Stanley Cups, a guy that was later anointed Mr. Game 7, all of this. But, hey, a goalie. Because in Edmonton, they quit before the play because who can win with a backup goalie? Not like Jim Rutherford's Carolina switched their goalies or Jim Rutherford's Pittsburgh Penguins had to switch their goalie. In hockey, they say if you arrive at the rink set worried about the backup goalie, you're already beaten. And nobody would have written a piece about that, which, by the way, you can find at sportsnet.ca. Just Google why the 06 Oilers still believe one key moment cost them the cup.
Written by
Mark Spector. And what a sight to bear now, by the way. Artur Shilov's 40-plus saves, third-string goalie, in it, competing with the backing of a coach. Nobody's making excuses. Routinely praised. Blame it on the goalies. And I hate doing the media bits of... Everyone's got a voice, right? And here is, we're meant to be tellers of the present for the future to learn our histories. And histories are not being told in this series. We're spending time about dumb officiating and... what the captain looks like when he's getting hit. And I said the culture of pissiness. The thoughts are being expressed by media members who use their precious access to talk about pissiness. So if towel waving is a reflection of this fan base or the coverage this fan base receives, I hope everyone in Edmonton, the Oilers fans, enjoying the pom-poms tonight.
Oh, that is fantastic. Vic, well done. And the only thing I'll say, because there was a lot of misinformation in that Spector piece, considering how easily misinformation spreads in Alberta, I'm not surprised to see this type of material come out of Edmonton. And honestly, considering how many Albertans are trying to get their province to leave the country, they know a lot about surrender as well. So we'll leave it at that. for Mark Spector and what they have out of Edmonton tonight. All right. Keep your thoughts coming into our Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. You can also grab a phone line, 604-280-0650, or toll free, 1-888-275-0650. Bick, yes, Bick, you're the reason I listen to 650 all year. Fire emojis. And something, yes, Bick, beautiful. So Bick getting a lot of accolades for his rant against the media in Edmonton, calling out this great hockey market that is now up 2-1 in the series against the Edmonton Oilers. All right, hit the phone boards.
Yeah,
you gonna get some passion from the people. All right, 604-280-0650. Let's go to Surrey, where we have Nathan on the line. Nathan fell off. All right, so let's go to Victoria, where we have Amin on the line. Amin, thanks for calling in. What do you have for us tonight?
Well, excuse me. First of all, a round of applause. I'm not going to rant like Bick, but that was impressive. Listen. EP40 still on a milk carton. It seems like everyone else's name is being mentioned except EP40. Obviously, no gaps tonight that were obvious or led to any offense on the Oilers side. But this team is always structured, or talked about their structure and their depth. And Pettersson, even though he's the highest paid guy, is part of that depth. Imagine if he was going, where we would be. Ian Cole needs to be benched. I think he may be wearing an Oilers jersey underneath that. Yes, there's an element of bad luck, but this is 3 games in a row, and it needs to stop. Props to that young kid, Carlson. Didn't stand out like a sore thumb. I think he fit in really well. Seeloff's clearly no fluke. Guy's stealing games. This is a third-string 23, I think 2 days ago, year-old kid. An absolutely phenomenal storybook that this kid's writing. I think even if Demko comes back, if they're up in the series, or regardless of where they are, I think you got to stay with the hot hand. And lastly, the coverage. No offense to the media, but can someone explain to me why you've got 2 Canadian teams playing and it's not on so-called Canada's network, CBC? Fantastic show as always, fellas. Take care.
Thanks for the phone call. That is Amin from Victoria calling in. And as far as Pettersson, a tough game. Like if you look at the ice time, it was very telling here tonight.
15 minutes for Elias Pettersson on a night where Lindholm playing 20 minutes and 22 seconds. JT Miller 21:50. Brock Boeser played 20:52. Elias Pettersson ending up at 15:49. Only 4 faceoffs as well for Elias Pettersson.
Well, and forget even getting a shot on goal. Did he even have a shot attempt tonight?
Elias Pettersson, not a shot attempt. And the play I didn't like too from Pettersson was
late in the game.
No, but
we'll talk about that one too.
One of the Draisaitl rushes, I thought Pettersson didn't track the speed at all. The one where he hits the post, which wasn't good goaltending, right? Soucy kind of steps up to challenge McDavid. Puck bounces to Hyman, and he slides in Draisaitl. But you watch this play, Pettersson and Draisaitl make contact at the blue line, and it's nowhere near strong enough from Pettersson. Like, you got to engage, you got to slow that guy's speed, or at least you got to track him to the net.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think those are a lot of things that they need to do a lot better of, and something that Pettersson, even late in the period too, in the third, there was a few times with the one time in particular, he could have got a puck out and he just kind of, whiffs on it, doesn't get it deep, and kind of just gets frozen in the moment a little bit there. And I think that's part of the issue as well. All right. Keep your thoughts coming into our text inbox, 650-650. A lot of support coming in for Bick Nazar and his rant against the Edmonton media, calling out the Vancouver Canucks so far in this playoff series. Let's take one more phone call here before we hit the break. Let's go to Hong Kong, where we have Neil on the line. Neil, thanks for calling in. What do you have for us tonight?
Hey, first of all, great show. This is my first time dialing since 2002 because I've always lived abroad. Last time I was in college in the States. Great show. Just one thing I want to add to the game itself. I'm not sure if you guys are feeling it, but I've been saying for a long time that this team has been giving me the 2013 Seahawks vibes. Not saying anything, but it's the never die attitude, pulling games out of where there shouldn't be any game at all, and just is this like. So I'll listen up, and great show, guys.
Thanks for the phone call. What is your take there?
Sorry, I was reading the inbox. I was not paying attention. My bad.
Yeah, no, all good, all good. But on how the Canucks played overall tonight, I do think there are a lot of things that they can do a lot better. Like I know you won this game, and there are things they did that you were happy to get through. But overall, like, you can't sit back as much as they did in the third. Like, that's become an issue and it's not just an issue that you've seen in the playoffs. It's an issue you've seen during the regular season as well in the third.
I guess like my fears have subsided because they played well earlier in the game.
Oh no, for sure. But it's more about
if like the 4 goals were just fluke bounces and they weren't playing structured hockey and getting out of their zone. Like, they didn't have problems getting out of the zone for the first 35 minutes of the game. Mm-hmm. And then in the last 25, look, the Draisaitl rushes happen and it gets a bit hairy. But at that stage, you got a 3-2 lead, 4-2 lead. There's only one goal I felt that was against the run of play, and it's the Lindholm, the 4-2 goal. That's really about it.
Yeah.
Everything else was within the run of play. And so if you're getting goals, it changes the environment and it changes the energy of what each player is going to do.
And now they can do better and everything, but here's something that you keep a real look at in this series. Edmonton's scoring on the power play, but 5-on-5, they're having trouble. Mm-hmm. Like, for all the talk about, they're mad about officiating, is it because they need power plays to score? Like, because right now, 5-on-5, they're struggling. Yes, they're kind of controlling play at times, but again, like you mentioned, they've done a good job of closing. The Canucks, we want them to do better and improve on a lot of things. Of course, you can always be better. But to your point, they're still struggling to generate real quality scoring looks 5-on-5. They had a couple of 4-on-4. They pulled the goalie when they have the goalie out for the extra attacker on the delayed penalty. That's when they're dangerous. But they've had a real hard time generating 5-on-5 against the Canucks. So if you get to a game where no penalties get called, like, what's their path to victory?
And that's why today was huge. 2 power play goals for Vancouver. That's massive. You matched them and you won 5-on-5. There's Brock Boeser with 2 even strength goals. Mm-hmm. It's absolutely huge that the power plays match. So 2 for 4. And by the way, Carson Soucy did end up a penalty at the 28-minute mark for that cross check to McDavid. So he's penalized. It's not Zadorov who gets the penalty, it's Soucy.
Right.
So will that lead into supplemental discipline going into tomorrow? Something to keep an eye on. There's obviously no official power play on that, so they go 2 for 4 on the PK. But I think that's a huge win. If the Oilers' power play is going to be dangerous, 2 ways to stop it: don't take your own penalties or hurt them on the power play. So congrats, they got the 2 goals today. Well, you matched it. Their advantage was nullified today by your work on the power play.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, keep your thoughts coming into our Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. You can also get your thoughts in on the phone board, 604-280-0650, or toll free, 1-888-275-0650. We'll get to more of your reaction, plus we'll get some more reaction from players post-game and Ian McIntyre, hopefully, from Edmonton after a thrilling 4-3 Canucks victory in Game 3 to take a 2-1 series lead. You are listening to the Canucks Central Postgame Show presented by the number 5 Orange, a Vancouver legend. They've got sports too. More next on Home of Your Canucks, Sportsnet 650.
Your feet, the silent workhorses of your body. They've danced you through life's highs, sprinted you through challenges, even stood firm on the green for that last putt. But even the strongest of supporters need support. That's where Kintec comes in. Not just with shoes, but with custom orthotics that ensure .net and discover how orthotics can transform your every step.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Do you want to play where the Canucks play? And no, I'm not talking Rogers Arena. It's Northview Golf and Country Club. Dan Murphy here. It's easy to see why Northview is the official golf course of the Vancouver Canucks. 2 championship courses designed by Arnold Palmer, world-class facilities, and Duffy's Sports Grill, the perfect spot to finish off a great day. Or if you're like me, perhaps start the day. Northview, designed by the King, open to all. Book a tee time now at northviewgolf.com.
Your business is more than just numbers.
It's years of hard work, dreams, and passion. But in the midst of the hustle, have you taken the time to understand its true worth? Crow's trusted advisors can help. With global expertise across a wide variety of industries, let Crow uncover the real value of your business. Redefine your company's success. Visit crowmackay.ca to learn more. Crow. Smart decisions, lasting value.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Sam had aspirations of opening a clothing boutique. She called Alpine Credits and was sent a speedy superhero to help with a business loan. Super speed doesn't translate to radio, but when our hero runs, she sounds like this. If you ran at the speed of light, you'd sound funny too. Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
As you gear up to support your favorite team this spring, know that your favorite Kubota equipment dealer is elevating their game too. Swing by Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment, your trusted full-line Kubota dealers, and up your game with 0% financing and special spring deals on Kubota gear. Big or small, you'll receive the respect and support you deserve. Visit one of Avenue Machinery and Douglas Lake Equipment's 6 BC locations or explore DLEAMC.com.
The road trips are coming.
The road trips are coming.
Do you hear that? The road trips are coming.
Hey, it's Jeff, owner at Turn 3 Autosport. It's time to get road trip ready by getting your spring service done. Experience an exceptional alternative to the dealer and book your appointment today to hit the road running. Our team's passion and commitment will have you wondering why you didn't visit us sooner.
Turn 3 Autosport, born out of a passion. In Langley and at turn3autosport.com.
BCers love hockey, and they also love burgers. What's even better is saving 20% off takeout during the playoffs. Order White Spot online and save 20% off with code SAVE20. Not valid on May 12th, June 16th, or on Pirate Packs and Alcohol. Only at whitespot.ca.
Step up to the plate. Let's play ball.
It's go time.
Stream the Toronto Blue Jays all season long on Sportsnet Plus.
Look at that play.
Plans start at $19.99 a month.
Boy, oh boy, this is premium stuff.
Subscribe now at sportsnetplus.ca. CISL Vancouver is Sportsnet 650, the official home of the Canucks. Listen live online at sportsnet650.ca or download the podcasts and don't miss a minute. This is where you talk Canucks. You're listening to the Canucks Central Postgame Show on the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Myers has it in the corner, gets it high off the glass and out of the zone with 20 seconds left in the third. Oilers running out of time. Bouchard ahead for McDavid. His pass broken up and cleared by JT Miller. 15 seconds left. Bouchard fires it in over the net of Shelovs. Soucy's back to it far corner. Gets it around the glass, knocked down by Draisaitl. Lost it to Lindholm. He couldn't clear. 5 seconds left. Draisaitl, left circle, Ekholm. Into the slot. Nugent Hopkins missed the goal. Rebound side of the net. Shelovs makes the save. He makes another save after the buzzer on Bouchard. And the Canucks have won Game 3. And everyone's into it behind the Vancouver net. But the Canucks have come into Rogers Place and stolen Game 3, a smash and grab from Vancouver. Outchanced, outshot, outplayed in the third period, but they find a way, and they win it 4-3.
And defense and goaltending won this game. 4 goals for the Canucks, 2 by Elias Lindholm, 2 by Brock Boeser. Timely goal scoring and a resurgent power play, but Artur Shelovs makes 41 saves in this game, and some that were high degree of difficulty to win this game. As it's gotten chippy, Connor McDavid and Carson Soucy got into it, with McDavid slashing Soucy and Soucy retaliating with a cross-check, but this was a gritty effort by this team.
Canucks win 4-3, taking game number 3 in Edmonton, a 2-1 series lead now for the Vancouver Canucks. And this is the Canucks Central Postgame Show presented by the number 5 Orange on the home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650. Satyar Shah with Bick Nazar. A lot of thoughts coming into our Dunbar Lumber text inbox, 650-650. We'll hit more of those thoughts as the show goes on here. I did want to read this one, though, that came in. It said, watch out for Bick. He's dishing out the cuts. Just ask talk. Fire emojis. That's Ray from O Village.
By the way, I talked about it on the show. I don't know if we did it in post game. Terrible product.
Bic?
Those razors.
Those razors are not great. Well, that's what Tocchet was complaining about after he cut his head shaving.
Stick to the pens and the lighters. Outstanding product.
You sounded like TLC.
I've done exactly what Tocchet did with the Bic razors.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're in a pinch and you just like take what's nearby and it's like 99 cents. You get a bag.
See, no, it's not worth it. You can't. You can't cheap out on things like that.
I've done literally exactly what he said. And so when he said, it's like, I cut myself shaving. I knew what he was going to say. It's from a Bic razor.
Yes, it's happened before. Bic knows what's going on.
Yeah.
A Bic would know. All right, let's go to the phone boards and let's go to New West where we have Sean on the line. Sean, thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts tonight?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, boys. Big win. Up 2-1 in the series. I mean, guys at ESPN picked the Canucks to lose in 4 and 5 games. Obviously, a lot of work for the Canucks to do, but this team, they're playing well. Like Love's playing like unreal right now, obviously. Obviously, it's a great day today. Florida Panthers up 3-1 in the series now in Boston. The Canucks up 2-1. Hopefully, the Canucks can get another one. Next game will be tough because Edmonton's going to have a big bounce-back game. But what I want to talk about is, Ryan Whitney. I don't know if you've been hearing what he's been saying. He's been talking a lot of smack about Canuck fans and how the Canucks haven't won any cups. And I don't know what his problem is. I think maybe he's upset that Chris Kunitz took his Stanley Cup ring when he got traded at the trade deadline in 2009. Maybe he's upset because he didn't win a Stanley Cup, and he's trying to take it out on Canuck fans, or if he was, upset that he was on the game-winning goal in 2010 in the Olympics. But he's been, talking a lot of smack about the Canucks and stuff, and he's awfully quiet the last couple of days. So I just want to get your thoughts on Whit and his comments.
Thanks for the phone call. Well, I mean, if he's quiet now, that means it was you talk smack when it's it's even or you're front running and not so much afterwards.
Some of it is playoff banter.
Yeah, I mean, and
he's a former Oiler,
and you know how he has a shtick clearly, on the podcast, right?
I don't think it's a shtick.
No, I'm saying Whitney has a thing. I mean, like where he he'll play it up or whatever. He'll go after other teams' fan bases. That's kind of what he does, right? That's kind of like par for the course. I'm not surprised to hear things like that from him. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm not too concerned about it.
What was your line? Like something about if the haters are hating and.
Oh, I can't remember.
You had a line a couple of weeks ago.
The haters are hating, you're winning?
It was something. Yeah,
if they're hating, you're winning?
Yeah, it was something like that. I saw the graphic on Instagram.
Yeah, if they're hating, you're winning. Yeah. Something along those lines. All right, keep your thoughts coming into our text inbox, 650-650. This one says, I really enjoyed watching McDavid get clubbed. Wobbs and Naramata texting in. So Connor McDavid getting thrown around here tonight. And, people are asking us because Carson Soucy had that cross-check that ended up hitting McDavid in the face. McDavid first started the whole thing off by two-hand whacking Carson Soucy, and from behind the door off, cross-checks him. And kind of McDavid goes down, leaning into Carson Soucy, who ends up hitting him in the face with a cross-check. He wasn't trying to hit him in the face with a cross-check. It just kind of happened. Irf just tweeted out that the NHL is going to take a look at that incident. So we'll see if it leads to any supplemental discipline. Listen, when it comes to supplemental discipline and decisions made by the National Hockey League, Bic, I'm not confident saying one way or another what's going to happen. My first inclination is it's not going to be anything, maybe a fine at worst or something. Like, I don't think it's going to be a suspension. I think it'd be harsh if it's a suspension, but the wheel of NHL injustice is very difficult to predict. So
Irf already got that? He's tapped up sources at the Department of Player Safety?
That's what it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's what he says. He says, sounds like they're taking a look at it. Now, taking a look doesn't mean it's going to lead to anything, but for those wondering if it's going to lead to a suspension or any supplemental discipline, we'll see if anything comes of it.
I don't think that's a suspension.
I don't disagree, but
especially in a world where the Pietrangelo slash is one.
Yeah,
tell me that's going to merit a game. No.
Yeah.
That's not a suspension to me. No. Fine, sure, whatever. Sorry, Carson, but
yeah,
but like I don't know. Yeah. That's not a suspension to me.
I don't disagree. We'll see what happens.
Because if he's standing straight and he doesn't get knocked over,
that doesn't happen.
It probably hits him right at the logo.
Yeah, and it's not that big a deal. It's
maybe the top part of the logo, and look, maybe it rides up or what. I can't invent a reality that doesn't exist.
No, I'm with you on that. This text says Connor got McSandwiched. So that's the one text message. All right. We'll get to more of your text messages here coming up in a little bit, but let's continue on the phone boards and let's go to Grand Prairie where we have Travis on the line. Travis, thanks for calling in. What do you have for us tonight?
Hey guys, right from the heart of enemy territory.
Oh no, honestly, I mean we're joking. It's really not Alberta we have a problem with. I know we may joke around a little bit, but it's mostly what Mark Spector had to say. Like I've said, I've worked in Edson, Alberta. I would live by Edmonton.
I live in Grand Prairie.
I have a very soft spot for Alberta, especially northern Alberta myself. So it's mostly about what Mark Spector had to say, and if anything, playing into some of the worst stereotypes you can play into. But more than anything else, we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I was born and raised in BC. I lived in Vancouver for a few years as well, but I have a son here in Grand Prairie, so that's why I'm kind of anchored here, because I would be back in my beloved BC in a heartbeat. But anyway, I love my son more than that, so here I am. But there is a lot of Canuck flags around, and people are honking at me when they see my flags or my hat, my jersey, my son's jersey. He's got the classic Trevor Linden skate jersey. He loves it. And carrying his Stan Schmiel teddy bear. Never saw him play, but it's his favorite. Anyway, that Mark Spector thing, that's not very professional. And guys, I'm proud of you and the rest of Vancouver media, because there's a difference between the two provinces. And even there's businesses that won't let me go in right now. They said we are not open for Canuck fans. They're not welcome here as this series is on. And as a guy who, it was a service station, I needed something for my vehicle. I said, well, I will remember that after the series is over. And to me, that's taking it a little bit too far, because, like I said, it's a service station I needed help with. But the media, even the Chet 630 in Edmonton, it's just, there should be a little bit more professionalism and less classlessness. And then on Twitter with the Ryan Whitney, but there's also other like Scotty Upshaw and then TSN and Bar Down. They're posting videos of McDavid getting cross-checked in the face, but they're conveniently leaving out the slash. It kind of reminds me of political media, not sports media. So kudos to you guys. I'm glad that the Canucks are up 2-1, because there seems to be this arrogance to the Oilers, maybe because they won cups when they first got in, and this expectedness. Look, when the interviews are over after the games, Quinn Hughes is saying they played good, they outplayed us, same with Rick Tocchet, but then the Oilers, they won't admit any of that. They got lucky, it's post, and it carries into their fan base as well. So anyway, go Canucks, go. I hope they beat these guys.
Hey, Travis, thanks for the phone call. And yeah, I mean, at a service station, not giving you service, come on. It's bizarre. I'm just helping another person out, man. Come on.
It's commerce.
Fans or not, like,
it's commerce.
Yeah. See, some people just rather cut their own nose to spite their face. That's kind of what you're seeing over there. But hey, nonetheless, just you do you.
Do the thing. Take a number.
Yeah.
Take a number and find your moment later.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, take the number. And then maybe you can pay back. You can get the payback. Remember, they might be in a pinch and you can, like, surcharge the hell out of them. Maybe do something along those lines.
Just don't tip next time.
Yeah, that might help. All right, let's continue on the phone boards, and let's go to Calgary, where we have Milo on the line. Milo, thanks for calling in from Calgary. What do you have for us here tonight after a big Canucks win?
Hey there, guys. First-time caller. It was a super fun game tonight, and I mean, it'd be easy to fall into talking about that article, which kind of shows an unfortunate grasp on critical thinking, but you know, it is what it is. Like you said, got to take a number and move on. But instead, I want to talk about something that's really great about this Canucks team, and that's that while I'm hearing a lot of criticism about PD, and it's largely warranted, I think it's also important to notice how much Lindholm stepped up. And is it stressful to see one of our top players failing to produce? Definitely, but we aren't the Oilers, so we're not dead in the water when our one guy doesn't produce. Our management made contingencies and brought in the right guys and right systems to make sure we're still going to be successful. So things are running as they should be. Maybe not for PD, but definitely at a team level, things are running as planned. So I'm feeling good going into Game 4. Thanks, guys.
Love it, Milo. Thanks for the phone call. And, you know, we mentioned this a bit earlier. Where would the Canucks be if they don't acquire Elias Lindholm? And that's even more pronounced with the struggles that Elias Pettersson is going through right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And today, it was for me, it's more about like the high event nature for Pettersson. 11 minutes at 5-on-5, and it's 4 high dangers against 3-4 that he was on the ice for. And it's that element that if there's some struggles, someone else got to pick up the slack. And the minutes obviously get reduced a little bit, plays 15:49.
Yeah. And
then it's Lindholm who plays just fantastic. Now, the underlying numbers don't look great, but the 2 goals are huge for Lindholm, and also had a nice 28 draws. huge. It goes 50%, 14-14. JT Miller winning 64% of his draws. And once again, Canucks win the face-off battle 58%.
That's not bad. Sounds pretty good.
And look, they're finding goals out of it, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. That you look at the power play goal, they get some keeps off of that. The first goal, a keep off the draw, and it starts the whole sequence inside, and they've managed to craft out a couple of goals from faceoffs.
No, 100%. And those are the plays that can go a long way, and that JT Miller line is fantastic at doing those things. I know the coach mentions they're a bit too methodical at times on the power play. Those set plays off offensive zone faceoffs, though, they can pay big dividends, and they have so far in the series for the Vancouver Canucks. Brandon and Polk of Vancouver says it's still 2-1. A lot of work to do. Oilers player McDrysaitel, play McDrysaitel 30 minutes in back-to-back games. That's a problem. Brandon in Vancouver. And this text here says the dumping of the puck, endless icing is going to cost the Canucks. Hope they change that strategy soon. And we know that's something the coach doesn't want to see them do a lot of. He didn't really criticize them too much tonight in the post-game show. He was pretty critical after game 2, of course. But there were instances where they can hold on to the puck better. But I think tonight's tape, when you go back and watch it, and if they're watching it, there are a lot of instances where they can show it's like, this was the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Here's
far more examples of trying to generate a couple of plays against the Oilers forecheck.
And they did in a lot of key moments. Like they had that shift we mentioned a bit earlier with Brett, with Joshua, took the puck all the way down the ice and held it up and allowed the Canucks to get a cycle going. He changed, the other line came on, and they had some pressure. And there was a 3-on-1 chance they had when they held on to the puck and got the breakout right. All of a sudden they had a 3-on-1 and Oman hit Boeser, and he just whiffed on potting his hat trick and sealing the game. Would have been a 3-goal lead at the time in the third. So there are a lot of good instances they can show on tape and say, hey, if you guys make these plays and hold on to pucks, these things can happen. And that's why I'd be more optimistic about the Canucks heading into game 4 than anything else, because you have stuff to clean up and you can make life very difficult for Edmonton here.
It is strange that we came out of the Nashville series saying, did they play their best game?
Mm-hmm.
And they win the series. You think, all right, well, we haven't really seen the A game from Vancouver. Have we seen an A game from Vancouver so far?
I don't think we have. I still think there's more the Canucks can show. As long as Pettersson's, and tonight he played 15 minutes, and this is where when people ask us, is he back after he scores a goal? We've had these moments where he's had a good game, he's had a couple good games, had a couple points in a row, and then there's a game where it's kind of a dud. And tonight was a kind of a dud again. That's why it's hard to predict. Like, he's back, and maybe I'm not sure we can predict he's going to be back. But if somehow, some way he finds that gear again, then we can see the true top version of the Canucks. Because right now, with the way Lindholm's going, if he can actually get going, there's another level to this Canucks team I don't think they've scratched yet.
The stretches that I felt that they were best were the first period, and they kind of got back to something that they were good at in the regular season. They were the highest scoring first period team. 96 goals in the first period during the regular season. Oilers, by the way, were number 2 at 91.
Not bad.
They had 3 goals in the first period coming into tonight. 3 goals? We're talking about game 9. 3 goals is tough, which was the second lowest, only Toronto behind them. So there were teams that are already out that the Canucks had scored less than in the first period. Well, they double up the total today. They're at 6 now, so which is good for 7th. But they create the ecosystem that they want to play in by getting back to what we've seen Canucks hockey be. And let's be clear, like Canucks hockey this season, the identity of this team, and Rick Tocchet kind of even alluded to it today, it is defense. This team is going to be about defense. That they have to grind out these games, and they're going to have to grind them out because they have success early in the start of games. And that if you're scoring early, you can play to what your identity is. That if you're under siege, you're still pushing everything away from the middle. That's what the Canucks are. And even in the admittance by Rick Tocchet that world-class players, then there's certain things you got to do, and they did those things tonight.
Yeah, they certainly did, absolutely. And I think when you look at what else they can get from the Pettersson line, I know this one texted in, doesn't PD need some more line mates, some better line mates? Sure, true, of course. Mikheyev tonight, again, had a couple chances he couldn't score on. He goes straight into the bread basket, and just kind of the way it goes for him. He had one chance, it was in the third period, actually.
The rebound?
The rebound chance was off a face-off, and there was net short side, at least a couple feet of net on the short side, and he has a chance to shoot the puck, and he goes far side. Now, ends up being a save off Skinner anyways, but it's just one of those things where he's right there, but the final shot and execution is just really poor. It's really off target. It shows you the lack of confidence. And I thought Linus Karlsson for his first game in the playoffs, I thought he was fine, more than fine. He held up the play good. He was in on the forecheck. His body got in the way. He held guys off a little bit. I was generally impressed by what I saw from Linus Karlsson tonight. Now, I'm not expecting a ton. He is what he is.
But it's a valid point that everyone brings up that Pettersson needs better wingers. The thing is, there's not a solution right now.
No, for sure.
That's the problem. You can't, like, you can try different people, but it's not like Podkolzin scored in the season. 2 points. Linus Karlsson, right? It's tough, but you just got to live with what you can do. And you can't ask players to be something that they're not. You'd want Höglander to be the one.
Yeah.
But, man, game 2 wasn't
Does he get into game 4 now with how this happened? I'd be hard-pressed.
Maybe, but
we'll see. All right,
I thought Oman and Karlsson were fine.
I thought they were fine too. Let's take one more phone call here before we hit the break. Let's go to Surrey, where we have Nathan on the line. Nathan, thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts here tonight?
Boys, I went through hell and back to get on tonight. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we got you. Yes.
Oh my goodness! 23 times I tried to call you boys. 5 times dropped. 1% coming back from McDonald's, boys. My goodness, I'm on. Give me a bit of a leash here if you can, boys. Spectre. I guess we won't expect to hear that guy on Canucks Talk anytime soon. Hey, boys. My goodness. Welcome to Coil Country, boys. What a win for the lads. Was certain we had a Colton Sissons special at the end there. Close one from JT. But the boys don't wave the white flag into the night. As Big Z says, when we knock them out this series, the fans will have nothing to do in Edmonton after it's over. So pretty stoked for that. What a game from Elias Lindholm and Brock Boeser. Not just offensively picking spots and getting inside on the Edmonton defense, but also defensively. Brock killing time at the end along the walls and on the corners and stopping zone entries too. Like there were a couple times he was hard on McDavid and Draisaitl there, which was awesome. And you know what, with Petey, I mean, Tocchet doesn't trust him right now. I don't think he was out there for the last 5 minutes of the game. And I think it's just because he's not moving his feet. Like, I just see so many flybys, head down, lack of battle intensity along the wall. And you know what? Like, there's little flashes, but it doesn't matter anymore. He has to be a difference maker, and he has to raise his compete level for us to go far in the playoffs here. Hats off to Ian Goal, as he's setting himself up for a lucrative contract under the table there for his end of career. I mean, it's a tough one, man. I think he needs a reset scratch, but because we won, probably won't happen tonight here, boys. But some of that was unlucky for sure. And I think overall, if I'll finish up here, boys, need to see a little bit less chip out and more plays being made late game. Because I think the boys are getting a little bit nervous with the puck on their sticks. And I think Rick definitely wasn't happy about that, because I saw him pan to the bench after some of the icings. But I'm hyped for the Tuesday watch party, boys. We'll see you cowards then. And good night to the Edmonton players. I hope they sleep tight and coil up in their beds.
Love it.
Talk to you later.
Thanks for the phone call, Nathan in Surrey. And he goes to the watch party, and this text says the Rogers Arena watch party was fire. What a game, what a win, and I enjoy the atmosphere. A lot of fans enjoying being at the watch party. On Ian Cole,
I was just gonna say,
it's kind of harsh, isn't it? Like, we spoke to Brett Festerling, former NHL defenseman.
I understand, like, people, like, you associate it, puck goes off of them. It's like, it's happened again. This is 3 games in a row. It's like there's been problems. That's a good play, right? That
he boxed out McDavid.
That's
completely.
A good play. It's just bad luck, and I know it's bad luck. It's like you betting on red and black keeps showing up on the roulette wheel. It's like, really? Eventually it's got to turn. It's bad luck. It's just sucks.
Yeah,
I don't think any change is going to come to the lineup because of it. He played 16:32, which was less than last game. I think he played 19 last game.
Yeah.
I didn't think he played poor by any stretch of the imagination.
No, that play too. So I mean, and then like Brett himself, he's like, there's not much you can do. He boxes out, the puck hits him. There's Like it's bad. That was bad luck.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't like his game, fair. That play, I have a hard time pinning it on him, although it's yet another goal, the 5th goal in this series already, involving Ian Cole in a big way, somehow, some way, going against the team. All right, let's take one more phone call before we hit the break. Let's go to New West, where we have Ashley on the line. Ashley, thanks for calling in. What do you have for us tonight?
Hello. I wrote a couple of texts, but I really had to call in because I listened to Vic's little spiel on the Canadian media. Firstly, I got to say, for the Canucks, a lot of people were saying that the boys are not hungry for it. They haven't been playing a long time, but you know what? All those naysayers can now eat their words. Take a look at how we're doing now. Secondly, when it comes to the Canadian media and everybody who's commented, I agree with their comments. No matter where you are or where you're from, if you're supporting the Canucks, we are all Canucks. It doesn't matter. If you support our team, you're a Canuck. You shouldn't be denied, like the poor guy in Grand Prairie being denied at the service station. That's absolutely disgusting, and we need to have way more decorum as a country and as a sport that represents our country. We need to have way more decorum in that. Lastly, I wanted to give a shout-out because my mom was watching the game. Happy birthday to my mom. She turned 64 on Wednesday. We celebrated tonight, and what a way to go off with a win for the Canucks.
Hey.
Thank you guys for the loss, and have a wonderful evening.
Thanks for the phone call. Great stuff. Ashley calling in from New West. Fantastic. Great stuff. And yes, happy birthday to your mom, and also happy Mother's Day to your mom and all mothers out there as well. So we appreciate all the work that has been done, and enjoy this day here on this Sunday.
The
Also
birthday and Mother Day combo.
Yeah, that's a pretty good combo. Not
That's
bad.
a party. That's a party.
That's a pretty good weekend. All right.
Plus the Canucks win? Oh, my goodness. What a weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, seeing a lot of people text in about Ian Cole. This one says, disagree on Cole. He's having pucks going off of him. By definition, it's not good enough. So it's like, yeah, I mean, he's doing the
right thing.
Almost a tough. It's fine.
Right.
All right, but great stuff from Ashley calling in. Now, we'll get to more of your thoughts and Ian McIntyre as the Canucks Central postgame show continues. The Sat and Bick, and this is the Canucks Central postgame show presented by the number 5 Orange, a Vancouver legend. They've got sports too. More next on Sportsnet 650.
Coming soon, genetically modified super soldiers encased in armor with powerful jaws, capable of infiltrating any structure and rendering it to dust. Hundreds, thousands of them. Ants.
Protect your home with Westside Pest Control. Westside Pest Control has the tools and know-how to eliminate your ant problem. Stop the destruction. WestsidePestControl.com.
Here's NHL hockey superstar JT Miller on why he and his family choose the Ocean Park Ford Service Department in the South Surrey Auto Mall on the King George Boulevard.
Oh, it's very breezy. It's very professional and very quick. The service and all overall, and the kindness of the people there have been fantastic. It makes a very easy choice for me and my family, and very safe vehicles with the group of children I have at my house. It's been a blast.
The door is always open at Ocean Park Ford.
Hey, it's Satyar Shah from Sportsnet 650. Wildfires have the power to drastically change lives in BC, and as wildfires become more frequent and intense, we can all take proactive measures to protect our province, our homes, and our communities. BCAA and FireSmart BC have joined forces to help educate British Columbians in wildfire prevention and preparedness. Get FireSmart with BCAA and FireSmart BC. For tips and resources, visit bcaa.com/firesmart.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Landlords spend 76 hours managing their property in a year.
That's 19 date nights.
25 hockey games.
And 37...
Dad, let's get some ice cream.
...moments. What could you be doing with your time? At Hope Street, we help busy landlords get their time back. Live life, get paid. Become an armchair landlord today. Hope Street, because life's too short to spend it managing properties.
HopeStreet.ca.
Door to door or port to port, All Cargo Express is the leading Canadian international freight forwarder. Importing and exporting vehicles, heavy equipment, commercial goods, and personal effects, All Cargo Express offers ocean, air, rail, and truck services right to your door. With All Cargo's extensive experience in delivering their customers with prompt and efficient handling, you can have peace of mind knowing your shipment is in good hands. All Cargo Express, Canadian-owned and operated company since 1978. Explore their services or get a quote at allcargoexpress.com.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I have super-powered debt consolidation and human-powered rhymes. I met a homeowner. His name was Brett. He had a few bills, but don't you fret. Home equity loans is my skill set. Consolidating bills, that's what you get.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
You know, to be a truly great team, you need contributions from the top of the lineup right down to the bottom. And that's exactly what you'll get from the West Coast Auto Group. They've got their stars, West Coast Toyota, Mazda, Nissan, Kia, and Ford Lincoln. Plus, they have the role players that play a big part too. And that's where their famous service comes in. Great service, great selection, great team. The West Coast Auto Group, just over the bridge in Maple Ridge. Visit them online at westcoastautogroup.com.
This is the Canucks Central Postgame Show. Join the discussion on the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650 and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
As number 23 for the Canucks meets number 97 for the Oilers at center ice, and Game 3 is underway with the series tied at 1. Lindholm won the draw. Hughes got it up the left wing, tipped in deep by Joshua. Ekholm far corner, run over by Lindholm on the forecheck. Then another collision down low. McDavid's on top of Garland. They're digging away at each other. Puck set loose into the crease. And Skinner covers up on a drive to the net by Dakota Joshua. Elias Lindholm stands right above Stuart Skinner and is cleared out by Zach Hyman. And these two teams have wasted no time in getting reacquainted with themselves. Just 19 seconds into Game 3, Randeep Janda.
And that's why you start that line to set the tone physically as Elias Lindholm drills Matthias Ekholm in the corner, and then Dakota Joshua follows that up with a big hit as well.
Canucks win 4-3 in Edmonton to take game number 3. And this is the Canucks Central post-game show on Sportsnet 650. Satyar Shah and Bick Nazar. We are going to get to Ian McIntyre coming up in a few moments, but we've had a lot of people patiently waiting to get on the phone boards. We don't have a ton of time trying to get a couple calls in. So let's go to Stuart in North Van. And Stu, you got to be quick on this one because we got to get to a couple other calls. So what do you have for us here tonight?
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, I will be quick. No worries. Thanks for taking calls always. And Vic, if I ever meet you in person, I'm going to buy you 2 beers for that that very patriotic and very profound rant you had. And you know what? Let's get after it, boys. Let's have more of that. You know, if the team from across the Rockies wants to do that, let's do it. You know, we don't have time for, you know, the Tucker Carlson and Fox News of hockey, aka Mark Spector. None of that nonsense. Let's focus on what matters. You know, for the last hour, you know, I've been on hold patiently, and you know, I've been using my time very efficiently. I've been watching the Zadorov hit on Evander Kane on Sportsnet on YouTube for about 30 times, just because I love it. The sense of ecstasy. And you know, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you guys know those Russian Matroska dolls where they kind of fin to each other.
Yeah.
You know, him, Kane, and McDavid, it's great. I want to see Zadorov. This is that guy we have wanted as Canucks fans on the blue line for how many years? And now between him and Tyler Myers, we've got the big boy bodies at the back line. I love to see it. Moving on from that, I mean, Archer Steele, what can you say? This guy, he's got a smile that I wish I could wake up with half of the smile that Seeloff has. He just looks like he is an absolute great guy. And I mean, who knows where he goes with us? But for right now, he is just absolutely killing it. It's an arty party every night in this province. Connor Garland, when does he not look like he's using the mushroom item in Mario Kart? He is so zippy. He just gets into spaces and gets out of danger so well. Absolutely just gargantuan play there. Lindholm, the trade now for Kuzmenko has paid off. He is showing what we thought we would see from him after the trade deadline. That is fantastic to see. And I'll wrap up quick. I know you guys want to go to IMAC. I was going to say, BC, are we having fun now? Or are we not entertained? This is pretty good. I'll see you guys after Game 4. Let's bring it home to Van for 5.
let's have some fun.
Great stuff, Stuart. Thanks for the phone call. All right, let's take one more call here. Let's go to Nanaimo, where we have Joe on the line. Joe, thanks for calling in. What do you have for us tonight? Joe. All right, so can't get to Joe. So let's go to George in Vancouver. George, what do you have for us tonight?
Oh boy, well, I'm glad I'm before IMAC instead of after this time. And I'm not the son of Sam's talking dog either.
Right, that's very good. That's very good.
Excellent. Anyway, so two things. Ian Cole, I don't want to dump on him, but I winced. I was down at Rogers Arena. Ian Cole again makes an appearance at the end for penalty, and then the tip-in shot. Wow, I don't know what to say about that. But number two, I'll talk about something not too many other people are talking about. This series is getting really chippy. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of dirty stick work. We had Derek Ryan almost put Podkolzin's jockstrap into his throat the other day, and then we had with Zadorov going, knocking a Kane in. We can all see Kane attempted to kick him in the head. Very dirty, and then, of course, the play at the end. So I hope something can be done, number one, to help with the chippiness and the stick work. That's not a good look for anybody who's a sports fan. Somebody can get hurt. But I will say this. The Canucks have proven they can cope with this kind of vicious playoff hockey, and that was one weakness I wondered if they were going to be able to overcome. I'm convinced. I'm sold. Those trades by Rutherford and Alvin to bring the Calgary boys in and some of the other members of the lineup are paying spades right now. So really convincing playoff-type team, and I'll look forward to listening to Ian.
Yeah, great stuff, George. Thanks for calling in. On that point, the trades have all really worked out, right? Like Zadorov's been terrific.
Unbelievable. Like they're running so pure on every transaction.
Yeah, I mean, Lafferty hasn't quite been, but again, he helped you throughout the regular season. It was a 5th-round pick. He's done his thing. But really, getting Lindholm, getting Zadorov, those two big ones, like they've been massive additions to this team.
Mm-hmm. And look, if they progress, it's like you hit the bonus on the already jackpot you've won. Mm-hmm. And they're showing up in a big way, especially when you frame it against Calgary taking so many Canucks and trying to build the roster that way. And it had middling results. Right now, these transactions are just huge home runs right now for Vancouver.
Massive. 2 goals.
Are we going to something?
Yeah, IMAX.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, let's bring IMAC into the conversation. Let's go to Edmonton, the man we call the triple threat. You watch him on TV, you read him on digital, and you're about to hear him on radio. He is Ian McIntyre.
And George is listening, and I appreciate that. And George made a very good point about Lindholm and Zadorov, and it's not just that. The Canucks had this foresight and got players who could help. They stuck by these players when both had difficulty in transition, in mid-season transition, because the belief was from the organization that they can live with the difficult transition in November and December and January and February. In fact, that was part of the reason Patrick Allvin went out and made the trades as early as he did, so that if there was trouble in the transition, it would be during the regular season and not in the playoffs, but all through those difficult times, and especially with Lindholm. But even Zadorov, he was a healthy scratch, 9 games from the end of the regular season. But with both of those players, the Canucks, they acquired them for the long goal, the big picture, which was always when this team gets into playoff hockey, that the real value of somebody with Lindholm's experience and two-way trade craft, and the real value of Nikita Zadorov's size and aggressiveness and embrace of the moment. Like that's another thing about Zadorov, is just how much he is loving this stage that he's now a star on all of a sudden. The Canucks always believed that value was going to show itself when the games got difficult in the playoffs, and that's exactly what happens. I mean, where would they be? I mean, lots of guys have played well, right? And tonight, Seelovs is a huge story. But where would they be without Elias Lindholm and Nikita Zadorov? Probably not where they are right now in the second round, leading the Edmonton Oilers 2-1. I guess, by the way, the Oilers won't be winning this series in 4 or 5 games.
Ooh, there it is.
No,
that's been confirmed.
That has been confirmed. and honestly, like listening to the Oilers post game, you heard Draisaitl say, "Well, hitting posts isn't good goaltending." Knobloch kind of mentioning we scored 3 goals, that should be enough to win. I mean, I don't know if that's frustration or defiance from Edmonton, but that's a team now that's only beat Vancouver once so far in the regular season and the postseason, and they sure seem to have a hard time generating much 5-on-5 goal wise.
Yeah, and you know what else hitting the goalpost isn't? It isn't good shooting either, because you're missing the net.
Yeah, no, it's true.
So, why don't you shoot between the goalposts, and that would be better. And maybe the goalie makes the save if the puck is between the posts. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was it Luongo who once, when he's asked about people hitting the post, he said, "What, you want me to save the ones that they're going wide?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what it is about the Oilers, and honestly, I don't think the Canucks care. I don't think the Canucks care what is going on in the Oilers' room or going on with the Oilers' goalie, who is being outplayed. Stuart Skinner is being outplayed by Artur Shilovs, just like UC Saros was outplayed by Artur Shilovs. But I don't think the Canucks really care about any of that. And often teams say that, we're worrying about ourselves. But honestly, I think that this team has enough conviction in itself and has already done so many things that if they listened to what people outside of their room thought they were capable of, they would never have done them. But they've already achieved so much that I think they just have this conviction and a belief in themselves and a belief in their system that if they play the way that they want to play and have shown to themselves to be capable of playing, I don't think they care about what Leon Draisaitl thinks about goalposts or what Chris Knobloch thinks about Stuart Skinner or what Matthias Ekholm thinks about refereeing. I don't think they care. I think they've got a lot of conviction, and when you see where they are right now at this moment, I don't blame them. I think that conviction is well founded.
And Rick Tocchet mentioned, guys have bought in since training camp, right? And I look at tonight, and the game I referenced to was game 2 of the season, where they go into Edmonton, and it looked similar to tonight, but everything was kind of pushed out of the middle. And while the shot metrics look great, I never felt like the Canucks were in danger of losing that lead way back when. And tonight felt the same way, where with the 2-goal lead, like that, they're okay living in the environment that